through logic and reason, and yeah, mostly through logic. So you can still attack the idea of that God through logic. So like the logical problem of evil, you can say, prove through logic that God doesn't exist. And that's what I wanted to talk about, because I hear this a lot from Christians. And Christian was on the stage and he said that you can't prove nor disprove the existence of God, but you can prove that at least certain conceptions of God don't exist. So for example, in 2010, there was an earthquake in Haiti that killed 300,000 people. So I'm just gonna call that a natural evil. So the way this works is, if you think that God has some greater good in mind that he's trying to reach, and if you think that it was necessary for that good to occur, that he must have done this earthquake, that was necessary, then it means it just entailed from that he could not have done it another way, which means that he's not all powerful. That's just a flat out affront to omnipotence. He couldn't have done it another way. So there is something that he could not do. But if you say that it wasn't necessary, the earthquake wasn't necessary to obtain this greater good, then you're just saying that he's not all good, because therein lies an unnecessary or a gratuitous evil, unnecessary evil. So either you have to say that God is not good, or that God is not all powerful, and therefore God doesn't exist. So there are lots of ways like this that you can prove logically that at least certain conceptions of God don't exist.
Hey, Elliot, I want to address the one thing as far as like how you said like how gods used to like get drunk and they're like more human. And I agree. Well, that's a fact that deities were like more human-like, but I don't think they became like interstellar because of the growth of technology, because we could go all the way back to like about 700, 800 BC, where people are still like in the realm of like those kind of gods you're talking about. But when you look at the Jews' conception of God being like interstellar and he's not walking around with arms and legs, it's kind of incorporeal, that kind of started back then, right? So there wasn't any scientific revolution during that time that would have pressured them to do that. I think that there's other reasons why they chose to make, Yahweh more incorporeal, as opposed to like more human-like. I think the main reason is just to like separate themselves from the other nations. Like, hey, our God is so above your gods. Your gods are still like doing stuff humans do, but our God transcends all of that, right? So,
okay, this is the atheist gong show. Theists look like you read a book show.
John, and then we had this hateful trash bag dude. Like, there's a lot happening today, so yeah.
Oh God, here he comes, John. If you come back up, don't disrupt the stage. No, John.
Don't bring him back up here.
I was like, I'm about to leave now. And you were like, don't go. I had to threaten you. Oh no, Martina, no.
I don't want Ashley.
I ain't got time for this bullshit. It's 2026. Ain't nobody got time for this racist ass.
And then he runs away with the room and he talks for way too long. Finger up there and see if there's any nuts up there. Hermy nuts.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you have to take it real dirty.
Yeah.
Moderators, it's Saturday night. The Shabbos is coming to a close. I'd like to request permission to read a 60-second poem, if I may.
I'll read it for him away.
In poetry, especially in Japanese poetry, there are no nouns of the water. A frog Sin is not a clause, but an adjectival phrase qualifying sound. Pond is poetically, vitally speaking a verb. Sound of the water is a verb. In the beginning was the verb, not the noun, the active and creative word, not the passive and created word. When Oliver Twist asked for more was a verb. It was the French Revolution and the Russian Revolution. But me no buts or humph is a language at its most powerful. In the Chinese language, there is no distinction, since Chinese, especially written Chinese, must be called the best of all languages, just as it is the best for Zen. And if ever the Japanese or the Chinese give up their hieroglyphics, they will give up most of their culture with them. We must suppose that in the order of time, verbs as their exclamatory imperative form arose first. To primitive man, the outside world expanded and contracted, thrust itself upon him, or escaped at every turn. He imagined all these things. He imagined his world, and his world imagined him. At this time, things spoke to him in their often silent language, and he spoke to them in his, which was also often silent, in the beating of his blood and the expanding nostrils, clenched fist. First, he began to imagine himself separate from outside things, just as he had imagined himself. There are no words separate from himself, no sounds separate from things. Nature is always speaking. Even when Regal speaks, that's nature speaking, with sounds or by other means, maybe farting. Himself, Regal is no royalty. He's barely even regal. He's white trash. Each man now gradually becomes more and more isolated in his hopes and fears, hungers and satisfactions from his fellows here on Clubhouse. But the falling waters have the same familiar or ominous voice, and the men around him make the same zoo-like, school playground-like noises here on Clubhouse. Men are joined and are joined by language. Later, language itself becomes separate, and you might even fell a man with Webster's dictionary, if you could lift it. To join, to separate, to rejoin, to reseparate. This sexual, centripetal, centrifugality is the essence of life, the essence of Zen. A word is a real word because it is not a word, because it is a thing which is a real thing, only when it is not a thing, when it is a word. The charm of language, that charm without when which, as Emerson says, nothing can conquer me, consists precisely in its separate and separate character. In the Shingon sect, the separateness, the intrinsic power of words is declared. The Jodo sect also rides us safely to paradise on the word Namu Amida Butsu, Namu Amida Butsu. In the Zen sect, words are publicly denounced as being like men themselves, deceivers ever. But the truth is that both are right. The word, the Logos, is God, and yet not God. The resurrection and a judgment to come. Perhaps something should be added here about figures.
Goodbye.
That dude is really afraid of people. Like, really afraid.
I love projection.
Yeah, yo, I'll come over to your house, dude, if you want. I'll sleep on your floor, dude. I'll even cook you dinner. You know? People are so fucking afraid of a little bit of touch or human communication. You know, sitting around the fire like we've been doing for thousands of years and cooking food.
Oh, I apologize for reading a book instead of talking all the time here on Clubhouse. Some of us choose to read books, you know? We don't just talk endlessly forever.
For a little bit. I've asked him nicely to stop adding me to his houses. But I keep leaving the houses. He keeps adding me. I don't know why. I asked him nicely, bro. Stop.
Stop adding me to your houses, bro.
I don't want to block him.
Stop adding me to your houses.
He didn't do it again.
He just wants the attention, man.
He just
Can't
wants
blame
the
him. He doesn't
attention.
get much of it at home.
Oh, projection.
I'm not a bad guy with him, but I asked him nicely to not stop adding me to the houses. That's it.
Projections.
Never
Don't add me to your houses.
Some of those things.
You know what's funny? They'll sit there and criticize you about not spending enough time with your kids, but I hear you spend nothing but time with your kids. Making pancakes in the fucking morning for them. That's amazing, dude. That's awesome. But, you know, maybe he's a little bit jealous of that. Fire that burns? Oh, it is. Okay.
Daniel.
Oh, you guys don't know what I am.
Are you the Holy Ghost?
No. I don't think I'm going to heaven when I die. I think God's going to give me my justice, and He's going to allow me to torture every single you motherfuckers. You are every single thing you ever done in your life, you're going to pay for. Every bit of it.
Think about that.
Yeah, I'm going to be right there with you, pursuing you, chasing you, stalking you. I'll be running from you. Yeah, you ain't gonna hit me. I'm faster than you. When you see me in hell, dude, you know you're like fucking 48. Yeah, a little bit younger. I can hold that. I got something to tell you. I hope you have good karma. Are you really funny? I'm gonna stab you 25 times in the same spot. Oh, no, you definitely think I can do yours. From juices, you dipshit. Oh, same shit, dude. Yeah, queers for Palestine over here. Don't talk about me.
Melissa was making a no-seam inference to Mario.
No, I wanted to ask, how do you think the first person came up? So do you believe that the first human to ever come up with the idea that there's a higher being was his way of interpreting an event that he didn't understand?
I don't know, like, it's hard to put, like, was there actually a first human who had that idea? I don't know. That's actually a trickier question, but putting that to the side, I think that they were trying to explain the world around them, and that's how the idea formed, right?
It's like very widespread, so it had to start from somewhere. Where do you believe the start is?
It could have happened in multiple different places, like independently. It could be something that's sort of like, well, there's this really weird idea about like the bicameral mind and stuff like that. In that sense, it could have been like just built into us, but anyway. So if you're just asking like why was the idea common? Yeah, like that's some people think that that's true. I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying some people think that's true. What I'm saying is that we have a bias towards agential explanation because of our sort of intimate familiarity with ourselves as agents, right? So like everything is like mediated to us via like our own minds. We're an agent and so on. So we have this we have this bias to attribute tangential explanations
what really happened. So I think that's something that I'm having a lot of trouble in trying to have genuine discussions on what's going on globally is just what's the game that's being played, honestly. And they used to host a lot of conversations in Minneapolis. A lot of, how do we work together across our differences, conversations for about, oh my goodness, about 20 years. And one of the things that wound up being really surprisingly useful was we start out talking about 4 kinds of truth. And then sometimes we would have concentric circles, almost like a fishbowl, where people would be having the conversation. The invitation was to sit on the outside and join the circle at any time, but to be listening for when were we actually talking about some kind of objective truth where there was evidence that was measurable that would be very hard to dispute? When were we talking from a subjective truth of what I individually believe? When were we talking about a normative shared truth? What do we believe? And then we get to define, who's the we in all of that? So, and then what's the complex truth? What's the truth that that somebody's gonna pick up on because it's really useful, and it's what we're up to. When you talked about, what I really heard you saying was, what are we actually up to? Are we discussing what's actually going on? In which case, it's helpful to be able to have some shared, if possible, narrative and understanding of what objective truth can we know what's objectively going on? Is it even possible right now? Or who do we believe, which then becomes a normative truth. I believe this particular news source because they tend to agree with me and I agree with them, and that's part of what my tribe believes in. Is this a subjective truth because this resonates with what I've lived with and feels really familiar? And are we about trying to come to shared agreement or to be able to tolerate each other's subjectivity so that we can actually be in the room together and move forward on this enough overlapping shared self-interest that has nothing to do with what we share and believe or what we agree is objectively true. That was a surprisingly useful frame for being in dialogue and even realizing and even acknowledging, are we trying to build a shared consensus reality? And then before we do anything together, in which case we're in trouble. So that's what came to mind. Yeah, I like that layering of different types of truths. I think I focus more, like, for example, in teaching in a didactic sense on discussing types of lies. Lie through manipulation, lies through omission, lies through intentional deception, linguistic turns of phrase. There's all sorts of things that are lie that aren't just like, no, my name's not Briar. You know what I mean? There's different layering, and I think it's interesting to think about that truth. And I still, God, I love this quote so much. It was said in passing, almost as a joke. I think the person who said it even knew it. There's this just YouTube chef named Babish. He goes by Benjamin Babish, and I just will never forget the line when he said, the only objective truth we have left access to is our own subjective experience. And I think that's true. So we're trying to use other tools and develop things to leverage our experiences to get to a shared reality that we can kind of play into that common discourse and experience. And that's just so much harder than it might seem initially, I think. John, I noticed you come on up here, and I'm curious if you like that.
In my PTR, I'm holding up a book by Ayn Rand, The Virtue of Selfishness. And I had never heard it put the separation of state and economics in the same way and for the same reasons as the separation of state and church. A pure system of capitalism has never yet existed. Not even in America. Various degrees of government control has been undercutting and distorting it from the start. Capitalism is not the system of the past, it is the system of the future, if mankind is to have a future. So I had never heard it put separation of state and economics. And so I think that's what I realized is my biggest complaint about what I would consider hypocrites, meaning that most people are unaware of state economics, and they're operating out of a position of complete ignorance. They think it's like due them, or it's owed them, or it exists for them, or they are that existence. So I'm just saying, how do you view church and state and economics? Because if you're a libertarian, is it a hybrid model? Is that the optimum model, or are we completely upside down?
1 second. That sounds like an interesting thing to dissect when people are looking at models of economic and political and economic economies and rules and ways of governance. Can you draw the line, John, of how you are connecting there from what we were talking about? Like, how did you get from 1 to 2?
Oh, just based on what I heard you two talking. Wendy went for a while, you went for a while, and I didn't know I had to follow some type of like programming schedule or format for you, so I apologize if it's a strong juxtaposition.
Yeah, I think that the goal of most rooms is to kind of have a theme, and I think the theme of this is more in line with the topic. So I think like later on having a discussion, or if you see that connecting with like staying grounded, and dealing with dishonesty, that might be good, but it feels like that's a bit of a jump. So maybe having this.
I don't think so. I think it's the bedrock of all of our problems. The fact that we don't have sound moral currency, that we're 40 trillion in debt, collecting 5 trillion and spending 7 trillion a year. That's the basis of what I would consider one of the primary reasons why our society is not exchanging knowledge, why our society is not trading.
Actually, to give me the slow down about 3 steps so I can see if I can follow you. How does being in debt connect to not exchanging genuine information?
Because people who are trying to exchange genuine information don't realize they are on a platform of disingenuousness, that the currency, because it's not pegged, and that we can essentially, with any new government, just inflate the financial system in the same way that Zimbabwe had to create $100 trillion notes. We're doing the same thing that Zimbabwe did, but we're much bigger than Zimbabwe.
Gotta go back up. How does that affect, like, when Wendy and I are talking, right, and we're trying to exchange honesty or some other mode of communication, can you connect to me how, like, sovereign debt or economics, just draw that one thread, not another example of Zimbabwe or even a negative impact? How does truth erode in correlation with, say, sovereign debt?
Because it is a unified system, especially through property taxes. So if you don't support the education that the teachers union is putting out, you're forced into compliance. Otherwise, your county sells the house out from under you in a tax deed sale. So that in alone shows that there is no real representation or equality. It is a system, and it's based on law and precedents, etc. So I'm just trying to give you an example.
If I try and do the best interpretation of what I'm feeling and connect it in, what I'm hearing from you is that you feel these economic systems are unjust and unfair and yield poor results. And I suppose the implication is that in those poor situations, it's hard to access truth. Yeah, Wendy, I know she flashed your mic, so feel free to jump in here too.
It was a mistake, but I have been thinking about the connection I'm making between, John, what you're saying and what we were talking about prior, which is it has to do with motivation. If someone's motivation is to preserve a pattern, in which case sort of a pattern of extractive capitalism or something, then everything, including truth, is in the service of that goal. And so it's not about connection or discovery. It is about setting the conditions for this pattern to survive. And this pattern so that's what I was hearing was, what is our motivation? What is our motivation for engaging with a complex truth? And when is it that what we say, what we espouse is really just in the service of advancing a point of view?
Well, there's no guarantee. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Brett.
Please, feel free to.
I was just going to say there's no guarantee of continuity, of patterning. So, if you believe that society and the theory of society should hopefully propagate and continue the continuity of consciousness, whether it's cultural or economic, whatever. I'm just trying to say that there's no guarantees. And so I used AI today to create an AI city roadmap, a city and a society based on AI. If you've ever seen the movie Raised by Wolves or the television series on HBO, it's about an android mother who takes a colony of young people, humans, and goes to live on other planets. And there's a war and all this stuff. All I'm trying to say is those people lived in a society based off of AI commands. And so, you can go to any room on this app and all day long, people are engaged in political debate. And I just think that in the future, there will be less ideology and more priority. Like, have you ever seen the movie THX 1138? It's an underground society. It's the first George Lucas film before Star Wars. It's about an underground society, fully automated, that uses chemicals to modify their consciousness to maximize survival. And I'm not that kind of like weirdo who believes in that type of a system. I think like we're here for 2.5 billion seconds and then you're gone. So I'm just trying to, enjoy the ride.
I think this might be an example of one thing that gets tough is I think if we don't have a common connection, truth becomes hard to ascertain because there's not a standard that we're holding things up in relation to. And so I think sometimes on here I hear conversations where it feels like there's different, like you mentioned, Wendy, it's both like motivation, but also like an expectation of what the game is, which relates like so explicitly to the motivations. So I think when you're right that there's these endless political debates that kind of happen on here, a lot of times they're meaningless in terms of shifting anything. Their meaning is to engage in something where people let go or develop some sort of like emotional, an experience. They're just wanting to fight or battle out endlessly. And there might be a few that are trying to evangelize or convince people of shifting their positions. But I think people are playing those different games. So even coming up with the truth of the situation, like when somebody says, their team's the greatest football team ever, they often don't have like a metric. It's just how they feel, and they want that to be true. So there's this theory called emotivism. And it's like when we make moral or ethical or truth statements, whenever you're being a motivist, you're really just saying like, this is how I feel. So if you say like, it's good that, I don't know, it's good that everybody has a house. You're just saying, yay, houses for everyone. I like this. This is fun. You're not making anything deeper than that. So if you say like, we shouldn't kill, it's the same thing. Like, I don't like killing. That's ugly. Don't want. I think it's hard to ever admit that. And I think there's a degree in which we're trying to escape vulnerability. And so when the truth threatens our opinion, then we want to erase it. And we want other people to accept our truths. I think we try and shape truth so it matches our opinion quite often, which is, I don't even think it's necessarily wrong, but it creates a world in which whatever's happening isn't grounded in a reality that we're going to have to face. And so I think we're experiencing that, like in the U.S. when, we've gone to so many wars over false pretense, and when we don't solve the problem that was there and there was no problem there and we create a new one, eventually you got to face that. And I think the world right now is living through kind of this this moment where truth is secondary to desire. And so there's consequences to that. We're all living through it.
I mean, the military-industrial complex wars, like I used to hate George Bush, with a passion, or I thought I hated him. But it's so hard to know, in the long scheme of things, was he right? Was his actions, good? I mean, I don't think so. I personally think a limited response of, even more lethality with limited funding is the proper response. I think war has to be economic, and we've exhausted ourselves 40,000 times over. So I'm just saying no one really knows the truth. It's very hard to know. And in the long scheme of things and in historical, narratives and epochs or hundreds of years and thousands of years, who knows? Maybe all these wars are for peace. Maybe they're not as bad as you think they are, because there's even worse realities than the reality.
I don't think there's a problem with trying to make decisions considering through the lens of temporality. Because if you're there's this problem of infinite recursion. When you go in the future and you say okay, they said that this country was pursuing nuclear weapons. We now know that they were not pursuing nuclear weapons. And in fact, when they had said they had evidence, we know they know that because they prepared documents expressing that it's a lie and they had counter evidence. So for example, George W. Bush, we know he went to war under false pretense. We know after we went there, it was false pretense. And we also know that internally they knew it was false pretense, and they planned on how to manipulate people to hide the fact that it wasn't true. So sometimes it's nice because we have conclusive evidence something's not true and it was a lie. So it is a true statement that they knew there were no nuclear weapons. There were not weapons of mass destruction. They did not have evidence of that, but they did want to go to war and use that as the reason. So we can know that, right? And then when we go, well, who knows what the future will foretold? That is actually the truth. We can't make true statements of an unknown nature. And the problem is, whatever the change might be. So we go to an unjust war. It's horrible. It's awful. But it catalyzes the whole world to never go to war again. That's conceivable. We go to that same war, and then it motivates everyone to never trust anything ever again. And so we can't develop peace because we don't have shared understanding. That's possible. We can look and try and say the past would have been the results. But I think the deeper problem is if we try and make decisions or meaningfully consider unknown potential futures, it's like asking, I don't know what the next fiction book will be. What might it say?
No, I get it. I'm just saying it's still just everybody's opinion. There's really no facts. And Marcus Aurelius says life is opinion, universe is transformation. So people can spend years being hyper political and highly polarized to be left or right. And what I'm saying is that experience, in terms of we were to suggest better experiences, I think it sucks. I like the world of poetry and, art and mixing that in with politics. But if I'm just a critic.
Wendy, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, one is that, for many, many years, I worked mostly with artists and artist organizers, and I'd walk into any given room, and the shared assumption would be that there is nothing beyond our subjective reality. And then, although ironically, people would agree that there was nothing other than our subjective reality, which was then a shared truth. But then I would work with engineers, and the shared belief is there is nothing other than an objective reality. And yes, there is truth. There are facts. Gravity. I mean, we wouldn't be able to have built planes, that fly in the air if there wasn't some shared grounding in what are the conditions that would enable something that huge and enormous to fly in the air. So, gravity does exist and momentum does exist. So there is, and on one level, and then there's sort of hanging out with a lot of meditators who would also agree that everything is the projection of mind, form, feeling, perception, mental formations, consciousness. It is all, and even that sense of self is a fusion of these different elements, and that all that exists is the individual component. So I feel like I'm rambling, but what I'm trying to say is that I, having worked a lot as a dancer, I have a lot of with people that there's some objective reality. That we've learned that as a dancer, if you bend your knees before you jump, you're going to get less. I think, Brian, when you were speaking about, there's just one moment when I realized, when you were saying, we know that there were no weapons of mass destruction. We have that evidence, and I thought, and we know that. Where my mind went was, who is the we? Because I'm sure that there could be people in this room right now who are saying, I don't know that. And that, I think, is what, so when you talk about staying grounded in post-truth, I think it's staying grounded. We are not grounded in a post-agreement about what is true. And whereas before we used to get all of our news from ABC, NBC, CBS, we all got news. There was one source telling us what was true, and people, depending on what news source you wanted, they were all saying the same things in and what we now call the legacy media. I mean, there was a lot of rigor in research, in investigative journalism, but everything was still being skewed through what are the intentions. So I don't think I've had that as strongly as I'm having it in this conversation, is that what we believe, is so much tied up with what we were doing. So I love when you said that we shape the truth when it doesn't match our opinion. And so what is it? What are we actually, I feel like a Saturday night routine. What are we up? So what are we doing? What are we up to? Are we just trying to confirm, to use the truth that confirms my own belief? Or are we actually interested in discovering something that might be more connected to reality? And I do personally believe there is reality. It's informed by perception, but
Wendy,
or hot water.
Wendy, I've heard it said that life has to be pure chance, on like the infinite cosmic number scale, and therefore it's total joy. Like, I think people should be ecstatic that your existence for 2.5 billion seconds on average, is just total random chance. That all these people walking around who really think that, God in the Garden of Eden created Adam, and that is the genealogical and genetic till the now. I mean, to me, that's amazing that people really think that. But anyways, I'm just saying, Wendy, the good news really is joy. And I just think too many people ruin their joy experience with their ideology and their ideologue polarized position, and they don't see the natural order. And that's why I brought up currency and the debt, because we are inverting nature by doing all. We're spending.
How
how, like, you were talking about dancers, how they engage, and the truth about the knees. And there's this book, I think the title is The World Doesn't Exist and Everything Else Does, such that it's a single thing that includes everything. But yet everything that we would consider real and unreal objects, all these different things, they exist. There's not one shared domain. I don't know that I agree with it, but it's just an interesting idea to think that, like, oh yeah, everything out there exists. There's just not some singular thing it all exists in. It's disparate existence that can't be overlapped.
No, there's not. It's the opposite of that.
Just a second, John. And I think that's when you're talking about the dancers and the conditions, like, you know, there's a thing from certain traditions that, especially some mystic and some more, I think more commonly Eastern traditions of philosophy, that embrace the idea that there is no objective world. And they lean into this thought about there being more, you know, the universe is consciousness and things like that. And there's one way of seeing that, like, that's the primary way how it works. Then there's another way of saying, oh, the world is this very materialistic, physicalist thing. But I think probably there's some truth to saying those two things exist, but they're not each other. And they can influence each other and interact with each other, but they're different parallel domains. And, you know, our subjective experience and art and the way we feel, and that being the only thing that matters, that can coexist with your point of, like, but bend your knees. Like, otherwise you're going to get injured. And then when your body snaps, it snaps. Now, what does that mean to you? Do you care about it? How do you feel? What was your emotion when it happened? Like, those can all be real or subjective or, you know, whatever we want to categorize them in. And recently I've been taking to this idea of, like, real and unreal. So, like, you know, if I ask you to, like, give me the coordinates and the math behind freedom, on what level, you know, like, give me your exact numerical rating of anxiety right now. You know, when we compare watching a sunset versus drinking a nice soda, which one is the more statistically likely to yield, I don't know, purple dye, right? It doesn't make sense. They're questions that don't correlate. And that's why if you go to a doctor's office, they're if you've ever had that thing where they come and they're like, okay, give me your scale on a 1 to 10. Where 1 is the most innocuous thing ever and 10 is the worst thing ever. They're trying to take something objective to your subjective experience. And so I think just putting them in different domains and acknowledging their existence and saying they influence each other is really powerful. So, like, to your common in the art world, the people putting on those shows run out of money. They're not the greatest at budgeting. If I went to your dancers would say, close it, I want 100, I count it. And I think that's when, you know, we have all these times where the reality of the material world runs up against our subjectivity, and likewise, our subjectivity runs up against the world. And I think it's just, that's where, like, you'll hear people say, but I don't feel this way. I was giving the Jewish man.
Hey, Danny, I came to bust in that hut.
Jewish man in New York, I think podcast won't kill me.
I don't know, Danny. You keep posting that I'm Anton LaVey on Facebook. What's the deal with that? Hello? Jeez Louise. Everybody thinks I'm Anton LaVey now. I'm not Anton LaVey.
What in the
Do you want to kiss another Muslim, Danny?
Kissing Muslims?
That's what she says, bro. That's what she says. She said she kissed another Muslim.
Gross. Islamic cooties.
Yeah, I'm going to Egypt. Come to Egypt.
Sense like he's objectively correct. If it doesn't feel good to him, it doesn't feel good to him. And then, yeah, you know, I think that's where it's important to separate them, is we can argue, like, you know, okay, demonstrably, nobody found weapons of mass destruction. Internal reports that are found say they didn't have them. Nobody's found them. We found no documents in Iraq. In fact, we found them talking about not having them and planning on dealing with that. So all the material evidence says no. I feel like they must have had them.
But Breyer, you're speaking as if it's just a software program with code. We're talking about humans with emotions and political power. You're talking as if we're just robots, and they broke the code. Hello?
Yeah, John, just a moment. Yeah. So I think that's it's easier to understand these situations if you put them separately. And I think some people are conscious and aware of this, and that's what like propaganda and marketing and manipulation and advertisement can be intentionally. Trying to make something physical that is real and tangible and share it with people that tries to influence their subjective experience. So in turn, they'll change their behavior and do something real and tangible in the world. And that's why I think this is like something we can all understand, because you can go to school and study this. You can look at like the power of economics. You can go through social theory and see the effects on people. So I think it's real and obvious in the end. John, I think you'd wanted to say something. If you'd like to chime in on, feel free. Or not.
Yeah, I was 30 businesses here, which is going to other cities by the thousands to fight to the death other people who would oppose us, with their weapons. So it's very violent. And I'm just saying, you speak as if like you are the city far off is doing all types of villainous shit, and they're involved in all types of illegal activities that the global community doesn't like. Well, guess what counterintelligence and intelligence operators will do? They will propagandize to make you look like an evil person so we can legally go in there and take you out. I'm just saying, you speak with such naivete as if you've never even been on the street. Hello?
John, one of the vibes in here, I mean, I'm not sure whether the naivete or what exact point you would disagree with, but there's a lot of rooms on Clubhouse where people like to just sit there and like banter and argue, and maybe they're having frustration with their life or their day, and it feels empowering to just kind of toss elbows a little bit. And in fact, I think that might be most of Clubhouse at this point in time. But when I curate spaces, I actually try and avoid that. So feel free to give a bit of a vibe check in here, because I'm sensing that desire to throw elbows and be on a kind of different energy level. And I usually don't, it's just not the type of space I curate. It's not any better or worse. It's just not the ones I like to hold, and not the way that I know how to kind of moderate and keep a good sphere. So just try and check that a little bit if you possibly can. So for example, I think you were agreeing a fair amount with what I was saying. I think you were saying that you think that people manipulate truth to cause harm to others, and that governments and agencies will attempt to paint somebody in a certain light to justify killing them or going to war with them. That seems to actually align very much with what I was saying. I hear that you didn't like the tone and timbre for some reason based off what I said. I'm wondering if you notice that agreement, and if there's a reason why you chose to frame it as a disagreement.
Well, when I came into the room, I asked, about Ayn Rand and her quote about separating state economics in the same way that we separate church and state. So, then you said, oh, well, what the hell does that have to do with what we're talking about? And you got a title that says dealing with dire honesty. Maybe that's close to dishonesty, or staying grounded in post-truth. See, like, what the fuck is post-truth? There is truth, and there is not truth. There is good, and there is evil. There's beauty, and there's ugly. So your framing, sir, of whatever the fuck dynasty-staying is, and whatever post-truth is, it's my opinion that you're an ideologue, and that you're completely brainwashed in nature. They're not grounded in economics or running a business. Do you know how to run a business, sir? Have you ever run a pizza shop? Have you ever made a profit per slice of pizza? Hello?
Sean, assuming it's not just trolling, I hear how upset you are, and I hope, you know, if you're going through deeper stuff, I think a lot of times that's where people react like this. I hope you work through it, man. It's tough times for everybody, and if you need a message in the back channel or you need to get through something, feel free. But why do you think people do? Why do you think people come through these rooms like yourself? Why do you think they spend time here? Why did you choose to? What are you hoping to get out of it? Because I feel a lot of need from you, man. It feels like there's a lot you're going through right now, and I'm just wondering, why would you come here and engage with that?
Oh, well, see, this is just the way that I choose to use the app, which is generally mocking people. Because I like to read books, and I generally find that the information in all the books that I have is far more useful, valuable, and interesting than people's incessant, never-ending opinions and takes and political propaganda here on this app. This is my opinion.
Why are you here and spending your time?
Oh, because this is a target-rich environment with liberal intellectual wokists who can't run a pizza shop. So naturally, I come to inform the elite intellectual liberal that you're not even grounded in reality, and your philosophy sucks because you're low IQ and you don't get it.
Are you like, obviously it's a parody of those talking points you did. Are you trying to seek attention because it's tough and times are hard and you need that? Are you trying to criticize something that you normally feel powerless to do in your day-to-day life? Are you trying to be heard and it's hard when you host a space to get heard? You know, I'm wondering how much you're able to engage with, like, why you choose to do that. And it's easy to give a superficial answer and troll, but, like, you know, it's pretty easy to sit and kind of see a little bit deeper. I'm wondering if you've ever done that.
I'm wondering if you've ever done that. And I was going to say some other things about this app. One thing is, it's layered. Two, information transfer on this app is very slow. Hello?
You very, very much. If it's in your flavor to consider actually answering that question. Like, I can feel kind of what's going on, man. And I often wonder, what do you get out of it? And Wendy, I think you want to chime in and go for it.
Yeah. I would love, John, if you, to hear what you thought about Briar's question, just because I might learn. And so I don't know. I know it's not your pattern of how you sounds like of what you said about sort of how you engage on the app, but it would be an act of generosity, and I'd be really curious. So I'm curious what you heard of Briar's question, whether you even heard it the same way I did, whether we have a shared reality about it. I'd love to hear, first of all, how you heard Briar's question, how it landed on you, and then where.
Well, Wendy and Briar, you guys are wasting your fucking time.
Hello?
It's okay, you know. Wendy's not wasting her time.
How is this a waste of time? You're here talking. This is what people do on this app all day, every day. How is this a waste of time? Oh, I'm a weirdo. Weird.
Hold on. I get it. But indulge it for a second, and you know, you're a friend. It might feel weird.
I came up to say, don't waste your breath, but if you want to, go ahead.
No, John, I wonder, and Wendy was asking for that gift of generosity, which you could or couldn't do, you know, to your life. Yeah, what did you hear the question? If that was something you're able to hear, and if so, what did it mean to you?
Well, you said, you made a logical error earlier when you said that you think reality is like decentralized in a way. You put it a certain way, and only the way that you could probably put it. But the truth is, with regards to your question, the response is there's just not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. And if you really understand that, you might look in the mirror and say, fuck, John Kitover is right.
Why don't you go ahead and make your point?
Yeah, John, it would be a gift that you may not want to give, and maybe if maybe it would be. I would really love to hear what you heard of Breyer, what the question Breyer asked of you, uniquely you. Question he didn't ask. I've never heard Breyer ask of any other human being, and he asked this question of you. And I'm wondering, first of all, there's no shame, no blame if you didn't hear the question. But if you heard the question, I'm wondering what you heard Breyer ask. And if you didn't, maybe it'd be even more.
How many times are you going to keep asking me about this question? How about we just refer to the title of the room, Wendy? How many times are you going to keep asking me about this question? Hello?
Okay. Yeah. Oh, but I think what you said was that what I just heard you say is, I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in going there. That's what I just heard. And autonomy, freedom, agency. That was just a request, and I think, I'm learning, and I think part of the other reason for that also, I think this might be related to what you're saying, Denise, was that I've been in rooms where people came in holding the stance that you're holding, John, and there was a way in which there was a welcome, and what happened was, over time, that intention to engage in the way that I think sounds like is your pattern, John, started to shift, and I've learned so much from people sometimes, and I think people who some of us in this room know, one of them who popped into this role a little early and then heard what was going on and popped right out, who I think walk on the app in a similar stance to how you're walking, John, and one of these people I've learned so much from, step down from the way you're engaging. I think up as more authentically I don't want to lose optimism. Engaging, I have no appetite.
Well, Wendy, let me ask you this. I mean, can you even tell me one thing that I have said here today that you found interesting or intelligent?
Reality, whereas pay attention to honoring your needs, but then there is this.
Oh, here we go again with the bending of the knees to take a jump. Hello!
There was something you had said about this larger reality.
Here we go again with bending the knees to take a jump.
But it's fact that when you said there is no fact, there's no such thing as fact. Like that's so there's that. I think when you said some of the things about this
just leave the room.
Between sort of this data and economics. And right now I've been taking a bit of a deep dive into market humanism, and so there's things that I'm listening to and saying, what might these mean for
I mean, Wendy, you do realize if you ask the population, how do you generate a profit? Cost of goods sold minus expenses equals, basic concepts of equations, math, just basic math. And you can't get around basic math. And eventually, there will be no more government services because all the money will go to the banks in interest payments. There will be nothing left. The banks will control everything.
I think that there's two levels for me of what's happening in this conversation right now. So one is, there's at least three levels. One is, what is the intent? And I thought, Briar, I was really curious when you said, this is the way I like to hold rooms. And it really brought me up to this whole thing about intention. What is the intention that we carry into being in these rooms? And I realized my intention is human connection, is to connect and to grow and to learn and to clarify my own thinking. That's kind of what I'm up for. And I have no idea, like all these other people in this room, somebody who's anonymous, dreamer, and, all these, like, what draws us, what keeps us. So there's that. And then that's one level. What's the motivation for being here? Another one was the nonverbal dance that goes on. There was the one moment, John, when Barry was talking and you jumped in and you spoke over. And I thought, that moment was a very revealing moment. It was like, what is it? We stop listening and we inhabit it. I jump in and I take over because whatever is driving me is more important than the existence of the other people in the relationship. And then there's a cadence of
Interesting when you said I can tell you my first. Yeah, I noticed that we're trying to do with our voice and our patterns will fit as well. Like I did that really hardcore in the comments. Are we trying to show off dominance? Are we trying to show off combativeness? Are we releasing latent frustration and pent-up aggression? There's all the things I'm talking about. John, for what's worth, is a serious question, and as other people have mentioned, I think you kind of enjoy that.
Well, Briar, my chief complaint.
Just a second, John. There might be more of a depth. Maybe it's exactly what you want to do, but there might be something of depth that you're missing out on. Like when you said, there's some other people that engage that way till they found something else. And man, like again, Wendy, I think I know who you're referring to very much. The first time they cried together in a room, talked about some pretty heavy stuff. And, they still troll and do their thing. And I think Miss Lady probably knows what we're talking about as well. There's some real depth there. And that's one thing I found with people that like to systemically, like, troll and do certain behaviors. It's interesting. Like, when somebody comes in and they're predictable, it's interesting to try and look at, okay, what's predictable and consistent, what's inconsistent. And what I found with a lot of trolls is I think it tends to be people that feel disenfranchised in their life, and whether they want to express opinion.
That's an all or nothing statement. I hate to break it to you, but that's an all or nothing statement. And in cognitive behavioral therapy, that's a cognitive distortion disorder.
And I think that what you notice, like doing this, is there's a desire to mask the authenticity and vulnerability.
Have you tried reading a book here?
And it just seemed like the most ridiculous of the top stuff things, and I just wanted to stop. And I think it was because in the end, I wanted to find decent players that would challenge me. I wanted to have fun, wanted to make a community over time. And, I was just annoyed and hurt. But instead of, like, expressing that, our society's taught us that that's too much, then we troll. Or we, like, do these sorts of behaviors. So I'm guessing from what John's saying.
Well, don't you know what comedy is, Briar? It's a category, and it's a huge category. And what do you think trolling is? It's just comedy. It's the prank call show. And some people do a lot of different shows. They do the Prove to Me God Exists show. It's always just a gong show. Hello?
So is your desire to be recognized as somebody who's funny? Are you wanting to engage in the humor, or are you wanting to call out the humor in the situation because you find it inauthentic?
No, not at all. I do what I want to do, and that is my will. And the point that I'm trying to make, hello? Well, let me finish up real quick. Hello? All I'm trying to say is I still don't know what the fuck your title, Dia Honesty Stain, grounded in post-truth even means. It just seems to me like an intellectual liberal reverse engineering words. Hello? You haven't even asked me my pronoun.
There was a moment of genuineness, and I could hear it. Like, if you listen really carefully, you can catch that even with, like, the trolls and stuff. I think you are frustrated with other people's communications, and you want, I'm guessing, you can tell me if I'm wrong or right, and I think it might be too vulnerable, I understand, that you want attention and acknowledgement for who you are. But I think you actually might want to genuinely point out a hypocrisy that bothers you.
Maybe if you listen to the recording of this on my YouTube channel, you'll say he was right. I was projecting onto him. I was just projecting onto John Kitover, and that was a me problem. It's not a John Kitover problem. That's a you problem. That's your projection onto me. We finally got it out of you. Hello? Any other projections?
I think the deflection is like, you have to pay attention.
Oh, deflection. Okay, Green Bean moderator. Okay, Dr. Green Bean. Deflection. Okay.
For other people that are annoyed or in the room or stuff.
Well, deflection, that's again just a projection onto me, claiming that my deflection is my projection when it's really your projection and your deflection.
So yeah, I'll avoid the crazy trolly behaviors, but I think Wendy and I are indulging in a little exploration here. So thanks for those of you that are.
Oh well, don't just entertain yourselves with me. Talk to Jimmy. Jimmy's a real schmuck. Jimmy is one of the dumbest people I've ever heard on this app. Talk to Jimmy in his big stupid brown hat. It's too big, Jimmy. Get a new hat, or you gotta tuck the top down. What kind of hat is that, Jimmy?
Got it dealt with. Okay. I have a policy on people not insulting others. I
just didn't like the guy's hat.
Kitty playground.
It was just a hat.
You know, it's interesting when you get close, Wendy, to if you listen hard enough, like Bruce will say, if you
so hard.
really practice intentional listening, you can find something out about those people. You
can find out something secret they dropped. Some little secret thing.
I think it's really hard. And if you just,
I feel like I'm being so well analyzed. It's
just
shocking.
Whatever that they're wanting to rise to get that, it's seeking a call response.
That was a slow troll for this guy.
But it can be interesting, like you said, to try and just
super duper interesting. We got so close to his intimate
if
self.
Life is rough, and you ever want to hit me up in the back channel.
Oh, if life is rough, you can call me. We can talk. I'll be your therapist.
And if
I hope things get better. Oh, projection again. Projection again. Call me anytime, cowboy. Call me anytime you feel like you're sad. Call me anytime you feel like you're sad. Bye, Briar. Great room. What a waste of time.
I thought it was hilarious. And then I saw Daniel up here, and I haven't talked to Daniel in forever, and I want to say hi to you, Brian, so I just came up to say hi.
What a great room. What a waste of time.
How's your day going?
See, you know, it was comedy.
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot recently about.
He's been thinking a lot.
I know you're in the room the other night. Just the way right now, even in that performance, right? There's this way of engaging in performance of a role to not have to engage with the vulnerability of being genuine or accountability. I was trying to explain to somebody actually earlier that term kayfabe from professional wrestling.
If you free.
It reminds me of that. Because you can be mad about things that aren't serious, but you have control over. Kidding? Can't you take a joke? And I think it's a move that a lot of people do, and it's like testing the waters. It's pushing that Overton window. And I think sometimes that might be the trolling as well, is to see like, what can I get away with? What's the window of possibility where you can explore and push things without like being vulnerable? It's a safe way of kind of testing things. I don't know if y'all noticed that. I'm curious if anybody has any commentary or thoughts on that.
Yeah, I don't think it's. Yeah, I think you're overthinking it. I think it's just the art of bullshitting, and some people have it, some people don't. Some people are funny, some people aren't. Some people can make a joke and it offends some people, and some people they crack the fuck up. So it's, in other words, a joke is for 50% of the room. It's not for 100% of the room. Being serious is for 100% of the room. So it's risky. Do what you're talking about, but it could be deflection. It could be to protect. You don't know unless you try out the art of bullshitting. It's an art. You gotta try it out. I think you like it.
Think about the difference between bullshitting and comedy. I mean, like, when you're saying bullshitting, I assume you need it in a really broken way, but have you ever heard of the book on bullshit? Or the article about it?
No, I'm talking about like looking at these videos and just sitting around just talking shit. Yo, get the fuck out of here, you fucking weirdo. Fuck you, you fucking fuck. Like that kind of shit. Just hanging out bullshit.
Yeah, so there's two levels of bullshit. There's kind of that, right? Which is just most people don't mean what they're saying, and you were just
there's 17 levels of bullshit. Saying like, what you doing? There's like 20 ways to say what you doing. What you doing? What you doing? What are you doing? What you doing?
So there's two levels. Check this idea if you haven't heard of it. There's a guy named Frankfurt, and he's a really interesting philosopher. And he talks about this. He writes this. I think I first saw him on Jon Stewart, to be honest. And he writes this book called On Bullshit, and he writes this paper that gets really influential. And in it, he talks about he coins BS and bullshit as a serious philosophical term. So not just like you're saying, right? And to him, what bullshitting is and I'm very influenced by this. I think it's an idea that's pretty interesting. It's like there's lies, and then there's like performance, like on stage and in poker. But what bullshitting is it's talking as if you were saying truth while acting out and performing where everything you say isn't grounded in truth or a lie. It's just a performance to an end. So like poker might be interesting because it's kind of like in poker bluffing, right? Like you need everybody to think what you're saying is true. But you're not trying to say anything true, you're trying to win a hand at poker. And I think in poker why it's okay is like we all know the bluffing is going on.
Okay. We just had a great session with Dr. Breyer, our therapist. He said we could call him anytime we need to. Hello?
He believes that certain races are better than other races based on certain characteristics.
Yeah. I don't even know if I could call him a racist.
Then that would make him racist.
I don't know if I could even call Pepe a racist because he only does that on Clubhouse. He probably has a black friend that doesn't even know that he's on Clubhouse.
He real like he's a bitch.
To paraphrase it, look, it's more like an ideology. Hey, Pepe wants to. Pepe, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I do have.
What is your defense?
I do have beliefs. I wouldn't say some groups are better. I have it like a supremacist feels like I when I hear the term supremacist, it means like I'm above you. I should rule over you. Our people are superior in that way. I am somebody who thinks that the different groups have different the distribution of traits is not distributed evenly across different groups, and so that's more or less my viewpoint. But with that being said, even like, let's say, for example, a controversial opinion I would have, this part isn't controversial, but at the time you take IQ tests, the time you take standardized tests, we see a disparity between blacks and whites. Whites do better at the time that they take a test. Now, an argument would be from some people that like, oh, well, it's because of how they were raised, the quality of their education, yada, yada. But and some people would argue that it's more, there's more of a hereditarian explanation. But regardless of that being said, like white people.
A hereditarian? You mean genetic?
There's a distribution of traits, and so most white people are within the realm of average. Some, have quite a bit that are stupid, and then you have, some.
How long is this stupid monologue going to go on for?
To the audience, amazing.
Oh!
So then you have a black stupid people, but I don't think all races. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I know thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by your brightness. I know thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse of the sign. Even of none said it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I know thee. Mine is the garment of white stone. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is
scourge of God, the vast one, my beat. Mine is the... I bear the rose and cross of life and I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, I be mine is the hell hawk, and ends 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or whirling air, or a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, my being. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than my fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broken too. I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. All the second, you can start believing. Wisdom of your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I am. Every wound gets named and it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it flow. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One second, you can start believing. Stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10 nights and not 11. I breathe in your holy cold. Storm in my head. Placed like a pole. Wisdom of It came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. The fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay touches of steady rain on the dust. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. I'm thinking, let it fall. Stolen from the feeling, a second you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's true. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of Stay near if I break. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tonight, I breathe in your holy cold, and the storm in my head lays down like a pile. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, let it go. You are the answer. I need it to know. Wisdom of God, now it's gone. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble. Is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my soul infinite space, is the prince priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men of fools. 12 come forth of children under the stars and take your fill. 13 and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of the wind. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The wicked love, the starry blue, are wide awake at my horns too. My joy is to see your joy. Is to see your joy. The manifestation of new Eve. The unfurling of the company of heaven. lead my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed by Iris, the minister of Parliament. The couch is in the pool, not the pool in the couch. Mine worship then the couch, and behold, my light shed over you. Thy servants be few and the secret they shall rule. The many and the known. The manifestation of night. To the unveiling of the company of heaven, every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. 5, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. Now I need my secret center, my heart and my thought. 7, behold, it is revealed that I was the minister of Port-à-Prince. Because he's in the pool, not the pool in the past. I worship in the camps, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the known. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and gold. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign. Give them one sacred thee, the hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save thee, O Lord. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the entire By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the keys of earth, so run I after thee into the car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. By the word I invoke thee. I know dark waves of music in the soul that I need a hope to invoke Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shout and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Fire the voice of the 611 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. by my body I invoke thee. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Minus the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue mirror of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of her, so run I after thee in thy power of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the band of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be my Lord of dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Draw triumph and conquering Lord. Warrior, avenger, by the song I invoke thee. In my hand is my sword of revenge. Let it strike at my beginning. By the song I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611 of the voices. Everyone of love. Mine is the adaptive man and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Around me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Be source of life and light. Giving the sign, teaching Abraham, remaining in sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or the air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it. Can't stop believing. Wisdom of God is love. Wisdom of God. touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, that axle of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh, as your lidded woman bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, master of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever a sun, and she a moon. evidence point to
Like, okay, what proof do you have of that? No, but you have no proof of that. Yeah, but the list shows nothing.
Said under oath. Now, if you believe Robert Mueller's lying under oath, that's a different story. Robert Mueller said under oath, when asked the question, did you find any direct communication between Donald Trump and any member of the Russian government? No. Said, okay. So where did you say he colluded? Well, people in his orbit, we believe, spoke with members of the Russian government. And he went to outline. So, when you say he was colluding, how was he colluding? Well, he was colluding because of other people nearby him. So that's guilt by association? Got it. So a friend of yours is a murderer, and your friend, and he's a good friend of yours. That means that you believe in guilt by association.
This is bad faith. Who's Paul Manafort?
Well, okay, so
who was Paul Manafort to Trump, and what were the alleged crimes?
Robert Mueller lied under oath? Robert Mueller lied under oath?
Well, hold on. Rerun what your own quote was. He didn't say he thought Trump was innocent. He said he couldn't find evidence proving he was guilty. I ask you again, is OJ innocent?
He said,
because you just want to deflect, and you're doing a fucking good job because you're doing your best effort to not make it the truth because he's your God. Meanwhile, we all know for a fact if he was a Democrat, no one would be bending over backwards like this. You are fucking startled right now. This is disingenuous. No, I asked you a question. Who is Paul Manafort to Trump?
You have a question, and then you shut up.
Who is Paul Manafort to Trump?
I'll answer yours.
He was his campaign fucking chair. Are you serious?
Oh, okay.
He was his campaign chairman. What the fuck are you even? He was some random guy. He's like some guy that Trump knows. Shut the fuck up. And you shouldn't even get to talk after saying that. You shouldn't even get to talk after saying that. You just said he was some random guy.
Truth.
Holy shit. You cut me off. You cut me off. This fucking Robert Mueller testified that he couldn't prove it. What the heck? You never testified.
Yeah, I never said once.
We gotta introduce this. We need one mic.
So
we're gonna let King talk, then Truth. Calm down a bit, Truth. It's not that serious. Trump's won.
So just to be clear, I said that Robert Mueller said under oath. He never said, so this guy lied and said, you said that, he said he couldn't prove it, guilt. He never said that. I never said that he said that either. So that was a lie right there. So for a guy who's truth, he just lied that I said that. So I didn't say that. What I said was, and the exact quote of Robert Mueller is, when asked, did you know, or is there any evidence or any communication? He said, no. He said, there's nothing that we were able to find. And he also said later, if you listen to his testimony, that there's no inclination that Donald Trump himself spoke. However, he did say people in his orbit did. And then he went on to explain the people in his orbit. Then, and the later question was, Donald Trump aware of these activities? He said he didn't know if he was aware of these activities. Okay, then a question came to him. If you watch his testimony, it's great. I mean, testimony right when the report came in. And then they also talk about John Podesta, who was the chair of Hillary Clinton's campaign. And they asked about conversations. They said, yes, he had conversations with foreign governments, including Ukraine. He said, oh, okay, well, I mean, there's also evidence of things that the Ukraine did. He said, well, we weren't able to find evidence of any connection between Hillary Clinton and Ukraine and those allegations. We did investigate them, but we were unable to find. So according to Truth, that doesn't mean she's not guilty of colluding with Ukraine, which would also be an offense. So the point I'm getting at here is that you have a person under oath who is in charge of investigation saying he didn't see anything, but there's people who are involved in these people's circles who had connections to some of the most nefarious people all around the world, and they were at high levels of their campaigns. These aren't random people. I was giving you an example, saying if you as a person are associating with someone, even a VP of your company or someone who's doing something nefarious, that doesn't mean that you're guilty of what that person's doing, unless you were involved or you were instructing that person, or that person was operating at your interest and says they were operating in your interest, or there's some evidence that they were operating in your interest. So that is the point that he brought up. Now, he did say he felt that the evidence pointed to Paul Manafort and other people being arrested. At the same time, he wouldn't exonerate Trump also, because he just said he didn't know when he couldn't find. He also didn't exonerate Hillary Clinton and her involvement with Paul Manafort, John Podesta, and her connections to Ukraine. So I'm just saying that there's no evidence to show what was happening in both those areas. You don't have evidence. So you have a belief, and that's fine. You're entitled to your belief. That's all.
Okay, so, and this is why I opened with OJ, right? Because what can be proven in court versus what's common sense are two different things. Everyone understands this. That's the whole innocent before proven guilty. Second, these were not random people in his circle. This was literally his entire fucking campaign staff, including his son, Donald Jr. Like, hello?
Yeah, but there was no proof that they ended up conspiring with Russia in order to help them win the election. That's the fucking
just let me finish, please, respectfully. Just let me finish. So when we go through, right? So here's what we know for a fact. Here's what was proven. Russia was interfering in the election. That's not even contested. If that's contested, now we have to go do it.
With Donald Trump?
Hold on. With Trump Jr.
Hold on.
With
Russia
Trump Jr.
collusion
Why did you make me listen in for 5 minutes and you were so biased? I'm literally 2 words in and you're interrupting me. And then you'll say, calm down. Let me fucking finish. And no, I'm not here to say what you want me to say. I'm here to say what I have in my head. What is that to throw me off, bro? So, Don Jr., and this is how I fucking know you guys are biased as fuck. Imagine this is a Democrat and his literal son is involved in, like, well, I don't know, guys. Let's defer to assuming he's innocent. Just fucking say your bias and let's move on. Because at this point, you don't care about the truth. Truth is right. Then let me fucking finish. Then let me finish. You hear me? Trump Jr., Jared Kushner, shut up. Let me fucking finish.
Truth is right. Hold on, Truth.
God damn it.
To everyone, listen to Truth.
Jared Kushner, Paul Manafort. That's his wife's husband, his son, and the manager of his campaign.
Wife's husband?
No, but Trump didn't know. Trump didn't know. No, the person he's putting the chairman of his fucking campaign knew, and his first son knew, but he didn't know. He didn't know, guys. And that's me being unbiased and objective and honest. I swear, I'm not just riding fucking Trump.
A president or any elected person's kid would do that kind of shit means that that person must have known. And thereby, the sitting vice president at that time must have known that his son was involved and that a prosecutor was going after his son, was there, that if he fired that person, it would benefit his son. I agree with Truth. I'm going to agree with him that Trump probably knew all this stuff. I'm hoping he's going to agree that Barack Obama and Joe Biden both knew what Hunter Biden was up to and what he was doing with all of these countries and what he was doing with the companies in these countries that was doing that shit. If he's willing to admit that and say that these guys sold the presidency and sold the vice presidency, I'll consider Truth an honest player. But if he doesn't, then he's just a fraud.
Bro, I'm no
It's my turn, Truth. Hold on, it's my turn. I need an opportunity.
I'm sorry for interrupting. For 30 seconds. Anybody hear me? And stop being gassy. Like, why are you getting out? I'm cutting you off after you listen for 5 minutes patiently. What the fuck? Okay, Joe, go ahead. Or is it my turn?
Well, I was just going to make the point, look, we know the whole Russian collusion story comes from the Steele dossier. At first, it was paid for by GOP operatives, largely associated with John McCain. Then it was hired by, then Fusion GPS was hired by Perkins Coie Law Firm, which is Mark Elias, which is a notorious activist lawyer. He was working on behalf of Hillary Clinton. We all know this comes and stems directly from being political opposition papers that were intended to try and frame Donald Trump as working in collusion with Russia. He was colluding with them to win the presidency. Now, years later, we got to see that it turned into the fallout with Ukraine and the war between Russia and Ukraine and so on and so forth.
Actually, in a bad spot now. Yeah, go ahead. Just keep going.
Well, hold on, Joe.
I would like to speak for 30 seconds on your turn. assholes calm down.
Adults or adults, it's going to happen. Okay, just speak
Not
to
five
your points and be quick
No,
about it.
hold on. So adults, you've been thinking for 5 minutes on it, Joe.
You've been thinking for 5 minutes. I never speak for 5. Hold on, Truth. Hold on, King. No, he's arguing against my moderating ability.
If you're an adult that don't interrupt someone asking to be not interrupted.
Truth, I don't ever speak for 5 minutes.
No, I said King spoke for 5 minutes, which is fine. I have attention. But I didn't interrupt him once.
Yeah, but we try not to pancake, try to make points and pass the mic.
Bro, no, this is bias. You're biased. Just say it then. Did anyone interrupt King? Because you agree with him. So just say you're biased.
I was going to say, guys, because I'm going to go in a second. Leave to you guys. I'll come back. But I just want to say this statement, right? There's evidence, and it's actually proven now with classified information that's been released, that both Obama, Hillary Clinton, and others sought, and now Obama can't because he was president at the time, but Hillary Clinton and others received and sought intelligence from foreign players to help them with Donald Trump. And they actually asked them, and actually those players, some of them called and said, hey, we have information. Now you have the principal herself saying, I want to know this intel. The principal, here you don't have the principal, Donald Trump, saying, I want to know this intel. But you have the principal wanting, and you have the campaign chair, John Podesta, heavily involved in these. In fact, his email was hacked. There's actually evidence that came from his emails that show that they were asking for this kind of information involving the Steele dossier. That's what you missed, Joe, about that, is the connection to the Hillary Clinton campaign on that. So if what Truth said was they saw an opportunity to get information and dirt on their partner, from the Russians, well, why is he not saying, yeah, and Hillary did the same shit, but no one investigated her, and there was no investigation into her, there was no rating, there was nothing there. I would like to understand why that was acceptable for her to do.
It was involved in the conversations, and not acknowledged.
Yeah, King, I said, one of the funny enough, I was being interrupted, but one of the first things I said when I started to reply is, no, I'm no fan of Obama, I'm no fan of Hillary Clinton. Her email scandal, her laptop scandal, the Hunter Biden stuff, all of that. No, I was right there with, like I said, I'm independent mostly anyway. So you got no contest on that with me in full agreement. That's why I was getting frustrated, because it's like, on both sides of the aisle, it feels like you're chronically dealing with bias. If any Democrat was wrapped up in this kind of shit, no one would be, you don't have a smoking gun. That's why I opened up with OJ, because I'm like, let's just fucking lay our cards on the table. Let's say OJ's innocent. Let's just say fucking OJ's innocent.
We can have dialogue.
Because at some point,
dialogue with you. What are you trying to prove?
Well, that wasn't a...
That humans are biased, that people play sides, that we have a red team and a blue team. Yes, we have ideologues. What's it matter if I think the Democrat Party is the bane of the existence in our country, that they are the root of all the problems? Is that a problem?
Whatever you want, just be honest.
I can think whatever I want, but why do I have
honest
to
and truthful?
I am honest and truthful. I say this all the time. No,
you're calling it a fucking nothing burger when people are in
prison. The Russian collusion is a nothing burger.
People are in prison, but it's like nothing.
We spent millions of dollars on it in nothing.
Joe?
Nothing came.
How do you go to prison on nothing?
Who went to prison? Yeah.
Paul Manafort was.
Hold on. We need to clear this up. Hold on. And you like it or not, we're mods. Truth. That's just how it goes. Okay. If you don't like it, you can always go to a room and start your own room and be a mod. It's just how it is. Okay. So look, Paul Manafort. Let me read very clearly. All the counts that he was found guilty of were tax fraud, bank fraud, failure of disclosing that he had a foreign bank account. This has been stated by Matt.
He was not convicted for anything to do with the.
Yeah, OJ's innocent.
You're being disingenuous now, Truth.
I heard you.
Now you're being disingenuous.
No fucking bad faith. It's crazy.
Now you're being disingenuous. You're moral superiority over us, that you're more unbiased than the rest of us, that you're more clean than us. Yes. While you are being disingenuous right here in attributing the tax crimes and the financial crimes that Paul Manafort was found guilty of somehow also correlates to Donald Trump was in collusion. He was colluding with Russia to win the election. Because that's the accusation.
Okay, so Paul Manafort, Michael Cohen, Roger Stone, Papadopoulos, Flynn, Gates, Alex Swan, all of those people went to prison.
No, they did not. Not one.
Not one of them went to prison. You want to bet thousands of
I'll
dollars?
bet Russia collusion.
I'll bet $1,000.
We didn't say
Not
Russia
one
went
went
to
to
jail
jail for
for
Russia
the
collusion.
investigation.
Not one. Not one.
Not one went to jail for Russia collusion. That is a
No,
fact.
stop changing. Stop moving the goalposts. The
No,
question was.
in fact, hold on. You're being disingenuous again. You're the one moving the goalposts. We're talking about Russia collusion. And now you're trying
The
to
question
bring
was,
up.
wait. You said it was
You are the one moving the goalposts. You're trying to bring up other people that have been in Trump's orbit, like Michael Cohen, that is a clear rat and has turned on him for political purposes, and he was bought off by the Clinton machine to go out. This is politics. This has been the point that I was trying to make earlier with the Letitia James story. And this all comes from the boy who cried wolf bullshit. That was the reason I used the analogy in the first place, and that's what got you all worked up. You keep doing the Russia collusion story. You're the one moving the
I literally
goalposts.
started yelling because you started interrupting me repeatedly because you don't like what I'm saying. Fucking 5 seconds in, even someone in the chat agreed. Like you can disagree, but for fuck's sake, have some decorum.
Yeah, you guys did. Naveen in particular.
Thank you, Pepe.
Everybody knows how does that make you feel? Hold on. How does it make you feel that I'm aware that a Democrat agreed with you? Yes, I'm an ideologue. Yes, I see people as red team and blue team. That's my.
I just see Americans crazy.
That's fine. I don't believe you though. I don't
care
believe
what
that
you
you're
believe.
not
I was in high school criticizing Obama
because
for my
because you believe the Russia collusion
You'll never
story.
have nuts as big as mine. I'd love to see you as a black kid telling your family Obama ain't shit. Fuck out of here, bro. I'm not you. Don't act.
Okay.
Okay. What the fuck?
Bro, you're taking
got
it
big chocolate salty.
I don't even know why you just bragged about being biased, by the way. That's crazy.
Well, then I'm an ideologue. Okay, so what I said was, and I'll say it again if I have to, that the person that agreed with a Democrat, does that make you feel bad? That someone on your side agrees with you?
Well, they didn't agree with my position. They just said you were interrupting him and being biased. You let him speak for 5 minutes. No one didn't. I spoke for 5 seconds. Is Pepe a Democrat? Even he co-signed that. I doubt Pepe even agrees with me. Do you have any ability, even if you don't know, to go, you know what, I'm probably being unfair? Or are you just like, well, fuck it, I will be unfair? Then don't tell me not to get mad.
I would say this though, the truth. I didn't like the analogy with O.J. Simpson. Not because yes, obviously most people realized he was guilty. However, these people that were running for office and they're basically the AG doesn't mean they're. It's not that we're being biased and we don't think he was guilty, but it's just like this was mere fishing expedition. And it's just like, in the public's eye, because it kept on getting repeated so often, and it was clearly all political, and there is no proof. There was not. What ended up leading the investigation into Russian collusion had nothing to do with this. That is an accusation that everybody swore was true. That was on the left.
Yeah, I can 100% be chalk and bet on that. It was definitely a witch hunt. I remember when it was happening, I was saying that the left was shooting itself in the foot because you have to pick something. Well, hold on. Because, anyone who knows me knows I keep it the same all the time. It's like, well, the truth is usually not ideologically motivated. So that doesn't mean there wasn't a crime committed. That means we can't prove it in the court of law, which is why I referenced OJ. And then even saying, well, no one was arrested. I was like, well, no, people were arrested connected to the investigation. They weren't proven to be tied to the conspiracy, but they were lying under oath to protect that conspiracy. And then there's this what about this deflection where it's like, well, no, they got arrested for lying. It's like, what were they lying about? Why aren't you referencing what the lies were about?
Well,
this is
only speculation.
The main concern is that Russia.
All I wanted to say, Matt,
that was that this guy, Truth, I know he didn't say that he's a Democrat. He said he's an independent, but I like hearing his voice. I mean, I don't agree with everything that he's had to say. Don't get me wrong. I'm sorry, Truth. I don't, but I like hearing you like a different opinion. I mean, it's been cool.
I don't think two things.
And you want the balance. I think that you are on the other side, and you want the balance.
Two things real quick. One thing I never understood is if Trump's ideas, and MAGA in this case, was such a, his ideas were so bad, and they, why did they have to go through all these lengths to get rid of them this way, Truth? I never understood that part. No, I'm not that. Yeah, I mean, like let him fail on his ideas. Like, literally, you guys, not you, but, other people, literally elected Trump based off just making these, in our opinion, just really wild claims. I mean, I don't even know.
It ties into something I said last night, is that it feels like under Obama, politics became war. I remember watching Fox News talk about Obama's pantsuit for like 2 weeks. They called Obamacare communism, even though it was 80% of that was really created by the Heritage Foundation, Trump's #1 financial backer in his first campaign, mind you. Like, literally, that's ridiculous. It was pushed by Newt Gingrich and adopted by Mitt Romney. Obama's base wanted fucking Medicare for all. And he gave them a revised Mitt Romney bipartisan healthcare bill, and Fox News called it communism. And I'm not, so here's the thing, I'm only 34. For all I know, it was political war before then, but that's why I said I don't have the answer. I can only tell you my opinion. But from what I saw, it's like all of a sudden under Obama, it became political war and no longer genuine political discourse. And so I think they were just fighting fire with fire. It was like anything Trump did, they had to smear him. Also, I think the left feared Trump because he represented, remember in his first election, he positioned himself as the right-wing version of Bernie Sanders. He complimented Sanders a lot. He even agreed with him multiple times on various issues. So he was positioning himself as this wild card. Even the own RNC was trying, remember, everyone forgets, before the RNC, even his vice president, before the RNC was behind Trump, fucking J.D. Vance called Trump Hitler. So let's not just say it was all DNC, man. Like, the whole industry, the whole machine did not like him, to be fair.
Truth. Look, I don't mean to interrupt you as some sort of personal attack. What it is, it's called pancaking or stacking over and over and over and making lots of points. You can make a point, drop the mic, pass it on. We can all have dialogue. Clearly, most people only start to recognize politics at the time when they start paying attention. It's been rather contentious for many years. We can go back to the Bush years with the war and how awful it got, the political discourse then. Let's talk about during Bill Clinton and the Lewinsky trials of what was going on. It was very contentious then. It did not just start being contentious when, I'm assuming, largely you started paying attention.
Yeah, I can agree with that. That's why I even hedged what I said, because, I can only go back based off of what I'm experiencing. I'm not going to hold you. The Lewinsky thing, 90% of black people vote Democrat. Most of my family's Democrat. They would talk about the Bill Clinton thing, and as a teenager, I heard that. I was like, that's disgusting. And they're like, oh, it's just a dude getting a blowjob from an adult woman. I was like, what the fuck? First of all, he's like a senior citizen. He's old enough to be her grandpa. She's like 20-something, fresh out of college. He's the most powerful man on earth. He's married. Like, this is disgusting. And just because he's our guy, we're going to act like it's okay? No, if he was some regular dude, I think he was a piece of shit. So, I've kind of always just been the dude not really liked by either side, because I'm just trying to stay
morally true. No, you have moral truth. You have moral truths, and I appreciate that.
So, Democrats defended that tooth and nail all the way down to the wire and did for many, many years. It's only now, looking back 30 years, that you get Democrat supporters, a whole new generation, that says, oh, well, it's not that big of a deal. It is a big deal. During Clinton, during all that period of time, you should have seen the Democrats, because a lot of people don't feel like they've been That's just how it is.
Yeah, facts. No, I agree 1,000%. Yeah, just for the record, I don't even think the Russian collusion stuff was the worst. I think they
From the Russians. That didn't come from the Russians. That came from WikiLeaks.
True, but to be fair, wasn't he being harbored by Russia at the time? I can't remember now. Hold on.
No, he was in exile for most of that. After the release of that stuff, in was it one of the European countries? Or no, in one of the Central American countries, right?
I can't remember.
Ecuador or something, or
oh, he was in the embassy of Ecuador, South America. No, in London. Yeah, in London.
He was in Europe, in one of the embassies of Central America. Thanks for pointing it together.
But yeah, so my main thing was just to say, it wasn't, from my perspective, crying wolf, but actually, look, I'll meet you in the middle and say, because I even said it then, they were blowing it way out of proportion. And by doing that, and they didn't even have to, because by doing that now, it's like over-promising and under-delivering, right? You're like, oh, he's working with Russia to hack our election machines. They literally said that. I think Rachel Maddow alluded to that. No, like, his campaign.
Rachel Maddow could have kept all that shit going live along more than anybody else.
Mm-hmm. And I got in trouble with my family because I was getting mad at her for that shit. I was like, this is poisoning. All they had to do was tell the truth. All they had to do was say, look, his team is getting dirt on Hillary. They're doing it in unsavory ways. The campaign finance, there's a lot of shady shit going on. But you know what the truth is, and you guys might agree with me at least here. I don't think they could sell it on that level because it'd be like the Spider-Man meme. Because they do the same shit. So,
exactly. Yep.
What was the incentive for Rachel Maddow to lie about Russia collusion for so long?
I think MSNBC is like tied in with the DNC. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, remember, Bernie Sanders was like her best friend forever, and then she stabbed him in the back when he ran. That shit, I'll never forget watching that. She used to bring him on all the time and roll out the red carpet, and the second he went against the machine, she stabbed him in the back so fucking fast, it was crazy. So, yeah. That's why I can't stand partisan shit. I just can't.
Same, true, same.
I don't think we would exist in a country that I understand y'all's yearning for it, the desire for it, but that's what doesn't exist and will never exist.
You know what's a good example to me, Joe? Okay, so me and my friend, we were giant Ron Paul fans. Mind you, he's Orthodox Christian, super right-wing. I'm independent, but so...
Protestant too. Okay, cool. All right, go ahead.
Right? And so we love Ron Paul. Ron Paul got booed at the RNC. You remember when he got booed? To me, that is an example of when partisan politics go. Or when John McCain got booed because he said, hey, let's not call Obama a radical Muslim terrorist. Oh, God, the audacity that he said, hey, look, I disagree with him on a lot of stuff. Let's not call him a radical Muslim terrorist. And he got booed. That's why I don't like partisan politics, man. It just ruins the landscape. The conversation gets diluted into flinging shit at each other, you know?
Go ahead, Matt, if you want.
No, I was just fixing my mic. Looks like the reparations title went away. Count down the rest of Russia. Truth, are the other things done? What was the other one? Oh, well, how about the impeachment? Find those valid, the things that took place or no?
Well, I think the impeachment process was early and reactionary. Ironically, now, I'm not going to lie, now in this turn, I'd be a little more sympathetic to it. But when they first pulled it, it felt the same standard they were using to impeach him would have been used to impeach literally every president before him. Even when they keep trying to say he's a wannabe king because of the Unitarian executive theory, I'm like, no one minded when Obama expanded the same progress Bush made, and no one was making those claims about Bush or Obama. So,
Right.
I definitely think there was overreach there as well.
Because this was kind of like a domino thing. Like, so obviously a lot of us, looked into this Russia hoax and what it was, in our opinion, what it was really not. And then that set the tone, right? Like, this is the issue we're talking about. Is like the Never Cry Wolf thing, like Joe was mentioning. Like, it just went so sideways, in our opinion, with the other side, that everything else that came after that was just looked at as a complete political witch hunt. Like, just to destroy, to smear, and not let not win at the ballot box at the end of the day, right? Like that was my biggest thing. Like, why couldn't we just, win at the ideas at the ballot box and not do all this, impeach him over a call, right? Like this is like just silliness, And actually, the other one was, I guess, impeachment over. Wasn't it January 6th? Was it the second one?
The Ukraine phone call.
Yeah, but the January 6th was one too, right? That was one that they did, right? After he was president, by the way. After he was out.
I think they tried. No, I think it was the January 6th hearings that they held with the Democrat committees in the House.
He was in the Matrix. I don't know. And yeah. Hey, Joe, then came and started.
You're in the Matrix.
Joe, I'm pretty sure Trump was impeached.
Yeah, Joe the Matrix, Joe.
Yeah, okay. That should be better. You don't remember the January 6th?
I don't know. Hold on, my dog's. And Joe, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, he was impeached while he wasn't president. It was like a week after that they actually came down with the impeachment when he literally wasn't president. I don't know if you remember that.
What kind of dog do you have?
Is it wrong that I wish Trump was actually my dad?
Yeah. So I thought the one where he had already lost the election was the Ukraine phone call, wasn't that?
No, there was one in 2019. That's Ukraine, and then we had the 2020 January 6th incident, which he was impeached on. But it went, found not guilty. That was the whole thing. As far as I know, we double check it, but there's 2 impeachments, right, total.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well. And again, even in those, it's like, I'm not gonna lie, the January 6th thing was definitely sketchy. I don't know if it's criminal or impeach worthy though. It's definitely bordering on the line of it, because I've heard Democrats basically tell people to riot, tell people to fuck shit up. So I don't know. To me, again, it's not equal. They're not applying that standard equally.
I like how you put that fuck shit up. That's funny.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is kind of unrelated, but like even the Charlie Kirk thing, like Democrats constantly do this thing where they will hold Republicans to a standard they're not willing to live up to themselves, right? Like if we're saying that, definitely. And now, to be fair, now when I point the gun at Republicans, don't get mad because I pointed at everybody. But no, Democrats have this habit. They have this habit of the morally virtue signal when they're hypocrites, right? Like the BLM protests, which by the way I support it to some degree. I don't support destroying people's private property. I think that's fucked up. But I did support the protests in general, the movement. But once it got to property damage, you didn't hear Democrats going, "Oh, that's going too far." It was like, "No, this is what's necessary to send a message." But then when the other side does it, all of a sudden now it's the World War thing. So, and I think we were talking about this last night, like the implication that a bunch of angry people were going to storm the White House and take over the U.S. government is fucking ridiculous. Like, it was never going to happen.
No way we were going to overthrow the government, especially if we had no weapons. I mean, I'm not entirely sure you can take over the U.S. government without any weapons. So.
Yeah, exactly. And as if occupying the White House now means you're taking over the White House.
Exactly.
Hey, Truth, how do we hold we the people accountable? We the people.
I don't have an answer for that. Hold we the people? I mean, besides law and order.
Our actually republic is built on we the people, not we the government. So J6 was not us forming the government. It was the people speaking up for their government, saying that you are not doing what you're supposed to be doing by ensuring that our elections are free from corruption. So when people talk about J6, they talk about it in an entirely different wrong thing. So the government, no, we're trying to tell the government that we the people do not like what happened with the election.
Oh yeah, I hear you on that. But so no, I even used to make the claim, the statement that even if they were trying to do an insurrection, that doesn't by definition make Trump responsible for that. Nor do I think it would have been successful or an actual threat to our democracy. Like again, occupying the White House does not mean you control it. That's not like that's not real.
Exactly. By the way, Truth,
are we a democracy? Are we a democracy?
Well, Representative Republican, pretty close.
And you are there to ensure our rights, not to infringe upon them. Nothing that we have in America comes from government. And everything you see in America was not built by government. It was built by we the people. Everything. So it's very disingenuous for the left to keep saying democracy, 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 where most individuals in the United States actually are self-accountable to themselves versus the government getting involved. Yeah, the redlining was implemented, which is, again, government overreach. That means they violated the will of the people.
Yeah, when the January 6th thing for me is a little. I don't make a habit of telling people how to practice their rights. So to me, it's I mean, I think everyone would agree with it. When it turned into a riot, it was unacceptable. The protest in and of itself, though, I can't critique that at all. That's just people expressing their First Amendment and expressing their grievance to the. Now, when we talk about hate Mike Pence, when we talk about police officers getting injured, that's where all of a sudden we're crossing the line. But like I said, that it'd be hypocritical for Democrats to complain about that because when their side does anything that looks like it, they will find a way to justify.
Can we talk about the 200 FBI or FBI informants that were embedded in the crowd on January 6th? Can we talk about the blood on the Zachary Taylor bust? Can we talk about Jacob Chansley, who was escorted throughout the Capitol and yodeled in the Senate Hall and then received jail time? Or maybe Simone Gold, the white coat doctor who had the FBI burst into her apartment, take her into custody barefoot without her ability, her phone and keys, and then dismiss her from the police precinct barefoot without money and resources to find her way home. Can we talk about that? Because she gave a speech in Sanctuary Hall.
Well, please do. No, actually, I think this is something that we need to come across the aisle and discuss all the time.
You have to unblock me, by the way, Monica.
I don't have to.
You better. Do you want to stay in the room, or are you going to unblock me?
No, my friend Monica. Don't do that.
She left. But I was going to say to her, we should come across the aisle on this, because I actually, people call me conspiracy theories for this, but there's a lot of videos that show it. I think a lot of BLM riots that went bad were inflamed by enforcement agencies undercover, and they were like dressed up as what the fuck is that group called? The anti-racist people. Antifa. I don't know why I went on the name. Yeah, Antifa.
What do you think if it's proven? I think we're going to see some sucker in the next couple of weeks. If the election was stolen, where does that put our country? Like, where do you feel? I think that makes us into a think if you're not making it.
Also,
I didn't know what you think about that, Drew. That it turns out that there was business going on in the election. What would you say to that?
Honestly, it wouldn't shock me, and I think it would really rock the country because right now tensions are so thick between us, and fuck, that would be the worst, the last thing we need. I'm not gonna lie, I think both sides do it. I will be honest, I think Democrats are probably more savvy and sophisticated with it, only because, how do I put it? It's like, I think they're more tied into money interests. So, any way that technology or finances can converge, I do think that's changed recently, though. But I don't know. I just don't put anything up against. How do I need to say it? I don't put anything past corrupt politicians or their benefactors, and they'll do whatever it takes. So, I'm not gonna lie. Connected to that point, I'm genuinely scared for the cohesion of this country because, like, I'm an actual political nerd, so like I just love policy. I love ideas. I just love talking about ways to solve problems. And I feel like we're getting into culture war territory. We're no longer having respectful discourse a lot of times, and it's almost like Democrats and Republicans now live in total different realities of ideas of what truth is.
Let me ask you, you're a policy guy. What are your top 3 policy issues?
Yeah, thank you, Joe. I was going to ask the same question, Joe. Go ahead.
You're going to hate me for this, but no new wars. Okay, I love when Trump said no new wars. So I'm really disappointed. And trust me, I get it. I get the nuclear concerns. I think there was other ways that, to be fair, even out of Trump's own point, no, I don't think Trump said it, Marco Rubio said it, that we had no intent on launching what's it called, a kinetic war. Like, there's other wars to do, other ways to do war without making it actually kinetic, until Israel said they were going to do it if we didn't do it first. That's what Rubio said. And I don't know if that's true or not, but I trust Rubio, so I don't think he's lying. And it makes sense. Israel's been talking about doing it for like 40 years, so I just feel like there was better ways we could have ensured they didn't get a nuke, short of like, causing all this global chaos.
To me, it's like if you have to go in, if it gets to a point to where you have to go in and actually do a proper invasion because they're getting dangerous and they're like on the cusp of actually getting a nuke in which they weren't really capable. They had a vehicle system. It's like, okay, you do a proper invasion thing, I guess, if you really, really have to. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Like this was just fucking stupid. This is beyond fucking pointless.
Yeah, it could have been done so much better. And then, so protectionism, and then balancing the budget.
Before you move on this one, see, I know that we all say it could be kinetic or different things. Guys, for 47 years, I have friends that live in Israel. Do you know they've been living in terror for all
It's not pretty
at all? I didn't say we were Israel, but Israel is our ally in the Middle East.
We don't go to war. We don't send our troops into a war and then have fallout
But why yell at them?
for their benefit.
I'm with Pepe though that like this whole world police thing, I think largely it's an excuse to protect our petrodollar status. Like we don't actually try to save the world. I'm not even mad at that, by the way. I'm kind of black pill on that, where the comforts that we enjoy in America
it's just disingenuous.
Yeah. And so one thing I actually liked about Trump was when he said that we need to encourage more of our UN members and especially NATO members to take more responsibility for the world. Like we can't just keep deficit spending, having these military bases around the world, and playing fucking Captain Save America. Like what was that name of that hero? Captain Planet. We can't play Captain Planet, right? Like, it's funny because Democrats got so mad at him for that. I was like, he's right. What the fuck? Like, why are we? These NATO members aren't even meeting their threshold of what they're supposed to be contributing to various funds and military ratios of like soldiers ready at any time, et cetera, et cetera. And even those levels aren't, in my opinion, nearly as high as they should be. And so I think if we put more pressure on other nations to keep stability, just to keep stability, then we would be less expected to put so much of our budget on the line. Because, our deficit spending is getting out of control. Now, our military is not the only thing. I think, unfortunately, we probably have to roll back some of our social policies, like our Medicare, Social Security has to be reworked. I'm not saying get rid of it, but it has to be reworked. Like, it has to be. That's nothing Democrats don't want to hear. But yeah, protectionism, balancing the budget, I hate deficit spending, and reducing the interest on our debt as well. It's fucking insane. Like 15% of our discretionary spending, 15% is just paying the interest on our debt. That's unsustainable. And it's getting higher. And that's one of the things I'm really mad at Trump about, is our inflation is out of fucking control. And, rightfully so, Biden was criticized for that, but it's not getting better. So I'm just like, and I blame Israel, not blaming them as a country, but like their shit in Iran.
I blame them for a lot.
Well, because their shit in Iran is part of why our fucking it's about to blow up. Because now the candles getting burnt on both ends now. The cost of energy is going up, the cost of gas is going up, it's going to increase logistics. Oh my fucking god. At the same time, we're bleeding money in a desert for what? It's just.
Well, can I touch back on? So I wanted to touch back on Israel. So here's the thing: you say they're trying to stabilize the Middle East. However, let's not be fucking silly and pretend like Israel did not try to fucking disrupt and basically destabilize the fucking Middle East. Yes, none of those countries like Israel. We know that. And what does Israel want to do? Destabilize them. The countries. I mean, you had countries that were, for the most part, people romanticized Lebanon as if it was a great place to be, but it was better than most places in the Middle East. But I mean, so what ends up happening to what was it? I forget how many hundreds of thousands of people they basically end up kicking out of the fucking country, even people that were not involved in attacking the Israelis. Did they end up going to Jordan, fucking that place up? Did they go to Lebanon, permanently fuck that place up? We know that Syria, they're not our friends, but Israel's been doing everything they could to undermine Assad. They did it with Hussein. Yes, he's obviously a piece of shit. But, like, I don't know what it is with the boomer brain rot that so many Republicans have, where they act like they have this weird. Hold on. I didn't interrupt you. It's really weird. Religious, like fucking.
First of all, you cannot talk about boomer brain rot when you don't have an elevator. You don't have an elevator, bro. You don't. You know nothing about it. Yeah, elevator. That means your thought process does not go that high. What you like to do is.
Okay, tell me why we should support Israel besides some bullshit fucking. Some bullshit anti-Christian, some anti-Christian, belief that they're part of our empire.
Would you like to hear that? Or would you like to just talk?
Yes, but let me guess, they have the democracy. Oh my.
Well, oh my God, Peppy, it's so sad that you do not understand history at all. You know nothing about history.
Okay, tell me about this state that's existed since 1948 and what's so fucking important to America. This is all fucking propaganda.
Okay.
They were a great country before they ever fucking existed. I mean, this is stupid.
But what are you talking about, Peppy? Peppy, America's 250 years old. What are you talking about?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so be more powerful than Israel.
How? We have older friends that have been better friends than Israel, for sure.
Wow. Peppy, you just say some stuff just because you like them. It's so interesting, Peppy. The Republic of the United States, we the people, 1776. Okay, Israel's been around 1,000 years before America was even thought of. If you're sitting around talking as though they became a nation in 1948, this is what I mean by your ignorance of the region. You don't know anything, bro. I'm sorry. You just like to talk.
What the fuck you doing?
I'm talking about the fact that I have people come on these apps talking about nations that they have very little knowledge about. Okay? For Pepe to say that America's been more powerful than Israel. Israel's been around 1,000 years, man, over 1,000 years. So I have no clue where you get your understanding from. Okay? And Pepe, you gotta stop.
We're talking about the current nation state of Israel, not your fucking biblical fag land of Sodom. Like, this is bullshit.
Pepe, I can hear you loud and clear. Your belief system is not my belief system. You're correct. And you cannot deny someone else's belief system because you don't like it. You can't talk about the Jews.
Tell us how to our nation, how they've been a great ally and how we rely on them for a goddamn thing. They were, even after the formation, they were irrelevant to us until the fucking 60s. More during the, when we were in the heat of the Cold War. This is retarded.
Pepe, I got it. Pepe, I'm asking you a simple question. What truth do you hold to be self-evident?
The sky is blue when there's no clouds.
I'm asking the same question again. Hold on. I'm asking Pepe the question. I'm asking the same question again, Pepe. What truths do you hold to be self-evident?
There's a bunch of different truths out there.
No, I'm asking which one do you hold?
I can list off millions of them probably.
No, just give me one. Just give me one, Pepe.
I'm a male.
No.
What is your fucking point? What is the point of this exercise?
My point is, Pepe, you don't know our Constitution. You don't know our Bill of Rights. You don't know our Declaration of Independence.
Okay, so you're right. Okay, alright. We all know we hold these truths to be self-evident. Yada, 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 yada. Okay, so what? What the fuck does this have to do with Israel?
It has a lot to do with Israel, Pepe.
Okay, tell me what it has to do with Israel. Tell us why we need to have fucking exploding gas prices. We need to have basically just turmoil all over the fucking Middle East just for Israel. What is the fucking justification? Especially if we don't actually fucking solve it. Now what negotiating power does he have? None. The president has none.
Pepe, you know why we do this, Pepe? Because we all want to.
Because Israel talked us into doing it, and Trump's a fucking idiot.
We all want to come to Clubhouse and hear you yell like you.
He was always a loser.
You were the one who came on here with the positive claim that you know that Israelis have been terrified for the last 47 years? Dude, yada yada yada. So fucking what? It's not our fucking problem. You know that there are people starving? There are people starving in Africa that are getting butchered by fucking. If we're going to send people, and there's a bunch of other people would rather fucking help than a first world country like Israel. Like, they can suck a fucking dick.
That'd be really loud.
Yeah,
Israel is gay, man.
No, hold on, guys. It just shows you guys how Trump's overpriced to hear Pepe speak. He says nothing. Pepe.
You didn't say anything. Say something profound about Israel, Forbes. Wait, go ahead. Say something profound about Israel. I'd love to hear it.
Be serious, Pepe. You're playing the captain.
I'm going to tell you what's serious about Israel. Support the Republic of the United States of America. Do you understand that? They're our allies. We support
so fucking what? Yet our other not so great, our other allies that are not our greatest allies, they send their fucking sons and daughters to die with us in war. That's the.
I'm going to give you one more.
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, that ox of infinite space, is the priest of beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman, shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh, as your linen woman bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my soul of infinite space, is the Prince Priest Beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever a sun, and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping but ye are not so chosen.
Iran. Iran is going to fall if it continues the way we're doing with this embargo, with this
blockade. That's what I think is the result of this. So Trump is as wild and crazy as he is. He has figured out how to deal with barbaric enemies. Maybe because he understands the New York real estate / barbarian mindset.
I'm a Jew. I think he's like when Mark Levin called him an honorary Jew. I actually think that's right. And I'm not gonna, you look at who's close to him. His daughter, I think, was it 1 or 2 daughters? They're Jewish. One. And of course,
he's the brains of the operation.
Well, Jared obviously is a lot of it, but as my dad had pointed out, like to be like in Manhattan of all places and be a real estate mogul, I mean, it's like the most Jewish job ever.
And it's cutthroat as hell. And they're not distracted by a lot of fancy talk the way, say, the Democrat would. It's like either you come across or you don't. It's all about the bottom line. So he's not paying any attention to all the BS that Iran is giving. Either they give what he calls the nuclear zones or they don't.
Only white Republican Americans started fighting Democrats.
But how do we enforce it? That's my whole issue. That's everybody. I think everybody in the right's issue with it is that. Oh, if you could just do like a flip, if you could just do that air campaign that you were doing and you can actually like, take him out of power, fine. But
we don't want to destroy the good Iranian people.
Sure, but they're holding the fucking strait. How we see it is that they're holding the strait hostage.
We're holding the strait hostage. We blockaded their blockade. It's a brilliant move. Like, it's unassailable, and it doesn't cost anybody's life. It's a better way of making war.
But I mean, realistically, if they're flat, okay. Trump knows this because it's a very unpopular war by polling has showed that, and just after he invaded Iran or attacked Iran, his approval rating really started to tank. Now he knows that he's not going to have the support that's going to really hurt his legacy and Republicans if we did put boots on the ground or anything. So like basically Iran's kind of seems like they're aware that we don't have any teeth or we're not willing to use them at least. And so how do we actually stop them from fucking doing something with whatever nuclear material they already have?
The same way we've been doing it, we have complete penetration in terms of intelligence. We know when they're picking their nose. We're able to kill their supreme leader. There's no reason for any of that to change. We're watching them by satellite. This is a stalemate that we're going to lose. It costs us very little, except for a slight increase in gas prices. And I should say, that could get worse. The dark side of what I'm saying is also possible that there's going to be a massive oil shock, and that shock could ripple through the economy. I'm just trying to be honest and complete here. That could be an unintended consequence of what's going on.
But you don't think?
I hope it is.
But we can make life hard for them even, and economically starve that country. But at the end of the day, I can picture them being willing to basically.
You don't have to call me.
But I understand.
Can't hear you clearly.
But I think they would be willing.
What did he say? I'm going to say that it cannot be solved with potato. Potato will be founded in the country. They are until they are standing.
But the Iranian people are going to rise up and take over, aren't they, Peter?
Mullah is reaching out, able to be talked because people are disarmed. They are armed.
That's the question. Well, I know that that's a long-term plan, but I haven't really seen any sign that they're going. At least since January.
Well, that's a recent time, but that's the big gamble, and I can't guarantee it. But
I can also picture them, slaughtering 1 million of their own fucking people if they have to. I don't think they really. That's just.
We can't let them do that.
But you don't think they would?
Yes, they would. They would.
They're capable of almost
Well, I know they're pieces of shit. Like, nobody on the stage is trying to say that they're good people and that we all think they should be. They shouldn't exist, but.
It's a worthy fight, right?
What?
I don't think this was how you would do it. No, I think you would have to. The time could have come in the future where you would have to hit them really hard, including putting boots on the ground. But I think everybody's been kind of trying to avoid that. Even if we do it large scale, but it is kind of like a last option. We have been able to thwart their ability to
Well, I tell you what, if we put boots on the ground there, if we put boots on the ground there, I think there would be uprisings in this country. We could see like another whole George Floyd deal. So I think Trump is very smart not to put boots on the ground.
Oh yeah, well, I know that. It's not, that would be so unpopular.
So it's very clever for him to do this, right?
But I don't know, can he actually get the weapons into the country? That's
well, that's fairness. We have betrayed them. No, that's better than me. Those girls. Who's touching them? I'm not sure what he's saying.
We almost never. Yeah, he's lives in Germany.
And he's on our side.
Yeah. But nobody understands him 90% of the time. He's a cool friend.
It's a group of people can make the divisions of consciousness. It's the worst fucking idea to arm the civilians. For example, it's got the authority over the capital. We have been the country backwards in 10, 20 years. What's the worst gun they come from? A lot of weapons on the streets. There's going to be no gangster strike. They're going to fight for power. There's going to be unrest in the streets. We don't want a bloodbath civil war, right, Bobby? Not a civil war. Yeah, I don't know. But we need to dissolve water. Did you ever accept one? Did you ever see Russia in the 90s?
Okay, but what happened to Russia, though, like, I'm not somebody to ever side with Putin, but he did say that the fashion in which the dissolution of the Soviet Union was a catastrophe, it kind of was. I mean, they basically told all of these, I forget what they did with those vouchers, and then they started selling them, and then the amount of immediate corruption where they were selling, big industries to whatever bidders, and that's, you ended up having this oligarch almost immediately.
Oh no, that's part of it. We're selling them off to people, and then there were gangsters that were coming, bucking, and the owners were putting them in a room where these other gangsters, these guys that had some money inside the part of these facilities, these plants and everything that the government collected cash from. And then these gangsters came, and they gave them tight papers to slide over the mountains because they had the weapons, they had the grenades, they were fucking like Russia in the 90s was a wild.
No, they had murders everywhere. And when we hear about the Russian mob, that is, what is it, like Huntington Beach or I forget where, in New York?
Brighton Beach.
Brighton Beach.
These were like the motherfuckers in the 90s. Now they're sitting in nice little clothing and all-star and wearing David Urban's and everything else. They wear these fucking leather jackets and walk around with the old patrol because it was like the flip-up. It was a transition of coming from like the USSR that was now becoming these other regions right now. They're trying to stop renting exactly.
But here's the difference, though, because Russia was a place where, Soviet Union was a place where, it's my understanding, everybody did whatever they could to skim from the top. That's how people got by. And so, like, you had people that, in a weird way, Russians were extremely shrewd people, very, however they could get an edge or profit from something, they were very keen on how to do it, because it was hard to survive in the Soviet Union. I am aware, like, you ended up having gangsters that ended up getting a hold of, their military weapons, and they were selling them to, criminal networks all over the world. And, yeah.
Ratings are exactly the same.
I don't think it, but
they were both oppressed for many years. They're all hungry. How do you know Iranians? Who do you think you are?
about information. Sounds like some kind of assurance that he might know something. This might
I think them having weapons would be a problem. Like with anything, but I don't think that they're. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I don't really. I have a hunch that they're not going to be, and no offense, nearly as criminal as the Russians were.
I guarantee you. You know why? Because after everything, because at the beginning they're all going to be like, they're all playing for the same cause. After it's done, the gentlemen will start tasting that freedom. There's a lot of hungry people. They say, trust me, personalities change. Opportunities.
Don't worry, they are here. Right? It would be harder than
well. I mean, the mentality of the people from the region where they come, they're hustler type of mentalities. It's the market kind of marketing. They're always hustling.
The main concern was energy.
It's gonna be a shit show.
But didn't you guys already had like a in the Soviet Union? You guys already had like like even during the Soviet. Okay, so even but in the Soviet Union, even during that time, which is kind of hard to think of, it's my understanding that you did have gangs were still fairly prevalent.
In fact, Iran is operating right now until today. They're in power. It is like the Soviet Union. They're looking up the break right now. To break up like the Soviet Union where the government stop fucking controlling us. So the government don't control businesses, everything, and so on.
Yeah.
So this is exactly how Soviet Union looks. They're
Yes. Like basically how your standing with the party was going to dictate your like what you were allowed to do, what kind of jobs you.
It's not a party, it's a small law.
Yes, but you have to be in his good grace early to
survive. It's gonna destabilize the country with inside. And what are they gonna have a strong enough leader after? Fucking.
Okay. The Russians are kind of act like monkeys. They always have in comparison to Persians. They're more Russia today, despite them. I don't want to be more racist, but they have a lot more violent crime and problems than our country.
Like more violent.
Their murder rate is more than it's historically always been more than double that in the United States.
Okay. What's the murder rate? I didn't know. What's the murder rate?
I believe there it is like 10 or 11 per. It's fluctuated between like 10 and 15 per 100,000.
Versus. Let's see.
Ukraine historically has always also been much higher than the United States.
It's just slow.
They have like tuberculosis like through the fucking roof. They have like all of these problems you would only really generally see in third world countries.
So the rate is 5.7 to 6.0 homicides per 100,000, and the rest is same shit.
Okay, alright, they look at I understand in a war right now, but probably poorer criminal types to fight in the war, so they're probably not nearly as prevalent out on the street. Always had a much higher murder rate. The reason I'm saying that, particularly with Russia, is Russia's, when they get conscripts, they go about it quite a bit differently. Now, all countries go for their young males, but they deliberately go after the poor people, especially your ethnic and poor, and of course they release criminals, from jails and say, hey, you want to fight on the front lines, that's so basically these people are going to go out and re-offend. They're going to get fucking killed in battle, basically. So you're going to have artificially low numbers of people that are, or I should say, young male criminals, which are the ones who generally commit the overwhelming majority of homicides.
Caucasus Mountains, Georgia.
There's the people from the Caucasus, and then you have is it Tartar? And then you have like the more yeah.
You have Mongolia, Tatar, Uzbeks from Uzbekistan. A lot of those.
But it's a much more diverse country than I think most people.
Slavic, so that's why.
I know he's Jewish.
No, he's not Jewish. He's not. He's not Jewish. He's from Russia, but he is not.
I didn't say he wasn't Slavic. I said he was a fucking Jew.
No, he's not fucking Jew.
What?
He is not a fucking Jew. You know, he's someone else.
No, Rafi is definitely a Jew. I've talked to him a bunch of times. He's always in the Jew rooms talking to Jewish people. I'm pretty sure he would have been found out and called out by them. So, just
really don't. Okay, maybe my mistake, but I'm.
I think he's not Jewish.
Rafi's not Jewish?
Maybe a Russian.
Yes, I think so. Right? He's not Jewish. She's Caucasian, you know, Caucasian, like someone Asian, Caucasian, you know, not Slavic, but.
Wait, Rafi, are you Jewish? Yes or no? Just put it to us. Yeah, he's a Jew.
He's not Russian Jew. He's Slavic. No, you're not a Russian Jew. You're Caucasian.
Привет, comrade.
I'm sorry, Rafi. I'm Caucasian, but you're not. Of course, you're not Jewish. You're Caucasian. I'm Slavic. I'm from Russia. I can prove it. You know, no reason. No, I wouldn't like to. No, I'm not you that you are not Russian. You are Russian, but you are not Slavic, like Pepe said before. There's.
I never said that Jews are ethnically not Slavic.
Not because he thinks I'm darker skin color. He thinks I'm not Russian, like from the region. He thinks I'm more like Georgian, Azeri, Armenians. They're more from those regions where they're more dark in color.
I thought you were like pale skinned.
I'm actually my skin tone.
Yes, see,
but I am Russian.
Oh my gosh, Rafi, I'd like you even more now.
I mean, I don't get it. Like, do you ever see like a picture? He's actually a really good look. Netanyahu. I'm not a fan, but you know, there is a picture of him. Like he's like amazing.
You are
amazing.
cool.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Okay, but there is a picture of like, you know, Netanyahu when he was younger, and he's like holding up this. I think it was an Uzi, and it was just like, dude, that dude looks like he could be like a supermodel or some shit. Like, whoa. And he kind of looks badass because he's like, people say like, oh, that fucking Polak is a Jew, is a Middle Eastern. I'm sorry, dude, but like looking at Polish people, I don't see it being realistic. And so, I don't know, like the ethnic Jews in Europe, Hitler was right about this. They are racial foreigners. They literally are. They're part of the diaspora. And yes, they do have different looking. Why do you think we make? He's not a Muslim.
He is a Muslim. He's a Russian Muslim. You know,
shut up. Dude, I don't want to send you to the audience. Shut up. There's a reason why they get made fun of in Central Europe and Eastern Europe for having big fucking nose and fucked up hair. Because those traits are not common in those parts.
Those traits are not common. That's weird in Europe.
Y'all go away. I spoke to you in Russian. You better respond one word to me back in Russian. You say you're Slavic, this, that. What are you?
Okay, you're gonna speak with me in Russian, so you're gonna prove it that I'm Russian. Я, блядь, могу говорить по-русски, ебаный твой чеченский род, блядь. А теперь ты понимаешь, что я русский или? No, you're not. You're fucking from Chechnya, right? You're from Chechnya.
I'm just curious if this guy can't speak. If this guy can't speak Russian, I'm wondering, are you one of these? Are we? Be a Chechen or not?
Yes, you don't look like a Slavic, you know. You're
was doing like we were reviewing his upcoming manuscript where he's going to be defending external world functionalism, which is like a new version of functionalism, which I'm pretty sympathetic to after reading what he wrote.
Yeah, I thought you guys were on silent mode. There was a moment of silence for the attacking side, Israel. They need to get more attacks. Seriously, man. We're all watching videos. Let me ask you guys this, okay? Let's try this. So, when Iran was attacking Israel, let's say if they would have killed thousands of these tiny, chubby, bald, some are ugly, some are good looking, tall, short, these tiny, Jews, right? Thousands of them. Do you think there would have been a problem there? Do you think it would have been a problem? Instead of killing like 30 or 40 of them. Do you think that would have been a problem? I missed the first part of the question. The whole question is, if, when Iran was attacking Israel, right? They went back and forth, okay? And imagine they were only, they only killed like 30 or 40 people, okay? 30 or 40 people in Israel. Now, let's say if they were to kill these tiny, small, big, fat, chubby, baldy, white, brown, black, Jews, right? Would it be a problem? I mean, would they put the blame on what they would claim it like genocide? It's genocide of Jews? Probably not. It would have been justified, right? Oh, what, Iran? Just. Yeah, if Iran was, I guess you're not getting the question. The question is, would they have taken it out of context and called it the genocide of Jews? Right? If Iran attacked and they ended up killing 1,000 Jews, or 2,000 Jews, or 5,000 Jews. Because they did. These motherfuckers, they killed almost 2,000 to 3,000 Iranians. Well, yeah. They're going to accuse Iran of anything they can accuse Iran of. Like, whether they're not going to let the facts get in the way of their accusations. No. But what they have called a genocide. Israel? Yes. Yeah, I mean, if one person died, they would call it genocide. If one rocket, Hezbollah launched rockets, okay? These rockets fell into fields, empty fields.
What are you going to do with it?
The odd rocket hits a building or cars, okay?
It's all live.
And they're all scrambling, saying these
Yeah.
things want to erase us. So you don't even have to kill someone.
Hello?
Hi, it's me. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing? I just cooked a steak. It's live, but it's like the audio is bad. You can't really. It doesn't happen. He does it every day. He does it all day. Like, it's not like one little tidbit. I mean, I was recording him for months. I've reported him to Cash Patel a gazillion times. Nobody cares, They do care. But he's organized. How can you do that in America? Organize terrorist promotion? It's against the law. He does terrorist promotion 24/7 on a public app. Like, and in UK they arrest people for saying little tiny things, posting a meme, and we can't get this motherfucker shut down. Jesus, fucking, there is no power. We have no power. We've got Shmuley Bateach roasting his former friend, what's his face, Cory Booker, who has always been a piece of shit.
All right. Thanks for letting me know.
And Pepe.
Chubby, moronic fucking Zionist terrorist Jews inside Israel would they have taken it out of context and would they have that they were putting it, they were brushing it off as like, oh, she knows they're not capable of doing this, and they're just doing it for the show. You see what I'm saying?
But this is 100%.
The username's cracking me up, man. 7 minutes to build an S720 NDFP4 build an S720 NDFP4 BF16 kernel. What? Why does it take that long? Oh, because we're shooting. This is it. I see. Still, that's a little strange. But what the fuck are you doing? Are you playing like a fucking retard? It's funny, man. He's playing like a retard, so I'm responding like a retard too. And like all of these moves that I'm making are literally worse for me, but he's also like doing such bad moves.
This is
that I'm
Elon
like,
Musk.
you know what, fuck it, I can afford it. Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point, right? Yeah, I'm just being retarded right now. It's funny. Bro, what the fuck are you doing? There you go. I'll take yours. You take mine.
This is Elon Musk, aka Adrian Dittman on Friday night, giggling like a schoolgirl.
This is, oh man. Yeah. I have never seen anyone play this badly. I'm just doing dumb shit right now. I just don't care at all. I know what he's gonna do next too. I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. I literally have no idea what I'm doing.
This is Elon Musk, aka Adrian Dittman on X Spaces. This is his burner account, pen name Adrian Dittman. He's playing a video game, laughing like a little schoolgirl on a Saturday night.
Oh, this is the extra retarded. I don't take this seriously at all. I'm not taking this seriously. Yeah, I'm just gonna make more mistakes now. Yep. It's gonna intentionally play retarded now. What's the dumbest thing I could possibly do?
This is Elon Musk on a Saturday night playing video games.
Oh man. That's insane. I am gonna prolong the fuck out of this, by the way. Okay. I don't even know where I'm gonna move. I literally have no idea. Where can I even go? I can't go anywhere. That's right.
This is Adrian Dittman, aka Elon Musk, on a Saturday night playing video games with a bunch of R words, giggling and laughing like a little schoolgirl.
Well, actually, I have no idea. We can move. Okay, yeah, you can move there. There we go. Go anywhere. Alright, here's another query for you. Wow. I think this is if you make the right moves, you get to this. He was a king unlimited in steps, and the queen walks all over again. I'm just gonna do extremely stupid shit. Yeah, fuck it, here we go. It's over, Gene. No, don't shoot! What have I done? Only one can stop it.
Gee.
That's kind of the point.
We don't just talk endlessly forever.
It's like what you're doing. It's like it's kind of what do I do here?
If you're a small content creator,
Ain't nobody gonna tell you. What do we do now? Okay, so now we're getting about 7 games of attack and training.
This is Elon Musk, aka Adrian Dittman, on a Saturday night.
That is actually crazy. I'm not even thinking.
The best place to be.
I just thought I'd try it. I was like, hey, I want to do something really stupid right now. Man.
This is Elon Musk, aka Adrian Dittman, on X Spaces.
Yeah, it's called Pink.
He's like an R-word autistic loser who plays video games all day with a group of R-words. It's pathetic. This is Elon Musk, aka
Interesting. Okay. Neat. That is pretty good. Fuck it. It's tax phone time.
Bruh.
It's actually a pretty good move right there.
It's
It's not. It really isn't.
You know what?
Actually pretty good with a fork.
Wait, whose move is it? Is it your move?
Yeah, it's my move.
Yeah, you gotta move the king. There's nothing else you can do.
I can actually do something, but I'm concerned.
Okay.
Bruh.
Huh? That doesn't make any sense.
How so?
I don't know. I did not think that you were going to do that. That's weird. Huh. Interesting. Okay.
Pretty even game. It's like, it's pretty good.
Bruh. What do you mean even game?
He's not taking this seriously. I'm not taking this seriously either.
Lies. If you think this is an even game, you need to get better at chess.
He's still not back from this. He's not that bad.
He plays like me. It's boring as fuck. It's like, oh, I gotta eliminate the opposition. You realize, like, I don't even think right now. I'm just, like, doing market reason. Just, like, not thinking about this at all.
This is Elon Musk, aka Adrian Dittman, on X Spaces.
Interesting. So when I use insanely large shapes on this map, I'm getting 88% speed of light utilization.
This is his autistic video game intro, Elliot the Retard.
When I use a very realistic shape using modern models today, I only get 73%.
Oh yeah, no one cares.
Bro, how long are you waiting, man?
I know, it's your turn.
Oh, it's my turn! Oh, I didn't fucking know. My bad, I'm sorry.
That's like a 300 T-flops difference, man. Fuck.
I didn't even notice you made a move. Ooh, nice.
This is Elon Musk with his crew of R-words on a Saturday night playing video games. Many people don't know this, but this is actually Elon Musk live every Friday, Saturday night on X Spaces.
Notice you made a move.
This is a very low YouTube.
This is Elon Musk. YouTube alert. This is Elon Musk's live stream.
Nice.
On a Saturday night, he's playing video games with a bunch of artistic R words, and he himself is pathetic. Plays video games all day long. Elon Musk live on X Spaces. Adrian Dittman.
Are you doing nomadic today? Huh? Are you doing nomadic today? Nomadic? Am I doing nomadic?
Nomadic, you're fucked.
How am I fucked? Are you?
You'll know. You'll realize soon enough.
What?
He's the most retarded.
Whole point.
Who cares?
Why are they like advancing back there? That doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Don't worry about it.
It just like is maximally confusing. I guess. He's gonna take the one on the left, anyways.
This is Elon Musk live on X Spaces. He goes by the name Adrian Dittman. He plays video games.
It's a really interesting setup, isn't it?
Yeah, it's come down to the last couple of pieces on the board here.
He's gonna take the one. Yeah.
He's got the bishop, Adrian's got the Adam's got the bishop, Adrian's got the the horse.
I'm like chunking myself in here. I'm actually not worried about that. Ah, good one. Oh.
YouTube alert. This is Elon Musk as Adrian Dittman on X Spaces. He goes live every Friday, Saturday night underneath the name Adrian Dittman. Right now he's playing chess with a bunch of R words. The richest man in the world playing video games on a Saturday night.
Loose ends, remember? I'm just doing loose ends.
It's not bad, not bad.
Nice.
Oh my god!
I'm playing all of these moves that I'm making.
So good at Colonel.
Sort of here.
He's just like, oh, let me debug and like change the real quick thing. And it just optimized like an extremely fast decode after Colonel. There's like no reason to do it. It's just like, oh yeah, obviously. This is I told you guys to see. That's so funny, man. There's a couple good moves there, like. Back and forth. It was a joke.
To be fair, we were both playing like retards.
Yeah, that's the whole point. I think it's funny as shit to play like an idiot. Nah, fuck it. Bruh! That's the whole point, isn't it?
This is Elon Musk,
Yeah, fuck it.
the richest man on earth.
Yoink. That was good. That was fucking funny. Like, the way we yoinked each other's shit there was really fucking funny. Man, I'm gonna jump off. You guys are
Elon Musk and his group of autistic R words on a Saturday night playing chess, giggling like schoolgirls. Richest man on earth.
It's understandable.
It's pathetic.
It's understandable to do this shit.
Guys, I might get grok mode for free.
Okay.
I might get grok mode for free. They're asking for me internally. Let's go.
Bruh.
I love XAI. XAI is the best company. Like, why wouldn't you work for about that, dude? You just like it. Straight up, bro. X-Power, straight up.
fast paper sleep, print with Jen syndrome. Life is good. Just the only thing.
This is Elon Musk's live space with Elliot, an XAI employee.
Why are we at level percent in
They're playing chess. It's pathetic.
Chess. Do you have care for me to understand what the data center utilization tournament means?
No.
I appreciate your feedback. I appreciate your feedback. To anything I say, I will just be like, no, you're gay. And I'll be like, thanks, you're really supportive.
I am. I'm the most supportive friend you'll ever have.
This is actually true.
This is an Elon Musk X space.
Actually, my sister might be just as blunt as Adam, but that's about it. Every day my sister's like, you never go outside, you never touch grass, get your shit together, you don't clean up. I'm like, you're right. But you know, but on this app, people perceive me differently, bro. People don't know who I am in real life. You don't want to know who I am in real life. I'm just kidding. I'm pretty chill. Pretty chill, but sometimes
You may as well just be speechless, man.
sometimes
That's the point. Like, I don't know. You did that shit to me. I was like, oh, interesting, new trick learned.
Well, so I have a blanket. Do you want to cuddle?
What?
I ain't gay.
The fuck is this? Like, we're playing here and the gay commentary is coming out.
This is Elon Musk on Saturday night.
Slippers are becoming more nefarious by the
Does
moment.
anyone want to cuddle, dude? Anyone want to cuddle? I'm pretty cool, dude.
None of us are gay.
What's your Asian GF? Wait, she's not your GF. I should text her. Sorry.
Wow, cooked.
I love that he's got the most monotone panty.
Richest man in the world on a Saturday Night Live.
6 hours together, man. It was great, yeah. I enjoyed it.
The fact that you did that, like, that is interesting.
I told her that I require her to birth 10 children for me. She seems phenomenal. No, I didn't say that.
This is Elon Musk's group.
The day will come. She might laugh.
Saturday night, richest man on earth.
She did laugh.
Talking R words, playing video games. It's pathetic.
Yeah, dude. Anyways, I'm gonna keep the rest not in a 200-person sleep space. Nice.
Ah, that's a good one, actually. That's good. That's really good.
We're gonna go to Tim Hortons together. Dude, we did. We did go to Tim Hortons, and
I'm staying down.
We went to Tim Hortons, and I got her a nice cap, and she had like a quarter of it, and was like, "This is too much sugar." I was like, "God damn, respect." Yeah, thank you for not drinking all that. Dude, I get her like sometimes like food with high calories. She's like, "No, I'm not finishing." Hell yeah, dude, this is perfect. All right, it's fine.
This is Saturday Night Live with Elon Musk.
Interesting.
AKA Adrian Dittman. It's his burner account on X Spaces. This is a live audio stream.
We went through, did I say earlier, we went through, and I taught her like Nano GPT and Flash Connection in 90 minutes. This is sort of, it's like, here's what a token is. You know, I had a Jupyter notebook rolled up with all diagrams and stuff. Walk through it. This is a funny post from a French person. Single man who live alone without a wife or girlfriend. What do you do in the evenings when you're alone in your apartment? One comment is, I trash talk the noobs on League of Legends. It's what they deserve. One said, I stare at the ceiling every day, 24/24. I don't know what that means. That's cursed. This guy said Skyrim. This guy says jerking off playing COD for 8 hours and I'm eating sometimes all three at the same time. I'm just. These are funny comments, dude. I don't know. I think I stopped liking a bunch of posts. I just started like scrolling without liking anything. And now X algorithm is just like, oh, you're a normie. We're gonna feed you slop that's like 15 IQ. Watch below you. Now it's just like slop. It's all these crushing videos of like hydraulic presses and shit. I'm like, oh, no. Get this away.
Yeah.
Dude, you know it's over for you when the hydraulic press videos start showing up.
That is true, yeah.
I've seen those ones.
I've seen those a very long fucking time.
Yeah. Big.
Time traveler. Is this World War I or II? The soldiers in World War I.
At this moment.
Yeah.
I know that this is going to be a reach around thing where like my shit comes out, but like, yeah.
This is Elon Musk on a Saturday night. He goes live on X Spaces by the name Adrian Dittman. They're playing chess.
Position.
What?
What the fuck are you doing with that castle up there? Huh?
You mean a rook?
Fuck it. Oh, you're right. That's right. I can't do that. And that would lead to that, and this one would lead to the other thing, which would then lead back to that thing, doing that thing with the other thing. Fuck it.
This is Elon Musk live on a Saturday night. Richest man in the world playing video games with a bunch of R words. Giggling like an R word, like a child.
Oh man, you had the opportunity to do the funniest thing and you didn't do it. That's unfortunate.
This is Elon Musk on a Saturday night playing video games with a bunch of autistic R words on X Spaces where he goes live underneath the name Adrian Dittman.
Damn. I see what the deal there.
Oh. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's
like,
right.
Claude's final report to me is like, where the slop lives now.md.
I fucking tax fraud.
Where is the slop coming from.md?
It's not where the slop is coming from, rather where it is going to be going.
I fucking hate software.md. Let me just append .md to anything, it sounds funny.
This is an Elon Musk.
There's going to be a whole ass fucking essay inside my MD.
It's the richest man on earth, Adrian Dittman, aka Elon Musk, wasting his time on a Saturday night with R words.
You better watch out. You better watch your token spend, bro. Miles better go crazy.
Your tokens, little bro.
Tokens.
Oh yeah, you figured out that would have been a better idea.
Yeah, by the way, the reset on Sativo, because OpenAI did a great performance, they reset rate limits today. It's not relevant to really anyone, but just, yeah. It's relevant to me, because now, my subscription utilization, wait, what? Yeah, I need to burn more tokens. Oh, fuck yeah. So in the last 30 days, I've used 3 billion Codex tokens, and I have 3.5 billion clock tokens. So, stick point.
This is the most fucked setup here, like in the entire
5 billion tokens. Then we can do more. Did you see Pete's under? I have nothing over doing even clock. He's burning 600 billion tokens every month. He's costing OpenAI $1.3 million a month in GPU costs just from his fucking token burn.
AJ, turn the game around.
Yeah, with a cushy up next to you or whatever the fuck that
Like,
is.
imagine being so autistic that you are burning.
This is the most rage like match I've ever seen in my life. This is
Imagine sitting at your terminal every waking hour so obsessively that you're burning hundreds of thousands of dollars in electricity every month just from GPUs. Like, that's gotta be so fun.
This is Elon Musk live on X Spaces. He goes by the name Adrian Dittman. They're playing video games.
You got like 3.
I do this every Saturday night. It's pathetic. Elon Musk is a loser.
What a big banger. Having a higher electricity bill is now flex.
What is that fucking sound? What is that shit? Who's doing that?
They said you're off mute.
He's using chopsticks.
Oh.
This is Elon Musk live on a Saturday night.
What is this?
It's pathetic. He does this every Saturday night. Elon Musk.
You know what? Fuck it.
That was a good one.
That was a good one. I'm gonna make some steak now. That was a good one. That was funny as fuck. I'm like, this is so fucking hilarious, man.
Both dry. Yeah, interesting.
What was this even like? What were we even doing that?
Elon Musk live on a Saturday night. Plays video games and talks to a bunch of R words. They giggle like schoolgirls. He cooks buttered steak. He burps. It's so stupid. Elon Musk is a loser.
Okay. Oh fuck! I accidentally rejected. My bad. You gotta feel like said that again.
I don't feel like playing right now.
Yeah, Wizard, you're gonna have to try that again. I didn't. I accidentally pressed the reject button. Does he even allow you to do that after you do it once?
And I think the world right now is looking for kind of a line, John, of how you are connecting there from what we were talking about. Like, how did it?
I won't chew. Alright, we're gonna shut down the space and we're gonna go into the Discord server, everybody. Yeah. Alright, go over to the. Yeah, everybody go over to the Discord server. We're gonna do the session in there now. Yeah, I'm gonna cook some steak and do a whole bunch of other things. Alright, see you guys. See you guys next week. Actually, no. We're gonna likely see you all a little sooner with something really, really interesting that might be happening either later this week or later next week. We're gonna see what happens. Either way, it should be interesting. Anyways, I'll see you guys in the Discord server.
Going to Discord because he knows I'm recording.
Pinned post is on my profile, by the way. That's the pinned post on the profile. Go check it out if you need the link. That's where the link is. Alright, see you guys.
A line, John, of how you are connecting there from what we were talking about. Like, how did you get from 1 to 2?
Oh, just based on what I heard you two talking. Wendy went for a while, you went for a while, and I didn't know I had to follow.
I roasted him good, then he kicked me. They could come up.
A line, John, of how you are connecting there from what we were talking about. Like, how did it?
Broadcast earlier
trying the most famous sandwich in New York.
And all you can get is the best pastrami on the wall.
You walk in, get handed a ticket that's $50 of yours, and head up to one of the 8 counters with cutters who've been cutting there for a year. They are absolutely just cutting up all this meat right in front of you. They actually give you some more meat on the side to make sure to tip the load. They have this corner of pastrami where they throw it on the table, just dice it up a million miles per hour. You end up getting an entire brisket, cheese, and mustard, and a side of bread for $35.
Not a lot of people snack the pastrami and the corned beef. I only had one chance, so I had to try it. This thing looks insane.
Either later this week or later next week. We're gonna see what happens. Either way, it should be interesting.
Elon Musk Senator.
What were we even doing, man?
I get swung back to getting Elon Musk.
Is it your feet?
Thousands of dollars in electricity. Swung back to electricity. Dollars in electricity every month just from cheap juice. Just thousands of.
Insurance kind of had a theme, and I think the theme of this is more in line with the topic. So I think like later on having it.
Back somebody, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna sit here and play games, and it just shows that just how political theater this is for some people. Like, this guy voted to convict Trump. I mean, that's literally, Trump is your leader of your party. Like, what's going on in this place? Like, I don't know. I just think it seems a little bit crazy, a little bit muddy. And I think everything you mentioned there, Joe, just to me, in 2026, that might have worked in 1994 or 1998, whatever, jockeying around like that. But I think nowadays, I think everybody can see what's going on. And that's how you kill off kind of what Pepe was saying, these neocons. And yes, the rhinos. I think eventually they'll just have a dying breed. These guys will just be run off.
I'm not saying MAGA is perfect either. I mean, we might see our end too soon, and something else will take its place. But what we do know is just what I
is on, even the shit I will talk about where I get thoroughly annoyed, with, our allyship with certain countries. And the reality is, though, is that the amount of infighting and toxicity and just the group thing, and kind of see, that's where I could, when Nav was talking about Massey and Joe, he kind of echoed the same opinion. I do see a lot of that, and Marjorie Taylor Greene is a very interesting example. She is somebody who I thought was why do we have this lot lizard looking bitch that looks like a recovering meth addict, running for Congress, and she's super MAGA, ew, get this dirty fucking whore off the screen. She's white trash. I don't care what she has to say. And yet, it's kind of interesting. Once you can kind of get the clout by going against Trump, and one of the things that's most annoying about the whole Epstein bullshit is this is something that's realistic. Is that you had the retards of society that always believed in this, there are these elites that are doing blood rituals, and they're drinking the children's blood and raping the children and doing all, whatever. And when it comes to the Epstein shit, it's just okay, this is retarded. We kind of get the breadth of what this pervert did, and you guys want to make it there's a global conspiracy somehow by uncovering all of this. We'll see a global conspiracy where all of life's problems will be fucking figured out. We'll see it'll uncover all of the power structures, throughout the world. No, this is fucking retarded. This is retard bait. Now, I am somebody who, to be fair, Trump did say that he was going to release the files, and when you have a bunch of retarded morons who he promised to retard something, and he's not going to forget. He's going to chimp out, and just let him see it. But he didn't release them, and that's fucking annoying. So I had no problem with Massey kind of calling him out for that, or Marjorie Taylor Greene. But at the end of the day, I do think they had their own. I do have to question their actual motives. I think they were clout chasing off of it, just like they did under in 2016 when it was edgy to follow Trump. But there's so much toxicity in the Republican Party. I mean, and honestly, I don't even know if we're going to have a base left after Trump gets out of office. I don't know. You have the populist right, the neocons, people that are further to the right but not crazy. And then, of course, more libertarian-minded right-wingers. And who's actually going to lead the party? I have no fucking idea.
A 40% of the population base for the Republican Party is pretty easy to achieve. I don't see that going away. Where the Republicans kind of struggles with is getting up to the percent of the country wanted to go to war and didn't. 30% didn't give a shit. I don't think it really changed much. It's just.
Pepe, you see what you did to the room? You killed it. Shame on you, Pepe.
To be fair, there was a nice man who I think he's a really nice guy. And I mean this, I'm not being sarcastic. I think he's a really nice, well-intentioned person that was in here earlier.
Seriously?
Donald, I love you,
Dude, why are you gonna hurt women like that? Don't be a sexist, okay?
I'm not hurting anybody. I just don't have any problem. It's not. Stop talking. Stop talking.
It's not sexist if I don't want anybody to do it. Dumbass.
Don't be sexist.
It's not sexist, you piece of shit.
You're being a piece of shit sexist. Shut up, you fucking bias prick.
Lying bastard who lies all day. You lying liar. I'm not being sexist. I don't fucking want you. Motherfucker, I don't want you to sing either. So how am I being sexist if I don't want you to sing either? Dick?
How do you know I'm not trans, you fucking dick?
I want anybody to sing. I don't care what gender they are.
We talking.
Hi, Donald. Donald, this is John. John, this is John speaking. Moderator, I would like to read from a book, one page of Ayn Rand, because I'll be honest with you, like I like your show and I like what you do, and I'm gonna join. Where's the link for the YouTube Live? In the chat.
Yeah, I'm trying to promote my TikTok so that more people will join my TikTok.
All right, let me join the TikTok. So let me ask you this, because this is what I've been reading in Ayn Rand. She's talking about the separation of church and state and the separation of state and economics. And so my theory is, well, not necessarily. My theory is, okay, please hold. My theory is that the Revolutionary War and our founding fathers was actually all about state and economics, not church and state. And but
it's not slavery.
No, I don't think so. And so
revolution.
Revolution. Yeah.
Sorry.
But anyways, it's neither here nor there. But when we get to reparations, because this topic came up all day today on this stupid app, if you look at how many Republicans died fighting the Democrats in the Civil War, because it was a Republican versus Democrat Civil War, over 500,000 people died fighting each other to the death, and millions of casualties. And so the question is, was it worth it? Was it worth it? Because, people today...
It ended slavery. It was worth it.
Okay, it was worth it. So what people are saying today is they didn't get their 40 acres. They got mind-blowing. Oh, my God. The women last night, just unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, I'm pre-gaming. I'm about to head out and meet the ladies for the night. Just some of these, Regal, do you know that Donald here is trans and his wife is trans and he's on disability? He's on disability.
Were you trans, God?
No, not literally, as in I'm a woman, but I am trans. I'm transforming my entire. Barbie, welcome to the stage.
Come on, John. You gotta say it. I want to break free. Come on, John.
I want to break free.
Fucking sing.
I want to be gay and be happy forever and be free from the trans. Hello? Why did I get mute? Oh, well, can I?
I told you no.
Can I whistle though?
No, you can't whistle, John. John, no.
Can I play a musical instrument?
I don't care. No music.
No music. All right. Barbie Mattel, what's up? What are you doing tonight, Barbie Mattel?
I'm going out with you.
Oh, shit. Well, don't forget to bring your cigarettes.
I don't smoke.
Oh, you're not an F word?
What's an F word? A fag?
No. Feeling frisky.
I'm a real woman and a fag and feeling frisky. Wow. Okay, thanks.
Oh, I remember Barbie. Barbie, it was so interesting because you were talking about how you discovered you were gay, and then you were also talking about how you were being sexually abused.
John, bro, you need to calm down, dude.
No, this is a room that Barbie had a couple days. Remember that, Barbie?
No, dude. Barbie, I'm gonna make you a mom.
I remember that room.
If you get
Well, I was just wondering because, basically your timeline.
That's a little much, dude.
John, that's a little much too much. We're
You were just talking about murdering people. You were talking about murdering people earlier, Regal.
breaking free, remember, John?
Oh, that's right.
John,
I'm ready to be gay.
we're talking about
I'm ready to be gay. I'm ready to be free and happy forever. I am gay inside of my tuchers. Put it in my tuchers.
no fucking singing.
No joy in here, I see. All right, if you say so, Donald. It's your show. I call it the Prove to Me God Exists show. It's really just a variety of the Gong show because after, well, you'll see. I'm about.
I don't kick people.
Well, I'm sure I'm gonna get kicked pretty soon.
I almost never kick you.
What?
I barely mute people.
Regal, do you know Donald is a fan of my YouTube channel? Donald watches my YouTube lives.
You're an artard, dude. I don't use the R word. They call you an artard.
Artard alert. Artard alert. Artard alert.
Let's not even refer to that word, please.
Mm.
Hey, sorry, put a bunch of happy faces. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So, anyways, Donald, you said that it's impossible to separate state and economics. I don't understand. Why is that impossible?
I said it's pretty much impossible.
Why is that pretty much impossible?
Well, because
John, is it impossible for me to drag my nuts across your face?
Talk to Barbie. Maybe Barbie's into that. I'm not done with that.
Talking to you? Is that okay? Why, John, why don't you want to talk to me? Come on.
Don't want to talk to you. Well, are you a homosexual man? Are you a homosexual man, Regal?
What if I am?
Oh, we got Image here, a man of the Lord. Amen. Say it loud, say it proud. Amen. Welcome, Image, the king of the city.
Welcome, John, Barbie, Donald, Regal.
A man of the Lord, a powerful man. Finally, a believer is
John,
here.
chill out for a second. John, chill out for a second.
Amen.
So, image of love. Do you believe in God?
I believe in many things, but I don't know what it means to other people. It's a word.
Do you believe in God, personally?
What is God to you?
Well, to me, it's fiction, but I'm an atheist. So, what is God to you?
I don't believe in fiction. I don't say that. It's a word. So, but I believe in truth, though. So, if I'm saying that truth is God, yeah.
How can truth be God? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, it wouldn't make sense to you because you said fiction.
Well, let me ask you a question here. If God, hypothetically, if no God existed, would that be true?
You said no God existed, and you said, well, if you're thinking about it as fiction.
Well, no. Just listen to the hypothetical. It's complete hypothetical. It has nothing to do with the real world, okay? In a hypothetical imaginary world, if no God existed, would that be true?
If God was just a word, then it would still be true.
So God can't be truth. Because if God didn't exist, truth would still exist.
Yeah, God is just a word.
No. Yeah, and if that thing didn't exist, if that thing can't be truth, is what I'm saying.
What, G-O-D?
Whatever you consider this God thing, it can't be truth. That's an incoherent statement.
See, you would really like Ayn Rand, because Ayn Rand essentially separates mysticism from ethics. And when you know what superstition is, and you know what, essentially is delusional thinking, because society is based on knowledge and it's based on trade. And so all I'm trying to say is, I hope you have a great show tonight. When I get in my car, I'll turn the YouTube live version on. Image, enjoy yourself. Donald here is a special one. He recently got on disability, and he's living his best life live streaming on YouTube. Thank you very little. Regal, I'll leave you to it. Gentlemen, Barbie, madam, if that's your correct pronoun. Ladies and gentlemen, I bid you adieu and farewell.
appreciate you coming through, John.
Thank you for coming by. So everybody in the audience, thank you for coming by. Feel free to come on stage. I can't read your names right now. I don't want to put on my glasses. So Image, what I was saying is that your statement that
For real. He was really jerking off.
Well, I've been accused of jerking off on camera a few times, but I've also been accused of picking my nose. It's called booger gate or jerk off gate.
Did you say
On camera?
Cool. So you did it. Cool.
I had an illegal alien from Guatemala come over and get funky on YouTube.
Tell Abby that she throws up in the bathroom, okay? Can you tell that for me?
That freak show that escaped from the Chernobyl reactor? That creature? What happened to that cat-looking woman? Children under the stairs. Mommy and Daddy didn't feed her enough. What happened to that one?
No, she's a fat, morbidly obese bitch.
Oh, and thanks, by the way, for sending me Yael's pussy pictures. That really, made my life so much better. Really had fun looking at Yael's pussy pictures. Thank you, cowgirl. What a treat that was. I asked so many people. You were the only one who could come through. You got that power about you.
I always give the details on Clubhouse.
And I always thought you were a black guy. Turns out you're like a ugly Hispanic Latino, a weird-looking gay guy or something.
Well, do you want to fuck or not?
No, not at all. Maybe Dr. Adams and you can meet together sometime.
You're just jealous. At least I look better than Abby.
I'm just saying, I think everybody always thought you were black. Isn't that interesting? You sound black.
How do I sound black? Tell me.
You tell me. Does everyone here think he was white or black until I brought it up?
No, definitely a fucking Asian.
An Asian? Like he's Asian or something?
I'm Filipino, you stupid ass.
Oh, he's a flip. He speaks Tagalog. Kapun kan, talagalaga ba? Pabalabadabada.
I'm Filipino, I'm not Mexican, you stupid ass. Who told you that lie?
Nobody, I don't know. I saw your picture and I was like, oh my God, I thought he was a black guy. Anyways, I'm going out for the night because there are so many beautiful women out tonight and the weather is great. Give me a good pickup line. What do you think I should say to the first beautiful baby?
So you broke up with your girlfriend? Oh, shit.
I told you doggy style is my favorite position. Would that turn you against me?
What the fuck is this? Is this John? Oh, this is John.
You think that's a good one? I was going to say, excuse me, can I ask you a question? And then she'll say, ask me a question. I say, yes, ask you a question. Do you believe in hypnosis?
Phones in your area? And she's like, what the hell is this? And yeah.
Why do you have so many cell phones in your apartment, John? What are you doing? Well, I come on Clown House, which is a social conference call where people from all around the world waste all their time. Well, John is a great name. Not many people know that he was the forerunner to Jesus. So it's really the cult of John. And Jesus was just one of the cult members of John. Zach, how are you, Zach? I didn't see you there. Hear it.
Did you get the message, the pictures of Abby? I sent you the back channel a long time ago.
Yeah, as soon as I saw him, I had to run to the bathroom and puke in the toilet.
So what did she say when she saw your camera?
Well, actually, I just want to say one more thing about Abby. When I saw that, I actually ran to the bathroom and diarrhea exploded and puked at the same time. I was that repulsed. I was like, I always knew there was something going on with this girl. Why didn't she ever post a PTR?
Did you tell Abby this when you threw up when you saw her picture?
She knows all about it. She knows she got outed. There's no fixing that. When you are born in Chernobyl and your face is basically like chicken noodle soup and you look like a cat creature from under the stairs, well, life's cruel. Not everybody's born beautiful and symmetric. Some people are born and they look like a melted Snickers bar. Hello?
Are you a beautiful human being?
I don't know. That's me in the PTR. Look at my big nostril. Look at my nose. Just look at it. Would you look at it? Just look at it. Look at it. Just look at Look at it! Look at that nose! Look at it! Look at it! Look at it! Stop talking and look at it! You're still talking! Look at it! Who's pretty?
So he brought a girl over, Kristen, and she like fucking said,
Oh no, he had a girlfriend and everything, so I'm kind of wondering like what the hell happened.
Who are you talking about?
I mean, what was someone date him? Like, look at him.
Hello?
I don't know. I bet she was like, "Oh, he's gonna be the next senator. He's gonna be a senator's prize." And then she opened the closet full of phones, and she's like, "Oh fuck."
Oh, you know what Cowgirl taught me to do? You put your chin down low, and then you say, "No!"
I never taught you that.
Yeah, you did.
My burp.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what it is, basically. It's the same thing. Oh. Oh, cum burp. A cum fart burp.
Dude, I thought that. I heard it.
Clip it! Clip it!
Oh, okay, I'm out.
See, I thought because you were black, that was okay that you get an N-word pass because you are black. But turns out you're a gay Filipino man.
And you're just jealous that I'm a fucking little Manila faggot.
I like Zach's laugh there. Zach was like, ha ha, good one. Ha ha.
You know, John Kitover, you're in the military, and guys like you go after Filipinos, so by all means, when I'm going to marry you.
Oh shit! I bet you're his son.
Oh shit!
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Let me get that VA money.
Oh shit! Well, if you want, just go to your local VA hospital and go chat up a bunch of veterans. I'm sure you'll have a date every Friday night. I heard this guy at the VA hospital the other day. He didn't even sound American, and you know what he was saying? He was on the phone with somebody. He's like, "Oh my God, thank God for America, man. Fucking thank God for America."
I wonder.
Oh, not in the bankruptcy filings.
He's not a Jew.
You know,
Are you in the military? I'm just wondering.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You were definitely with that.
This is public knowledge because he was going to run. He's running for mayor, and they have to know all the information.
No, actually they don't. Believe it or not, like when I ran for Congress, I didn't even post a resume. I didn't have a LinkedIn account. Nobody knew where I worked at.
Running for mayor.
I know, it's the same thing. I'm just saying, when you run for office, you're not required to disclose your resume.
Yes, I know, but they're going to dig stuff up and they're going to find information. They're like, oh,
He was live on YouTube for all those years. Who was he talking to? What was he talking about?
He's a stand-up man because he's part of the military. A little bit deeper.
Digging deeper. All the way to my high school academic career and sport career. Wow.
Like a fucking personality of like a fucking 14-year-old.
14-year-old? Well, you gotta come to one of my book club rooms where I read a book. I read a book on Clubhouse sometimes.
Good dad jokes. Can you believe that?
Oh.
Hey, have you ever heard about the new pirate movie though? New pirate movie? It's rated R. That's a good dad joke.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
You gotta be wonder he is not.
You gotta be like
Hello?
40. No, you gotta be 28. You sound like a young.
Hello?
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 He had a fever when he was 12.
Hello?
Who said hello?
He said I'm gonna lean into this nasally.
John, I'm gonna suck your fucking dumb half-Jewish cock in this
He gone.
Hey,
Bye.
Now, girl,
Bye.
somebody actually fucking booted him? Oh my goodness.
No, stupid. Check your fucking screen, you alcoholic.
Dude, he went down to the bottom. Obviously, either he went down himself or somebody booted him.
Oh, my fingers so too.
Wow. That's good. We had to put the toddler to sleep for.
Or in which you mentioned. So, the way that we feel time passage in sleep is different from when you're there. So, sorry, buddy. Now, continue. Yeah, good. Thank you. So when you're asleep, right?
Wait, are you sure?
I have an ad too.
Yeah, I'm positive.
Things change by the time you get into your adulthood. You're more like a teacher from like 25 up to 55. And then what happens later on when people that are older, they go into where they share their wisdom of what life has been like for them. And I think there is a difference in some of the speakers that you speak to based upon where they are at the level of their age and maturity. And I think when you're dealing with Edward, he's just sharing wisdom rather than being a teacher, if that makes sense. On Edward, personally, another point, I've known him a long time. He's actually in the political space. And I'm not going to go into all the details. He's not here. But he's pretty influential in California and things like that. So, like, he actually does some pretty significant.
No, I think he's an absolutely nice guy, and he was somebody who threw me off the first time I talked to him. Because, I'm a very reactionary person. You guys can probably obviously see that. But at the height of, imagine like the height of BLM, and I'm just talking all of this fucking shit. I'm unloading everything, that, and of course, if you remember on the app at the time, you have all these pro-black rooms that would just be absolutely rude to white people, say horrible shit about white people. And, I would make my rooms, and then, at least at the time, there weren't really any other people doing it, at least at the scale I was doing it. And so I'd have these big rooms, and then he would talk to me. He'd be like, okay, Pepe. And then it was a very grandfatherly way of talking to me, which I do think it was, and I think he's a much more conservative person than I am. Like I've been
I got kicked from the room.
He was. What is it that you
Coco?
basically say how, like, ultimately you're in control of your life and yada yada yada. You have to live with the consequences of your decisions. Like you say, yeah, okay, obviously. And he did have, which in a way, if you were having to listen to your grandfather, he was giving you like real advice. It's like in terms of your world, not in terms of trying to like solve the country problems or the world's problems or anything like that, but like your fucking life.
But like the fourth night in a row, you guys have butted heads.
Yeah, I think he's a better influence than I am. If I'm being realistic, like. He did say, like, don't listen to Pepe. Well, I think, depending on the audience,
Pepe
is
a
correct.
retard.
You should not... If we were talking to teenage boys or girls, you would obviously want to listen to Edward over me. Nobody would disagree with that. If we were to say, like, who would... And you guys can show how you trust him more, that's fine. But even if I were you, you'd be like, would you trust Pepe or Edward more to watch your home while you went on vacation? Every one of you motherfuckers will say Edward, and that is fine. Because if I were you guys, I would say Edward as well. And so, you know, he's that likable and of a guy. So, you know, no ill will against him, but I do think that when it comes to conservatives, that is one of the things that has always thoroughly fucking annoyed me about it, is that these cookie cutter Dr. Miracle prescriptions for how people should live their lives, well, it may be good for the masses. It's not reality. People don't come from loving. Not everybody comes from a loving home like him, and not everybody is born.
I think did this start in the relationship room that I had? Is that where the first real butting of heads? Because I remember, because obviously he's gonna have his thoughts on all that stuff. I think that was the first time, right, Pepe?
Well, I ended up pushing back eventually.
Yeah.
It's just like he would tell his life story and like how this is the roadmap for success, and it's just like I'm here. All I would hear is like, oh, you have two very stable, normal, probably intelligent, rational parents that raise their kids right. Okay, check. You have, okay, they gave you a roadmap for your life, and you did that roadmap, and you were successful. Okay, check. You did the same thing with your kids. Okay, check. Amazing.
No, by the way, you weren't the only one. Dr. J was super hated. Remember that?
Yeah, Doctor.
Holy
yeah.
shit! Both of you guys were really working on people.
Yeah, but Dr. J and I are rather, I would say, similar when it comes to our outlook.
Like
when it comes to
like
how
our social issues, you guys are very similar. Like how you look at just like how his life isn't perfect. You're right. I mean, I understand.
yes, and no, absolutely. And so he was somebody who would look at. So Dr. J, he's somebody who actually, I guess, would have more. And this is what's also, and I hate to be mean, but the people that I've disliked on the right throughout my and and also they have like zero nuance. They're very rigid people, and okay, he's one of those people. Simple answer to think that like you can have. I think Dr. J is rather similar to me in this way. To think that like religion can solve every fucking problem is absolutely fucking retarded. Yeah, you literally have like, for example, and he was coming from it from more of like a scientific perspective or empirically scientific perspective, where you're saying like, and I was doing this too. It's like, look, you have people with different personality traits. People with actual illnesses, and this is not really within the realm of religion to mediate, even though, you know, they'll all claim they can do that. Narrow, but that is a fever dream to think that is ever going to be a fucking reality anywhere, let alone in the United States. That's not how people are. We're more complicated than that. But he has a very simplistic solution for a very complicated problem, which it never fucking works. If you guys talk to him, you tell him, I don't hate the guy. He's a bad person.
He's put up with a lot worse than you. I can assure you that. I think, if anything, he looks at you as a talented, bright person that he's trying to share his wisdom with.
No, you know, he said I'm a dumbass. But he, you know, to be fair,
That was the worst. So far. Said you're a dumbass. He said he would block you. I was like,
I don't think he said I was a dumbass. I think he said like I'm somebody who speaks a lot but saying nothing.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. But obviously he gets worked up, so he's going to say something. That's what he meant, you know what I mean? But the blocking was pretty interesting. I mean, maybe...
Did he say he blocked me?
He said he would block you. I don't know if he caught that.
No, I didn't.
Saying if you removed him or something like that.
You know, you said, I haven't removed you yet. I think you said that to him, remember?
Oh, yeah. He said that, like, if you remove me...
you do that, I'll block you.
And it would be, you'd have the biggest blocking, you know, and you'd be blocked by everybody. And I'm just like, dude, that wasn't even my fucking point. I think he was trying to say that my opinion when he said that is that I'm too much of a pussy to block him because he somehow has so much, like, I don't know, clout that it would hurt me more. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, for transparency, he's actually one of the few I quote unquote know in real life on this app, like only one person. Actually, it's kind of interesting because he is local to me. Now it's just over phone or whatever, so that's why I'm like just giving you a heads up that I'm like, oh, we gotta be careful.
No, I've seen him. No, like I've seen because he would go on like
the live. Yeah, Chatter,
and like I've seen him and. Look, he's not a bad man, like, whatsoever. We disagree on something. Now, the reality is that he's a religious person. He's more conservative than me. I say things that religious people say, like, oh, my God, how dare you? Lefties would say, how dare you? And right-wing people would say, how dare you? Yes, I am that person. So he's, like, condemning me for saying, you know, crossing those boundaries, like that's fine, and I don't think that makes him like. I don't think he's a. I don't think that when he gets pushed back against me, like it makes him a bad person whatsoever. But I am at the end of the day, somebody disagrees with them, and he does not like how I do that, and. That's fine. Like it doesn't. At the end of the day, I would say he's probably a nicer, better person than even I am. Like I'm not, despite my disagreements with him. This has nothing to do with him as a person. It's just I just completely disagree with him, and you know what he thinks is a solution for saving the fucking country.
Yeah. I agree that that's the grievance you have with him. I don't think when I hear him talk what his grievance is with you, I think when I hear him talk, and this is his opinion, is that he says that you talk about subjects that you're not well versed in. That's largely what that's kind of like his main theme or main topic. Maybe he doesn't get the shock value type of entertainment you're known for on the set.
Well, no, I don't think it's just that. It's just that you do have one of the biggest problems I have with conservatives is that they're somebody like him. Like for example, he's I'm not going to speak to his upbringing, but you get people that are thought to think a very certain way, and then you get some of these people are extremely rigid, which a lot of conservatives are, and people on the right can be rather rigid, left can be rather rigid too. But when you question them on these things, it's almost like
show about people saying nothing.
I was pointing to something when it came to his, he couldn't answer. For example, when
retards trying to form sentences about nothing.
Evangelical support for Israel. Now, I get it. A lot of people like to say that, you know, oh, you can't be a Catholic and be a Zionist, which is largely bullshit. You have a lot of people who just converted to Catholicism and they like to say this shit. But yeah, you can absolutely be a Zionist. But the only difference is that we don't see this as being a part of our eschatology. In other words, like a part of our end times scenario. And when you have somebody like him who's like super principled and I would say this is, he is a rigid individual. Once you start to go against like a tenet that he holds to believe to be true, like he's going to, he's gonna be like it's gonna fuck with them. I don't know how else to say it. Like he's gonna. I think like he was insulted by the fact that I even questioned that, and I don't know what to say. Like look, if you're a Catholic,
Armand, can you go in there and say that Pepe is an R word and that the Pepe emotional show is so stupid and pathetic? Thanks, Armand.
Do we think all Jews have to live in Israel in order to usher in the end times? No, we don't. Israel is considered the church.
Israel is considered the church.
Up until 200 years ago, that's what Israel was. It was the fucking church. It wasn't Jews living in Israel. Christians all universally believe.
Pepe retard show. Oh God, God help us.
They won't let me copy and paste something so big.
Elliot! Elliot is back!
United by extreme devotion to a person, idea, belief, or belief system. That's fucking religion. And my
internet is for people that just don't like books anymore.
Organization that use coercive control, aka you're gonna burn in hell, manipulation, if you don't do this, you're gonna burn in hell, and thought reform to exploit members and restrict their personal autonomy. What's the cartels? Exactly, they work with the cartels.
Oh, you know what? Fuck. I can't get rid of this motherfucker. Fine.
This is what they chose, right? So they
Demonstrate that. Stop repeating it. Demonstrate.
Brother, demonstrate what's with you.
Don't make the claim. If you can't demonstrate, then don't claim. You lying piece of shit. Demonstrate. If you make the claim, you should be able to demonstrate. If you can't demonstrate,
no, that's not how it works.
Listen, I had 2 words left. I had 2 fucking words left. You piece of shit. If you can't demonstrate,
People words usually unless they want to have faith in those words that he gives. You sometimes what's the one that's giving explanation about himself?
It really is dinner for schmucks.
He's teaching you something.
then you guys just
Let him finish. He's teaching you something.
Then you're sitting here playing.
Make science backs all what you're talking about. Metaphysics backs all.
They're presenting it. And like too embarrassing, bro. Align yourself with reality so that you can present.
You don't even know what reality is.
You have tools like logic and philosophy. God has
You don't
given
even
you.
know what reality is. Reality is a construct, right? And everybody chose it. There's no need to, bro. I'm having a problem with you.
You're not. You're fucking interrupting my body.
There's 4 people off the mic.
Shut up. Listen, you have to demonstrate that the thing that you're saying exists in objective reality. You can't just claim over and over. That's all you're doing is just repeating yourself. Stop repeating yourself. Demonstrate that we chose to fucking be here.
I think by him saying that if we chose to be here because it goes in with Jeremiah 29:11, for I know the plans that I have for you, or no, what's the verse? He says, I knew you, before you were formed, I knew you.
He doesn't hold the scripture, Dave. He doesn't hold the scripture.
That's a good verse. Definitely resonates.
It does. Because if he knew us, I'm pretty.
Where I'm kind of, it's not specific to.
The Pepe Show! The longest running retard show in Clown House history.
Your religiosity. I think it's largely bullshit. And, but, as you can see, this is why I've never called myself conservative. I think, Joe, you can kind of understand now.
Traitor. Yes, you were conservative.
They're very different.
conservatism's a political ideology. What you're hitting at are different denominations of Christianity, and then there's party politics as well. We oftentimes discuss party
Well, no,
politics.
I'll hit it. I'll hit it all religion. Like
Christianity's fake.
Yes, you do.
And then you have Christians which Christianity, depending on who you talk to, and Jewish.
Are you answering my question, Pepe?
Yeah. Okay. So, depending on, like with Jews, for example, they either say, I don't think Jesus was real. He might have been like when I say Jesus, none of them think he's a God.
Dude, I can tell you right now, Jesus exists. He existed. Now, rather, he was like, there was definitely a man named Jesus.
But some Jews will say that the story of Jesus is like a story of many individuals, and there's no evidence of a specific Jesus.
Listen, this is going to sound crazy what I'm about to say, but the reason why I know this to be true is that this is going to sound crazy, but I buy pirate gold from a friend of mine, like constantly. I actually just bought a piece today. It's a very amazing piece from a ship that sunk, right? And he started pulling out pieces that were like crazy. I was like, what the fuck? I'm talking about pieces from like before Christ, 3,000 years ago, type shit like that. You know what I mean? And he broke down to me the coins and like all these things that kind of prove that Jesus exists. It was crazy. I should bring him in and talk. So I believe Jesus existed. The thought of religion, though, I don't know. When everything is happening with these UFOs and all this shit, I don't know what I believe right now, dude, to be completely honest with you. There's so much weird shit going on. Like, I believe in a higher power, but I think religion itself is a farce. I think it's...
I'm rather
What's
kind
that?
of unique
I think
on the right.
I think religion is just, it's man-made. It's man-made because we need a way to control people. So, I hate to say it, because I do believe in a God, I do believe in a higher power. I just don't believe.
How do you feel about Jesus specifically? Not the church, not the religion. I can respect that, but just, him, the man.
Here's what I would say. I would say there's a lot of stories about Jesus, and from what I understand, like just the gold that I bought recently, and the Roman Empire, and understanding the Roman Empire and all the stuff, like he was a real problem for them. So like he definitely existed. He definitely caused a lot of issues. This man definitely had a following. In fact, they were the Romans. It was a fucking huge problem. So I believe there was a man named Jesus. I believe he died. I believe I know they crucified him. I know the shroud, all that stuff. I believe all that stuff. I just don't know if he was, if he was a god. You know what I mean? I don't know if he was, the Father, Son, the Holy Spirit. I don't know because no evidence has pointed to that to me yet, right? Science.
But it sounds fucking silly. Like, how could, I don't know. You had so many people who claimed to be a messiah throughout fucking history.
And that's exactly
how many of them changed the fundamental morality of the world?
Well, let's talk about that. I'll tell you. Do you want to talk about that? Do you think Charles Manson had a founding effect on the world?
I don't think.
Hold on. Let's talk about this because Charles Manson has had movies and TV shows and books, and he, like, the entire world knows who Charles Manson is. Does that make sense?
No, that's not true. That's not the entire world. Charles Manson is. If you go to China, and if you ask Chinese people about Charles Manson, they don't know who the fuck that is.
I mean, like, everybody knew, like, 30 years ago, everybody knew who Charles Manson was. Like, he was that famous.
No. And Michael Jackson was the more famous. But just real quick,
Sorry, is my mic on? Yeah. Knowing who someone is and changing the world is different things. What Jeremy said down here was changing the world. The question is, how did Charles Manson change the world? Because I can tell you what Jesus Christ did.
And so, just to get, so more than 50% of the world believes in Jesus. Roughly 1/3 of the world is literally Christian. So that means they consider themselves his follower. That's 1/3 of every human on earth. So when we talk about, oh, well, some dude had some fame, it's like, okay, I mean, Michael Jackson was famous, like, he wasn't a messiah. Even Muslims, the only thing they reject about Christ is whether or not he was literally God in flesh, but they consider him of a virgin birth.
He's a
divine
prophet,
messenger,
yeah.
You know, and so that's another like 30% of the planet. So you have more than half of the planet believing heavily in this man. I can tell as someone who used to be an atheist.
Do you know how many exact religions, same thing, and have that same exact story?
Yes, and I actually think it's super interesting because there's actually a book on it. There's actually a book
about 20 or 30.
Yeah, there's a book called listen, Jeremy. There's actually a book called The Hero of a Thousand Faces describing the same phenomenon you are, which is that there's this ancient human myth legend that has the same basic archetypical framing that Christ does, right?
Every religion, like Aries, Soto, Virgin.
But here's what's so fascinating to me as someone who comes to it from an atheist perspective, who like Jesus, it sounds crazy, but Jesus reached out to me. I was a skeptic. I come from a scientific family. I was a materialist. I'm still pretty biased to the sciences, to be honest with you. But
one shred of that.
Well, you're kind of interrupting and jumping around. Are you actually listening though?
Yeah, I just want you to give me one shred of evidence that existed.
So,
the guy named Jesus existed.
If you can actually prove that, I would love to hear it.
So there's no real way to prove the Trinity. There are some circumstantial pieces of evidence, though. The Christians at the time, I'm getting to it. So the Christians at the time utilized Mary as a witness, which was totally anti to their culture. Women couldn't even be witnesses. So they based their whole belief system on a woman testifying. On a woman testifying that the tomb was empty. And in fact, it was then later verified by men, but the original.
That's not a fact at all, though. That's not.
Okay. So here's the thing about history. Hold on, real quick. Here's the thing about history. There's a difference between evidence and proof. Most things that are historical are almost impossible to prove. I can't prove Abraham Lincoln even lived. Really? Yes.
You can't prove Abraham Lincoln really lived. Holy shit! Holy shit!
You can support evidence.
Because you can go to his gravesite, dig him up, and find the actual DNA that breaks down his entire family tree. You don't know what you're talking about. You have no clue about science, nor do you have any idea to have a conversation.
How would you prove that? Hold on. How would you prove not have evidence? How would you prove that DNA is Abraham Lincoln?
Hold on real quick.
Hold on, no joke, because I'm trying to show you.
You're doing good, Truth, but look, Jeremy, you can't shut down the debate when you don't like what someone says. What you were trying to do was stop Truth from saying what he was saying. Just go ahead and share it, Truth, what the difference in proof
DNA.
Well, no, Jeremy, DNA is not evidence of an identity. So if you were to, really? So if you were to go into his casket, pull up from his bone marrow the DNA, that doesn't prove Abraham Lincoln. That just proves here's DNA.
It does, because if you can look at his biography, for example, you look into his daughter's work.
And his DNA from
and of course, we can look at the marriage records after that. We can see
whether records don't show DNA.
Sure. Yes.
Amen, Brother Regal. Amen.
Just once, for example. He's the person who was with.
I'm listening to Pepe, the Pepe Emotional Roller Coaster Show.
So we can actually medically test the people that were descendants of him.
I'm just listening to music, dude. That's what I'm doing.
It's so incredibly stupid. Clubhouse is really brain rotted out, and it's amazing because even the conservatives are actually social woke communists who believe in wealth redistribution and state economics. So all I'm saying is, the more you listen, the more you speak on here, the more time you're wasting. This app is a total waste of time. It's purely entertainment. Hello?
What do you think I'm on here for? I just want to waste my time a little bit. I got some free time on my hands right now. What's wrong with that?
Nothing's wrong with it, but I would like to read a book sometime if you're capable of reading something. I don't know if you read anything.
Books on my own. Like, have you ever read the Vampire Chronicles? Man, all of them books are
The Vampire Chronicles?
Yeah, by Anne Rice.
Oh my God. Those books, that's not a very good book. I'm reading a book.
Do some fiction, bro. Like, why
Do something. Read a book.
Bro, when I'm studying and I want to learn.
They can speak against our fault. That's what we fucking.
Yeah, sure. Invite பண்ண reporting name invite பண்ணுங்க.
நான் பண்றேன்.
Okay. Thank you, bro.
All right, Gary. Cheers. Take care. Good night.
Take care, bro. Bye.
Okay, 40 different authors, over 1,500 years, over 3 different continents. It wasn't just a string of random, right?
Do you know what other books have that too? Do you know how many other books do that same have that same effect?
You're just creating doubt. You're not proving.
I'm not creating doubt. I'm not trying to prove anything.
No, literally, what you're doing is you're just creating doubt. You're not proving.
But to be fair, that doubt should be sowed, because that, if we look at the Zoroastrians and the religions, they literally. Okay, you see this recycling of different claims that have gone on forever, and obviously the first religious people were not the Jews. Like I said, the Canaanites.
Maybe the Egyptians.
Coming up with somebody. All of a sudden, somebody's a new.
That thing knows a lot about history.
Connected to God somehow, and it goes on and on and on. And then the most, I would say, like the people that would maybe, at least the Jews that do agree that Jesus existed, they'll say like, well, he had a heretical sect of Judaism. They acknowledge that it existed.
Can I ask you a question, Pepe? Mm-hmm. Check this out. There has been okay. There has been more evil constructed and performed on the human race more than in the name of religion. Nothing more. Than religion. More people died in the name of religion than anything.
What about people that don't believe in religion, Jeremy? There's been more death and there's been more evil caused by people that don't believe in religion.
But yes and no.
Hold on, I make the history. No, that's very true.
Let's look at that.
Yeah, and look, the book. When you talk about all these different books and that there's these historic figures, which of them have said they will live to rule the world? And Jesus Christ has.
Yeah, and just to get back to something I was saying earlier, because Jeremy, you I don't think you meant to do it, but you ironically kind of proved the point I was making. So,
do you believe in God? What is God to you? Well, to me it's fiction, but I'm an atheist, so what is God to you?
Hold on. What I'm saying is that you are, as an individual, so fucking unique and so fucking rare that they can tell with like this is way beyond fucking winning the
You're gonna take the one on the left anyways. This is
the lottery, the national lottery.
actually worse for.
Fingerprints. We're all extremely wrong.
This is Elon Musk.
Said was wrong. You have to connect the DNA to a location of where that person was. To be able to base
So you would have to do it by mapping. Okay, mapping is biography.
See why it's so easy to get people to believe something.
No, it's mapping the biography of his fucking descendants that are known.
It is so easy to get you to believe. It's amazing.
Anyway, getting back to what I was saying,
So easy.
Cross cooperation. Okay, you use a preponderance of evidence. For fuck's sake, just relax. I'm actually not a dumb guy. Maybe listen. Okay? DNA is not evidence of identity. The identity is corroborated by cross-reference. Holy shit, this is why I get mad in here. You guys are like children. Let me finish. DNA in itself is not evidence of identity. It's cross-reference. This is like saying if you found random DNA in Christ, you just know who it is without a database. You don't get you're retarded.
This is Elon Musk on a Saturday night playing video games with a bunch of autistic R words on X Spaces where he goes, YouTube alert, this is Elon Musk as Adrian Dittman on X Spaces. He was live every Friday, Saturday night on Adrian Dittman.
So the reason why I brought that up is because we don't need certain levels of proofs or evidences to know whether or not a figure of the past existed. For example, you can look this up if you didn't know. There's no direct evidence Socrates was even a real person. And yet to this fucking day, over 2,000 years later, people still quote Socrates. And I'll imagine saying, well, I don't even know if Socrates was real because I wasn't there. It's like, bro, at some point, if people have been believing someone was alive for 2,000 fucking years, odds are he probably was. That doesn't mean he was. That's how evidence versus proof works. Not all evidence is proof. Jesus fucking Christ.
Hold on, Truth. Take a breath. Look, let's remember how this got started. Okay, when Jeremy asked Truth the question about can you prove it, right off the bat, Truth said he conceded that. He goes, I can't prove it, but they're done. It's created doubt. Look, there's a reason they call it faith, bro. Like, do you know the definition? Come in our room, bro. We're going to talk with you. I don't mind talking with you, but that doesn't mean I have to level of care of what you say, right?
Totally fine.
What education do you bring to the table that makes you more educated than all of us?
You're disrespectful, bro. You're not smart enough. I
went to MIT.
Imagine calling Isaac a great one. Here's Jeremy.
Okay, but here's the thing, though. If you use that line of argument, okay, there are geniuses that were fucking atheists, agnostic, religious, all of the above, and like, quite frankly, none of us in this room.
And like, what's gonna be funny? You know what's gonna be funny? When you guys all find out that religion has been a farce and all the shit that comes out with the government, I can't, like, the fear you're gonna feel.
There's a distinction between the Messiah and the false churches and names. So even
I get it now. Jeremy worships at the altar of the alien. Isn't that right? You believe in UFOs, right?
Of course.
You believe in that.
Oh my God! Please.
So let's just so we're clear. You guys, I'm assuming you guys have not read any of the files that came out from the actual government supporting
Mr. Kitover.
And you think they don't exist.
And I don't think aliens exist.
Yeah, okay, this is why you said
sourcing is one thing from the government system. Just said you read the files. What are the files?
Okay, with all of the solar systems, and we can even look at even the meteors that have come back to the planet Earth. They literally have the same elements as us, and to sit here with all of these solar systems and to pretend like they are not going to have any kind of life is fucking retarded.
Let's discuss
our solar system.
Hold on, Jeremy. I'll set the stage for you. Jeremy,
let's just go
yeah,
through sides.
let's hear this, Jeremy. Prove aliens exist. Don't give us a line of evidence leading us to think that they could exist.
Sure.
I want you to prove aliens exist from this stage.
Sure. Let's talk about that for a minute. So there are one or two things. Are you familiar with Occam's razor?
He doesn't even understand what you did, Joe.
You familiar with Occam's razor?
I want you to prove it. I don't want you to just give circumstantial evidence. I want you to prove aliens exist on this stage.
Let me speak. Are you familiar with Occam's razor? Probably not, because I don't think you're as educated.
That's not proof, bro.
Well, could you
the simplest answer would be
familiar with Are you
Occam's razor?
No, that's not. First of all, that's not.
That's not what
let me finish. No, it means in all things equal, the full solution points to. It doesn't matter. Just let me move on, because I don't want to hurt your brain.
It's likely that alien.
Let's go. Let me finish, because I know a lot of you are sitting in your studio apartments. Gotcha. So now it's become insult.
It's likely. You want to say it so bad. It's likely aliens exist.
Are you familiar with the Drake?
You can't prove aliens exist. You're telling us a bunch of bullshit.
Now he's trying to argue for probability.
You don't have like a photograph. You don't have any DNA. Do you have any DNA of aliens?
Did you go to the government website? Did you see?
I got it here. War.gov/UFO. Yes, I've seen it all.
I don't think he's done what he's asking us to do.
I personally interviewed Bob Lazar. I personally interviewed Dr. Brewer. Let me finish the statement. Shut the fuck up, bum. How about that? Shut up. For a second, let me talk. First of all, it's very, very simple. If you've gone and read through the 300 documents, which we both know neither one of you have done, then there are actual recordings.
This is Elon Musk on a Saturday night. He goes live on X Spaces by the name Adrian Dittman. They're playing chess.
Here's a photo. There's photo evidence. So you tell me, let's just start real quick. What craft would be over the moon in deep space? Let's just start that.
Yeah, no, hold on. Let me
He's going to prove it.
Yeah, hold on. You just disputed Christians about the existence of Jesus Christ, saying that the likelihood of Jesus existing due to evidence isn't enough for proof. However, Jeremy, let me finish, because I got you on this one, buddy. What you just told us is that we need to look at the picture, and it is evidence. Those are your own words. It is evidence that aliens exist. No, bro, I got you. You're an intellectual minor, bro.
Oh, fucking shit.
Really, like, literally, bro, you come in here talking all this shit, and I just flipped that around on you, and all you can come up with is the likelihood. I got this.
Period. It's very obvious. You can't fuck with me on my level of intellect in your best day.
Just put it on the internet.
So you know what's so
Put it on the internet. I just fucking schooled your ass.
So here's what's so fucking
What's this guy's name? You don't want me to put it on the internet because I'll embarrass you.
He went from saying he was going to prove it to asking us about a Drake equation, which means he doesn't have proof, because proof doesn't require you to ask me a question. So he didn't even pay attention. I am recording when I said evidence and proof. And then I put what on your Instagram?
I'm putting all this on Instagram.
Stop talking. Right?
You should stop talking, because you know I get 8 million views per video.
I don't give a damn how many rooms you're talking about. I do not get Google. If being on your damn Instagram.
Well, then keep your mouth shut.
No, someone do something.
Lawyer, God, somebody do something.
Lawyer. You walked into me cooking it, but you got it.
You cooked me.
Yes, everybody
really hurt you get cooked, Jeremy. You cook me in the room that can stop this guy from putting this on. No, because you have the freedom of speech as a law. Freedom of speech, 100%. Definitely gonna make content out of this.
This is actually fucking crazy. The level of evidence necessary to believe in aliens is the same necessary to believe in Christ.
No, that's a fact, bro. That's why so uneducated. It's incredible.
Okay, so educate us.
That's a fact, because you've never seen an alien yourself, and we've never seen God.
The U.S.
Right?
government released the files. They
released what files? They released the Bible too. You have a Bible.
The government released the
They
Bible.
released the big old 66-book Bible.
So, Jeremy, respectfully, I'm going to invite you to stop learning from Instagram and YouTube shorts and actually do fucking research.
Because if you actually made content,
I would never make content. I have real chicks.
I make content for a living.
Because that's what they do.
That are commenting on extraterrestrials.
Okay. Did you say no government? Sorry. Did you say nobody from the government has been contacting on extraterrestrials?
You've never seen an alien. So you're believing in something that you've never seen before, right?
So there have been no government files released.
Hold up, dude. Jeremy, have you ever seen an alien?
Have you ever seen $1 million?
Uh-oh. Have you No, that's the point we're trying to make. If you believe in something you've never seen, you are just as retarded as
you guys are retarded.
you believe you're retarded.
It's not a belief. The fact that you think you're the only people that exist in the entire galaxy is so like the level.
Who said if I believe in aliens or not? This isn't about what I believe. You never asked me what I believe.
So what are you jumping in arguments for? Do you have something?
I just added it.
Do you have anything to add?
I did.
Are you trying to
Have you ever seen an alien?
Are you trying to get Clubhouse trader?
Yes or no?
No, I haven't, Precious.
This isn't gonna go well for you unless you clip a lot of your shit out.
I got you,
Precious. When you put it onto your Instagram.
I got you, Precious.
When you put it on your Instagram, you stop yourself about looking stupid.
The insults when he has no argument.
Okay.
I know, and then stupid insults. Like, I have really small legs and I can see my coochie. Like, I don't know why you call me Precious. Because I sound fat as fuck. Sorry.
Do you think I'm calling you fat because I said Precious?
Oh, what do you call me Precious
You trying to play dumb. Okay, bro.
Like, hello?
You guys just said it. It's so
Precious is a fat, black-ass girl with no neck. What are we talking about?
I don't know that movie. I've never seen it.
So where'd you get the name Precious from?
Because I call everybody Precious. Like, okay, Precious.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You just lied. Why you lying?
Okay.
Hello?
I believe. I got you. I want to believe you.
Oh, still no more.
You know,
I'm gonna bring my cook you guys with me.
Wait, Jeremy, I'm gonna tell you what I got. Tell him to come in here and cook us.
He will cook you.
Jeremy, this is what you need to do.
He will definitely cook you guys.
If you want to corroborate this UFO thing, actually the government is late. Go see what the Nation of Islam has been saying about UFOs. And
they've all been saying.
Forget all the dogma, forget all the shit that they're tied into. Go listen to what they've been saying about the UFOs this whole time.
When they've been saying, dude, I'm trying to explain to these people that like they think I'm being atheist.
Nobody don't believe in UFOs. You were saying.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you're saying when you talk in Ebonics. Like, what?
Yo, what?
Did I just speak in Ebonics?
No.
Okay, so like I said, nobody said, that's a word. That's an American English word. Nobody said that we believe or don't believe in anything.
Nobody said.
You were talking about our belief system in Jesus, in God, right? So all I did was ask you, have you ever seen an alien? You believe in them and you've never seen one before.
I believe in the probability of life in other galaxies, yes.
Okay, I do too.
Hold on. I hate to be a dick. Jeremy, what's the definition of a galaxy? What's the definition of a galaxy, Jeremy?
It's multiple stars, clusters, and then Milky Way.
Nothing he's never seen again.
Jeremy, why are you fat?
Who's fat?
Jeremy.
You sound a little fat, but I didn't want to go
Who's
there.
calling me fat?
I am. You are.
I'm sorry, who said that?
Me.
And you're calling me fat, Ann?
That's
It's so funny. You're learning the language and shit. I'm dying.
Yo, Ann,
Yes, sir.
you need to be very careful to the type of stuff you say to me.
You're fat.
Okay. Ann, watch what I'm about to do to everybody's socials right now.
Oh my gosh, I'm so scared. Please
You
don't.
will. You will.
Please
Oh
don't.
shit, you pressed his
No,
button. That's the
don't
thing
do
that hurts
it.
his feelings the most.
Don't
Oh my god,
do
okay.
it.
Watch
So guys,
this.
nobody mentioned
Jeremy, I was on your side the whole time.
Strong.
No, watch
Like
this.
you're threatening a woman.
Oh, no, I'm about to fuck your shit up.
Jeremy, are you wearing that hat because you're balding?
Yes, you are.
I'm fat. First of all, I weigh 170
I'm not
pounds,
lying.
fucking moron. And no one's listening. Hey, Skeletor. Now, I'm not looking at your Instagram. How much work have you had done to your face? You stand next to the oven, do your fucking face smell?
Zero set.
Yeah, how much filler do you have? Oh my god.
Zero.
That's right. And by the way, what filler do you think your kids when they come rob me in 5 years? Yeah, filler. What happened to your husband, by the way?
Okay.
What happened to your husband?
At least I'm not fat.
Well, no, what happened to your husband? Why did he cheat on you?
Why are you single and fat?
Yeah, why are you full of filler? Why don't you show everybody what you really look like? Show everybody your real photo.
Oh my goodness.
This guy's got
What is going on in here?
This chick looks like Skeletor in real life.
A
No,
fat
she
man.
doesn't. We
Yeah, she does.
That's
Show
so
us
funny.
real quick.
You're from Asia.
We've seen her.
Oh yeah, you want to see her real Instagram? And her,
I follow her on Instagram.
Jeremy, why
Please
what
don't.
happened?
Please don't do
What's
it.
got you all riled up here, man?
she just started saying the craziest shit to me.
What's that?
She just said, why are you fat?
And why is she a skank that her husband left?
She was never married. You're lying.
Why don't you ask her? That's her husband.
I know her.
You know her in real life?
No, not in real life.
Yeah. None of you know each other.
I'm not like you. I'm not gonna lie. There was
All the signs and stuff is available. You guys could tell.
What about God?
Listen, stop like trying to circle me around.
No, I'm asking you, what about God?
Stop me again. Well, let me explain. I just told you to stop for 1 minute, then you guys stop talking. And we stop all this evidence. It shows we missing something. The stuff we don't know. The stuff, the buildings, the permit, everything that you have to figure out. This is not made by humans. That's the 3 extra hours that maybe find the laser, maybe they find whatever they do right now. Maybe they got the biggest technology and maybe they can do it.
Hey, why don't you tell us about your sex trafficking work?
What about that?
Why don't you tell us about your sex trafficking work?
What about that?
I don't know. You had to offer it up.
Jeremy, you wanna fucking like bullshit about it?
You're very, very interested in what I do in Florida. That's very, very sweet.
Because you don't know if you're talking to the internet when you just say crazy shit out your mouth.
It wasn't crazy.
Or what kind of effect you're going to have on yourself at all. Yep.
Oh my gosh, you know what? You are so tough.
I
No,
don't know.
you
You're tough,
told
man.
and you don't call people fat.
Oh, man.
She's a pig. You're a pig.
Hello?
She's a pig.
Yeah,
She
God.
looks like her face is going to melt.
Okay, but you're so fat. Even though I'm
Fucking weird bitch.
Oh man, please give us Americans a
I'm
second,
not
man.
fat, you weird fucking trainee. No one's fat.
Hey, Jeremy, do you think
Make
that talking like this
America
is
great
great
again.
for public image?
I don't care about my public image. You do know that, right?
So wait, you regulate
Public image? Who is this guy? What the
Bro, I got 4 righteous because oh my
so
God, be quiet, Cornell.
So that random comment about using ebonics.
Well, I definitely wasn't using ebonics.
She literally was not.
But it's cool. I don't think he's crazy. I think
slang has nothing to do with
I think he fat like Ann said. He's fat.
You have fucking gauges in your ear, and you have fucking a gold chain on.
Did you say gauges in my ear?
Oh, I'm sorry, those.
Are you retarded?
It looks like gauges.
What are you talking? Those are fucking ear pods, you moron. You're a fucking moron.
Oh, okay, I see.
You fucking moron.
You're rocking
You're a moron.
You're rocking a gold chain. You're doing the whole urbanist.
I'm rocking a gold chain.
Talk to your black.
Yeah, you're rocking a gold chain.
I rock gold chains all the time. Bro, I'm rocking it. Are you talking about in my picture, you moron?
No, I'm on your IG.
Oh, yeah, Goofy. I just bought treasure. The gold fucking chain is dummy.
Okay, I'm gonna give you one in here.
Let me finish this. Are you a fucking moron?
I hate hearing about how other people spend their money that I can't have gold. I can't spend it. I don't want to hear that. I bought treasure. I'm a big boy.
I bought treasure. Wait, where was it? Where did you find it? You guys did you make fun of Floyd for having the more literacy? Give me a get on the phone. No, Aeon. Not Ion. Not Ion. No, moron. I'm not talking about the little fucking gay guy on fucking Clubhouse.
Oh, you talking about someone else? Man, have that right
So you're using
seed investor in Clubhouse. I have $500,000. Okay.
Can I ask you one question? Did you all just start making money on this app? Because there were no paid features before these new coin things. So how did you make your money back?
And by the way, dude, I lost all the money in Clubhouse. This shit's garbage. And it's garbage because
they didn't give you power here?
No one cares about Clubhouse. That's why you guys run it, because none of you could have a real
platform. Yeah, that's why I would never put $500,000 in it. I'm just asking. What a dumb fucking investment, by the way. But what the fuck did you get back from it? And what did you just get, a fucking unlimited green bean for the rest of your life? Like for $500? I think you got bamboozled. But that's what they do to influencers that make money off of just influencing. You don't know what real money is. You just go out there spending it frivolously, and then you fucking think like treasure and Clubhouse seed investments.
Good job. I made $7 million out of $500,000 investment. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for your stellar advice. And truth, by the way. I got you.
It wasn't advice because you already did it, so I wasn't giving you advice. I was analyzing the decision you already made. I would never give you advice. You're a millionaire. You wouldn't listen to me. Just $1 there.
Jeremy, where does this treasure come from? So if you let me talk, like this dude's talking about I own a chain, but that's all he sees, of course, is a chain.
No, I thought that was ironic because you look.
I thought it was ironic. I thought it was ironic. Anyway, so have you ever seen the movie Fool's Gold with Matthew McConaughey? Yeah. So you know the treasure that they found. This is a piece of that treasure. This is an actual piece of gold from a buried treasure. Like it was brought back from the bottom of the ocean that was heading to the Queen of England. But but then again, I'm just a guy wearing a chain. It's fucking it. This app is incredible. It's still the same app.
Yeah, why don't you PTR that, because I'm pretty sure you're capping right now.
I'm capping right now? Okay.
True. I think that we should move past this segment of
definitely move
the
past
show.
the segment.
I'd love to stay on him talking about ebonics, though, but he's trying to...
Well, hold on really quickly. But truth, the thing is, I was speaking very, just
nonsense.
You weren't even using it.
Hold on, speaking.
Yeah,
First time I
you
used
think
it.
you're gonna be to use me?
So one thing I think you should understand is when someone comes at you with vitriol and they really have no reason to be mad at you, sometimes you have to ignore it. Which is why I ignored him and I kept on talking in proper English. Because that's what I use. I have a list. Sometimes my S's sound like this, right? Because I have a list. But other than that, I don't think I was speaking about it. So you know what I did, Truth? I ignored him. But Truth, I really think you are a phenomenal black man for standing up for your black sister when I was verbally assaulted. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Baby Gronk. Does he bonnets? Do you think he uses his bonnets? I don't think you know who Baby Gronk is. Like, I don't think anyone does. I don't think you have an idea. Because you're an idiot. Because you have no idea what's going on in the culture. That's why.
The thing is, I would rather speak Ebonics than informal English and just keep calling people idiots and morons. That's not the language that people use in spaces that are like very, highly not educated. They have etiquette. They have morale. And have a nice backbone. We were raised by a nice family.
You be trying to do
This is
that don't
body
work.
language.
This is
Body language.
Dad don't work, brother. Guess what? That don't work. Dad don't work. Dad don't work. Go brush your teeth. How about you brush your teeth?
Why would he need to randomly brush his teeth because you told him to?
Give me his teeth, bro.
You're fucking crazy, bro.
What fucking crazy?
Here's your truth. Brush your teeth.
Yeah, Jeremy, keep that energy when next time you're talking to anyone.
I know you're real tough. I know you're real tough. You're tough. You're tough.
Next time you're talking to a white person,
Shine on the street.
don't use that
Truth, let's be honest, he only does that on Clubhouse. I don't think he would do that in real life. It's okay.
Literally, baby, some dude for some white.
It's fun to troll people on there.
Why are you talking about Sergi?
That's hilarious.
I would wash my hands after jalapenos before I wash my hands after.
Yeah, I was alright.
I know how to wipe my own hands, okay? I don't get pee or shit on my hand.
Side of America that's to have the American influence is a bender.
Yeah,
Do you have dual citizenship?
Shut up, Peters.
Yeah, it's like hard for me. I don't know if my heart can take that.
Before sunrise.
Sorry, it's not you. Sorry, it's not you. It's not you. I could be, if you want, I could tell you.
Okay, here it goes with the weird deflection. Cool, I'm scanning you. I wish.
And did you say my G?
I wish I was the bald-headed white dude.
That's definitely black people's language.
Bald-headed white people. I got it. Yeah.
I wish I was a big white man.
Could you imagine if living on an app all day just arguing?
You're here talking to me.
I haven't been here.
You suck my dick.
I haven't seen Truth in a while.
Oh, Truth. What's your real name, Truth?
Christian Cochran.
No, I know. Are you dumb?
I will message him on IG right now.
Hey, Christian,
Right now. Don't use that Ebonics with me, boy.
Go ahead and do that to me, Christian. Go ahead and do that to me, Christian.
I just did it.
Christian, you're playing with fire, my dude.
Yeah, like this is scary, bro.
You're playing with fire.
Hold on, I don't want to get my house.
Don't use that.
Like, let's not do like names and like asking people's names, Jeremy. Like, let's not do that because like I don't want my shit clipped in this house, you know.
He'll get your shit cooked for no reason. So does it even matter? You might as well go all out.
Go out. Style.
Yeah, he's clipping everybody, man.
Nah, I don't know what's going on. I mean, like, everybody's just going crazy in this room right now.
Can we get Snake to come off?
I know what his whole business is imitating black aesthetic. Yo,
No, chill.
You're gonna get on the internet and mock black culture while you profit off of it. Bro, please pull up.
Okay, so quick question. Can we get Snake to come off mic for 1 second? Are you busy, Snake?
That guy. What's going on?
Yeah, Snake, where you been?
What's up? I'll tell you what I'm doing.
Is that your girlfriend now?
A documentary called Under the Influence about the behavior that happens on Clubhouse. Every time a white person has a conversation, they immediately get attacked. And what just happened, and by the way, you should probably go watch my documentary.
You said I was speaking Ebonics. That's why he attacked you on that. He didn't.
After he called you.
I was not. I said nobody. You said.
Again.
I call him.
Okay, right. So the thing is, you're speaking Ebonics. You're calling people my G. Like, what the fuck? That's weird.
Okay, so you should go check the documentaries I've done. They're all on the
I
internet.
would never.
And I'm letting you know right now, this shit is on and popping.
Oh, you know that brother you got a picture with? I'm about to message him and say, I hope you don't use Ebonics with him. You don't like
yeah.
that shit.
Yeah. You're gonna hit Waka Flocka like he's gonna. I lived with his mom, Deborah Annie, in Atlanta.
Did you make sure she didn't use Ebonics?
Eagles
Did you
lived in
make
for
sure
like
she
8
didn't use
months. What are you
Ebonics?
talking about? You're an idiot.
Did you make sure she didn't use
I'm making sure you didn't use Ebonics. That's what I'm making sure. You need to go brush your teeth, bro.
So, Truth, hold on. Truth, I don't think he's racist. I think he was rage baiting. Hold on 1 second. Truth, I think he was rage baiting.
I think you're a hate. You're a hate.
Right. So, like, the thing is,
You're a
like,
hatred, evil bigot is what you
yo,
are.
come on, Jeremy. Like, you're
He's an
flipping his
evil
script right
bigot,
here now.
and he's not going to be on this app anymore. You're an evil bigot, dog, and he will not be on this.
Yeah,
But
okay.
what about you? What about you?
You can go back, into the recordings and check the recording. There's no problem.
You called a black
Who
woman.
is that? How can we do that?
Hold on, pause in here. Hold on.
You called a black woman precious and said don't use Ebonics.
Bring Paul up real quick. Hold on, True.
Bring Paul up.
Hold on, True.
What the fuck you said?
I think we all should go to bed, guys.
Hold on, So I'm a racist person because I said you're using.
Now Paul's in here. Oh my
Where's
god.
Paul?
Maybe he's in here on a ghost account.
Yeah, get your niggas in here so we can talk about you calling black women.
Get my what?
Maybe you stupid motherfucker.
We're allowed to use the N-word. You can almost use the N-word everywhere, but you can't use the F-word.
Imagine being such a prick.
You know what the F-word is?
You can't even go, you know what, you got me. He's trying to act like that.
Yo, I didn't get your DM, by the way.
And that's your favorite word.
Fucking cornball ass motherfucker.
I think I'm not gonna find you.
You're gonna find N?
I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna find.
Are you allowed to threaten people?
I'm gonna find your account. I'm gonna tell you.
What's up,
How you doing? And I'm gonna report your account for the shit you're doing, and I'm gonna send it to your boss. This entire recording.
Please don't. Oh my god.
Watch and see.
Guys, is this okay?
Watch and see.
Oh my gosh. Is this guy fucking okay?
And you really should do your research on me, and
I think he's trying to trigger me.
and you really should do your research on me. I'm not playing with you.
He's trying to fucking trigger me.
Nigga, where are you from?
Do your research.
Do your research.
I can't live like this.
Do your research, and
I'm from
What's your LinkedIn? What's your LinkedIn?
my LinkedIn.
Yeah.
It's easy. Just go look up Jeremy Green. Find me on.
Put it in the chat. We're really gonna find out about your credentials today.
Oh, listen. You can literally Google me right now. No problem. Easy. Google
boom right now. You don't have to use your LinkedIn. You can go find everything about it.
Hey, your boy Spencer, do you tell him not to use Ebonics with you?
Spencer's my guy.
Do you tell him not to use Ebonics with you?
No, because he doesn't talk like you. He doesn't talk like you at all.
So he wouldn't be affected by that.
Not at all. In fact, he's sitting here with me, we're smoking cigars, laughing.
He's right there. Put him on the mic.
No, I'm Spencer.
Hey, are you a producer, eh?
Okay.
I'm a music producer. I'm doing research.
Who's that? That's
Jeremy's angry because it's bad.
hanging out, doxing each other.
Yeah, that white girl is mad because she looks like fucking Ann Coulter. Ann Coulter over here. She looks just like Ann Coulter. If you're there, who's watching the crops?
Your mama?
Oh my God! Did you just say that?
Yeah, that was wrong.
That was really wrong. Not before. Who's watching the crops?
Don't bring his mom into this.
It's okay. Make America great again.
Jeremy, can we talk about the small things? Are you here for that at all? I don't know why we're doing this, but
No, that's all good. Is this your room?
yeah, this is my house and everything, dude.
Yo, Matt.
Yo.
This is your house?
Yeah, is he gone now, or what did you do to him?
Sorry, bro.
Shit. It's all good, man. I'll get it back. It's not a big deal.
Dude, don't you be fine. Are you reporting? I'm not reporting Matt. He's a nice guy.
Oh. Yeah, I talked to you before. We're good, man. But yeah, we should I don't know,
So at the end of the day, man, let's quit all the negative vibes and talk about something productive.
They don't know how to do that.
Did you talk about the Cassidy race tonight? Anyone?
Yeah. King talked about that.
Yes, a good member of Congress that won that woman. That won that primary.
Wow, so easy to find this person.
I'm probably reply to old friends because I'm just that.
Jeremy, fuck City. Yo. Hit up every one of my black friends. They're just gonna make fun of you, bro.
Who is this guy?
I bet that's gonna happen.
Oh my God.
Why would we even see
Matt, who is this guy?
Wow.
It's all good.
Huh?
We got this.
Doxer. He said he's going
What?
to find
He's
me.
doxing? Who's he
He said
doxing?
he's going to find me.
Going after Ann a little bit.
Why? Why would you do that?
That's kind of creepy.
Yeah, you know the laws in Michigan on doxing? You aware of them?
Oh shit. She's about to take you to court.
Yeah, you know the laws in Michigan?
Good luck doing that.
Yeah, no problems. It's easy.
No problem.
No problems, sweetheart. You do that to Ann?
A whole thing called partners. Oh great, I did not see a single black person here. Oh wait, that's a nigga. Uh-oh. I hope he ain't using any bonnets.
Oh shit.
Doxing.
Somebody mod Abby.
Oh no.
The only person that deserves a mod is Peter.
We love Peter. Peter.
Yo, Abby.
Yeah.
Is he gonna care about what you're gonna do to me?
No, I just said you ought to look what the laws are in Michigan before you
There are
dox
no laws.
someone.
I'm not doxing anybody. I'm just gonna.
Just be mindful of that.
If you get on a public forum and start talking crazy.
Yeah. Do you want to share about people's personal information?
And someone and people like me find it and send it to your boss.
I don't have a boss.
I like this. That's why Clubhouse is failing and will always fail because of people like you.
So
Like me.
Not you, like.
you just blame everybody else for your own behavior. That's crazy.
Oh no, you truth. How many times have you been kicked off this product?
Not once.
Not once.
Not once.
You've never.
Are you a parent? Are you a parent?
How many problems have you had with people on this product?
I just had one with you. You tell me how many have you had?
You've had so many issues.
How many have you had?
Brother, I'm sitting talking, texting with Paul. You have so many complaints on this product. So
I do? People can leave complaints on your profile?
Bro, do you not know what the car stupid?
Is my karma bad or good?
I'm not gonna lie, 2% is pretty good.
Karma, dog. You want
Yeah, 2% is pretty good.
0.2? Like, get off my dick. What the fuck? Is this nigga retarded? What the fuck?
Just keep going.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
You just called a white woman precious, talking about there I go with the N-word. You reaching, bro. Keep reaching. If Floyd Mayweather calls you nigga, you say the same shit to him, right?
You wish you were literally a white coon. You wish you could have Floyd Mayweather. You wish you could do this
because
without
in your heart you don't want to be called nigga.
Yo,
When I've been in
chill
call
out in
you
your
nigga,
studio.
you violent. You
Chill out in your studio apartment. There you go.
You are a fucking
Regions are.
Tell me right now that if any of the black artists you fuck with bump you nigga, you keep the energy the same.
Flip that. Nobody I'm around ever talk like nobody will ever talk like you don't.
Unlike black people in spaces, right?
You see what I'm saying?
When you go with the N-word, but you over here cheesing with all these black artists. You are a bitch, bro. Oh my God, what a bitch.
Stop chipping out, bro.
Cool.
Oh, shit.
Just,
bro, you just can't help yourself.
Black people get mad, white people call it chipping out. Like, what do you say when
you
white people get mad? You call it like, what?
You
call
are
it
chipping out,
racist
though.
enough to come up with something.
You're chipping out.
Cool.
Okay, everybody's so cool in here. You guys are so off. This is why Clubhouse will never be. This is why Clubhouse will never be taken serious.
You just want to be black. I don't know
why. I want to be black. This is why Clubhouse seriously. This is why.
Why you guys talking about sucking dick so much, bro? If you want to be taken seriously, go to X.
You're right. They do. Obviously. You get real good. This is what happened on that.
Why aren't you both on X right now?
Do you know I'm on X?
I'm just talking to you on X, but I'm on X.
Do you know why?
I am on.
Nobody takes this serious except for me right now in this moment.
Bro, I'll tell you what. Everybody likes to watch it.
Was that a lie?
Brother, I come to watch you dance. Don't you get it? I come in here to watch you dance, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Spent $500 to listen to
You're so watching dance. You just have to yell and trigger. It's so funny. It's so easy.
You spent $500 to control.
It's so easy.
Is your wife
so easy? It's so easy. It's so easy. Don't worry about that busted ass tail like you got for that Honda Civic.
I don't drive a Honda Civic.
Yeah, you do.
You want to see my car?
Yeah, show us your car.
It's nothing that you know. Shit. What I saw was you in your Lambo, so ain't no Lambo.
Yeah, I know. This is what your brother, my dude. You're what defeat sounds like. Just so you know.
What is that?
That's me. People sound like you when they give up. That's why.
Yeah, and so is success going on the internet, random people spending $500 and calling black women precious?
Bro, I have no reason to yell at you. You're just going crazy.
You were literally yelling earlier.
You need a microphone. You want a microphone so bad.
Here's my whip. 89.5.
Oh man, that's fire. Yeah.
This is regular niggas, bro.
But you want to be valid so bad.
With Lamborghinis. Never said I did.
I know.
You know what, Jeremy? I have a house. I give you my address.
You're angry. Just chill out.
Jeremy, my house has 4 million in equity. I don't need to be a fucking millionaire to be successful.
Hey, dude, listen. We don't have to talk. It's okay. Enjoy your $400,000.
Like your voice just cracked.
Because I don't want to make fun of your family.
You're upside down. You're upside down.
No matter how much money you have, you don't have no class. That's the problem.
I don't know. You say crack? Say crack?
No,
That's class.
I'm glad Jeremy
you're talking YouTube stuff,
it's going all alone.
Okay. How do you take a pause?
want to bring up like something else? Like I don't know.
Nah, we're good. I'm gonna just sit back and watch him just
Alright.
have a fucking
Too easy. Okay. Alright.
Nah, bro. Like I thought it was gonna. I actually thought it was gonna be an interesting conversation because I thought we were gonna go down like religion and stuff. You know, but it went
aliens.
it went
You
left.
can believe how you were explaining
It went left because Captain Firebird with his full equity in his house went
That
left.
was when Joe schooled you and then you started crashing out.
Nah, I couldn't understand you, and culture.
I'm just letting you know it started with Joe got you to crash out. You lost
I didn't crash out.
Bad.
Oh, did I?
Bad.
Yeah, and do me a favor.
Why are you arguing with the girl?
And just stop talking.
Why are you arguing with
Filter.
Why are you arguing with
Go put your filter in your face.
Why are you arguing with women, bro?
So I'm not gonna. I legally have him. If you have his number, I can tell you his number.
Bruce.
Idiot.
Bruce, he's like my family.
So how
You understand that, right?
No, whack. You're telling me whack is cool when you say what you said, bro?
Bro. Call him in here right now.
All right. So last four of his number. You ready?
Bro, he don't fuck with you like that, bro.
Cool.
At all.
He probably fucks you more. Yeah.
I know he don't fuck with you like that. We've already talked and made fun of you
Cool.
before.
So 6979. What's that?
Bro, he
Is
don't
that the last
fuck
four of his number?
He don't fuck with you. I'm gonna call him in here.
City, nigga. He's yo, you don't even.
Bro, you're not that good, bro. You're not that guy. Bro, you're not that guy.
I'm not gonna call him, but I'm
Whack is unk to me, bro. You're not that guy.
So do you tell him not to use Ebonics? Because Whack loves Ebonics.
No, I tell you not to use Ebonics.
And you think he would? How would he look at you in the face?
I think Whack wouldn't say a thing to me. That's my dog. That's my big brother.
So you know I'm recording, right?
You should record this. That's my big brother.
Who cares? Who the fuck
You
is
said
that?
Whack wouldn't say a thing to me.
Whack wouldn't say anything to me.
Oh my God! I'm about to
trying to pretend like you have clout.
Yeah, none of y'all have clout.
I'm gonna text one. But yo, that's funny. You are an idiot. You could have just said, you know what? Maybe the Whack I tried. You had to double down and say Whack wouldn't tell me shit.
He wouldn't. That's my family, bro.
You're an idiot. You're a
He's not, bro.
You are literally the devil.
Don't name drop to him. Like, come on.
55 on the app.
You cannot name drop a guy I
55
fuck
on
with.
the app being mad.
Definitely not. That is my family,
You
bro.
are 55 on the
I'm not 55, you moron.
You look 60.
You need to go brush your teeth, dog.
You
You need to
look
brush your teeth. You
How
need to
old
brush
do
your
you
teeth.
think you look?
How old do you think you look?
I all the time.
When's the last time you brushed your hair, dog? When's the last time you ran a hot comb? When's the last time you ran a hot comb to that hair? Yo, when's the last time you ran a hot
I
comb
have
to
a
that
full
hair?
head of hair, Jeremy.
When's the last time you ran a hot comb to that hair,
Who
dog?
cares? Why do you care about
Get
that?
off his
Yeah.
head.
Why do you
Yeah,
care?
when's the last time you had a
Why
good fade?
are you doing this? It's annoying.
Because
I know, like, why you bothering me?
He started this. Don't try to
Why are you
break out the
bothering me?
same fact. He's online right now.
You're welcome.
There he is. That's my bro. Is he up here pulling
You
up?
just started 3 fucking
He's on the audience, but he's online.
Oh yeah, I'm pulling him in right now. I'm texting him.
Tell him he won't tell you shit about talking.
He's not ready. No, bro. When you say precious, you're trying to make it sound like a race.
Oh, you a fucking bitch.
You talk real tough, gangster. You from Pomona then? Oh, you from Pomona? Ain't no truth.
Man, I wish I could see you one day. Just one day.
No, I'm not from Vermont.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah, true. Where you from, Truth?
You know what I fucking do.
Yo, Truth, where you from again? Pomona, right? Hold on.
Who's fucking asking?
Hold on, what's this?
Yeah, I'm not from Vermont. I already commented on a bunch of your posts, nigga. You can literally find my and I told you I'll give you my address. I'm not pussy.
Bro, you're not tough. You're not
You
tough.
want to get to truth? You talk to me. No. Sit back. It's okay, truth. I got you. Jeremy, what do you want to know? What do you want to know, brother? Yeah, that's right. But you don't gotta.
You don't know me.
Regulate. You get the fuck out of here. Who the fuck you think you're talking to? Who the fuck you think you're talking to? Get the fuck out of here. Fucking bitch. You fucking pussy. Little fucking pussy little dick.
Shut up,
Pussy
cousin.
little bitch. Who the fuck are you talking to?
Talking to you,
Who the fuck you
cousin.
think you talking to?
Talking to you, peasant.
Yeah, get in the fucking corner, bitch.
Yo, I love
Yeah,
you.
go ahead, laugh.
I love
Go ahead and laugh, you little bitch. Go ahead and laugh, you little bitch.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
Guys, be
It's
careful.
crazy.
Guys, be careful. He's black.
It's fucking right. It's fucking right. Know who you fucking talking to.
Hey, Jeremy, so here goes the draft flag. Hey, you gotta watch, the white people you talk to, because he out here claiming he can talk to you.
Yo, it said you won't let Whack in the room. What's going on?
What?
Why don't y'all let Whack in the room? He's trying to come in.
Yeah, he can come in. There's no reason why he wouldn't. Unless someone's.
Why would he be able to get in? Why are you lying, dog? That's so corny.
I just
You're just fucking. I thought he was online.
I just told you what he said to me. He said, won't let me in.
Oh, maybe he just don't want to come in because he don't really fuck with you and you're trying to make up an excuse.
Oh, my God.
But wait,
There he is.
Is that the truth? Is that the truth?
Hold him up. You're Whack.
Hey,
You know this dude's truth?
your boy Jeremy over here saying that he can talk to you any kind of way. He said,
I
in his
definitely
exact words,
didn't
we all
say
said,
that's my guy.
And I got it clipped, so don't start lying, Jeremy. His exact words were, Whack won't tell me shit.
He ain't gonna tell me nothing to you. He ain't gonna tell me nothing to you. That's all I'm
Whack
trying to.
100 would approve to a random black woman.
Do you know this dude who's on here dropping the game every 5 seconds?
Who?
This truth dude's like, yo, Whack guy. This truth kid? Truth? Truth. Where he at? Yeah, he's right here. You heard? He said he got your number. He said he got your number.
I said I could get you where I know you from. I said I was going to hit dog up and let him know.
Oh, you're going to hit dog up?
He's out here saying he can talk to you any kind of way.
No.
You can say shit. You're ignorant.
Jeremy.
His exact words were, I can say
You're
whatever
lying.
he won't say shit to me.
I said the Whack is my own dog.
Precious.
True, calm down. But can I ask you, for real, what do you do for a living? Truth, what do you do for a living? I'm asking you for a reason.
DPS. Or DSP, sorry.
Okay, so listen to me, True. Sometimes when it's ass, I know shit get kind of like disarray everywhere. Sometimes you gotta like get to know motherfuckers because what you do, this man does $100 million raises for the shit you do, right? He ain't making. So what I'm saying is, maybe you should try a different approach because what you do, he can help enhance whatever you're doing. Do a lot of business. You on Reyes, I mean, hold on, Jeremy, because he don't know Jeremy. Their acting got a little crazy. I don't know. They just be popping off. I'm just trying to educate the young. I'm on the phone with Larry 2 hours ago. You're talking about doing a DSP. Are you crazy? No, but hold on, Jeremy. He don't know. So it's our job to teach and guide. He don't know. I'm just telling you the truth. Maybe you should use a different approach because the man can definitely help you. He got a lot of stuff.
Respectfully, look.
Hey, you got it, bro.
Yo, Rex, he is racist. He's one of these white boys.
Oh, I'm racist. Oh, he's not a racist.
If you're not racist, why would you call him random black boy?
If he grabbed his ass in real life, he's not a racist. That's a fact.
Okay, so then explain why he randomly called her Precious and said,
I think Precious, listen, yo, dude, no one called her Precious like the fat girl.
Now he's lying.
Yo, I said Precious, come on, babe, like, what are you talking about?
Is she still here? Is she still here?
Yo, dude.
Oh, she fucking
Precious. When you go to race, because that's all you got, you lose every time, bro.
You went to race, so why did you say don't use Ebonics? Why did you right after calling
Y'all can't still be talking about me. This is insane. Truth, it's all right. Let it go. Let it go. I don't care. I'm gonna tell you why I don't care. I was not speaking Ebonics.
She didn't use any Ebonics. He just randomly goes, don't use that Ebonics.
Yo, Truth, check it out. Hey, Truth, I'm gonna tell you this. Truth. If you go to DSP, it's over for you. That's all I gotta say.
Dude, I won't really give you my address. Can you stop with the corny shit? I gave you my fucking name.
Bro, if you want DSP,
why you keep the black person explain why you said to her, stop using these Ebonics? Explain why you told her to stop
I would like to not be centered anymore.
might be senator, but he's gonna get away with this shit. He's racist.
Yeah.
You were making
Didn't
away
you
with
say
it.
he's gonna get away with it, and there's nothing we can do about it. It's nothing we can do.
Beat your argument if he went from race.
Didn't you tell me Wack was your boy? Didn't you tell me Wack was your boy?
Why can't
And
you
you had his
answer
phone number?
the question? Why
Didn't you tell me Wack was your boy?
When you answer the one that was your boy for 20 fucking minutes straight. Why did you ask her to stop using your boy?
I thought Wack was your boy.
You said, hey, Precious, stop using your boy.
Your truth. I thought you said Wack
You
was your
said,
boy.
hey,
And
Precious,
you had
stop
his phone
using
number.
your
Yo, alright, I'm over.
So you
Yo,
just
Wack,
not- you
let's
just
go
not
to the other
answer.
side.
So you just not
Let's
going
go to
to
the other side. Yeah, let's go to the
just
other
not
side.
gonna
He's
Been good, Wack.
you don't know him.
Hey,
Here.
Precious, stop using his body.
Yeah, I'm good.
He's not gonna answer. You know why he's not gonna answer? Because he don't got a fucking reason.
Yeah, true. You just look like a clown in front of the
I gotta deflect from the fact that Richard's there, and then try to say,
You look like a clown. You look like a clown.
why did you say that racist shit?
You said Wack was your boy, and you had his phone number. Didn't you say that?
I do have his phone number, and I do.
Oh, yeah.
I never said me and that nigga.
He don't know you.
Yo, Jeremy.
What up, brother?
Listen, some of these dudes, man, they don't be knowing. Like, they don't know no better.
I'm telling you. See, how it works is because of the money. I get it. It's the money.
True. Listen to me. And let me give you some game. This literally just, I've been watching it happen for maybe a year, but just like 2 days ago, I literally signed a contract with Jeremy, right? And I'm not going to say too much, but just put it like this.
Like in real life, you know. Just sign the deal. He literally.
Jeremy won, truth tells.
Whoa, hold on. If you won,
I was just about to start talking shit. I'm like, yeah.
Hey, Jeremy, be honest. Did he sign you under a 3-5 deal?
No, I signed him. I signed him. Yo, Matt, I'm not gonna lie. Hey, 10 out of 10 room. Everyone hit Matt's cash out if you've been enjoying the room. This is premium.
Jeremy, I bring some entertainment to this app, right?
Truth, when you want to get a real girl and not drop a dusty ass Dodge or whatever the fuck you got in me, and actually I'll get some more.
Listen, I gotta listen.
How you gonna get him some money? What you gonna do for him?
Listen, Jeremy. I'm not. Look, I already said I ain't got no Lambo money. I got $400K in my house. I make $10K a week net. I don't need. I can get whatever the fuck I want. I'm not trying to get this, bro. Anyway, why are you trying to from the fact that you're racial?
You're lying.
Why are we three shipping companies out here? Funny enough, nigga, listen.
He's doing fraud. He's not lying.
In the city, you don't know me, and I gave you my info.
Just like you said, Wack was your guy. I got it.
I said, Wack is my guy.
Yeah, he didn't know you though.
I didn't say
He didn't know you.
I didn't say. Well,
that's your guy. I don't know everybody that has my number. I have a business. Somebody might pick up my card, and they might say, "Hey, I have Jasmine's number," but I don't know her.
Why do you think I had his number if you're an idiot, bro?
You just got so embarrassed.
Cool. I just randomly happened to get his number.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway,
I got
I'm not about to get into it. Why are you so pussy that you can't stand on shit you say? Man, I asked him like 100 times when you leave. You don't fuck. Why can't you stand on shit you say?
See you later.
Yeah, running away. He's a bitch.
I won. Where's my sticker?
And see, the money got shit fucked up because that explains it. He got to deal with God, so he can't even say nothing. You know, got the subliminals. He was like,
2 days ago. Right. Oh, everybody, Micah Snake, he has something important to say. Go ahead, Snake.
Yeah, okay, here's what I have to say. This nigga right here loves the sound of his
Block
voice.
him. Block him. Oh, why do you set me up like that, Jen? Well, I didn't know he was gonna say that. I would have never made space for this stupid ass. Snake, you're still miserable, man. You gotta grow up.
Man, ain't that some shit? Because
You know, way out of here is so funny. That is hilarious.
Yeah, maybe if I bring up some more celebrities, he'll just bring them on in the room. Everyone manifest. You better make up for it.
I promise you, I will.
Chris, what are you saying? Chris, you're wilding out, man. Why are you saying stuff about my boy Wack, man? What's going on?
Who said my boy Wack?
Right here, right up here.
Matt?
Yeah,
Wack is the police. Wack is the police. You a bitch, whack the police. You a bitch, whack the police.
The immigrants got our reparations.
Stop saying nigga.
How come you were here?
You suck.
Chris,
how come you ain't say that? You gotta come back. You missed us. You missed us, Jim. You gotta come back. You missed us. You missed us, Jim. You gotta come back.
Stop saying nigga, True. You are a
welcome back, Jeremy.
You are the nerdiest white boy in the fucking room.
Chris, the nerdiest. He is the nerdiest, bro. You truth. You look like you do science projects in your basement.
I am a nerd, yeah.
Look at you. You get 0 bitches, bro. Look at you.
The fuck? You were literally up here talking about aliens.
You look like
Be a nerd too,
bro,
you dumb fuck. You're on the internet
We're talking about
aliens.
aliens. That's
You're
true.
talking about aliens. People nerd.
You're both nerds.
He's literally on the internet talking about aliens are real.
Stamps.
Literally just were on the internet talking about aliens are real though. Aliens are real though, my nigga. Trust me. I saw some files released, but you don't call Christian
and that goes for all of you. That goes for Joe, Pepe, Matt, B-Mom, and
you sell shoes, faggot. You rip off black aesthetic while you say racist shit on the internet.
I know.
That's a good comeback. Like you saw fucking dementia patient bitch.
I know, baby.
You was in Wayside and Chris that.
You know, like Butterbean. You look like you got a bunch of oil on you.
I know, baby.
You better go to the gym.
I know, baby.
About this nigga. PTR is like right now.
Saying nigga, True.
You know that nigga.
You look like Norman Bates.
I look like I could fuck your bitch. That's what I look like. I look like I fuck your bitch. That's what the fuck I look like.
That's okay, because I did fuck your bitch. It's all good.
Watch them shoot each other. Y'all look a loaded gun in the
I thought you got more shit popping up. What you doing?
I looked a loaded gun. I looked a loaded gun. It's so funny.
This nigga got a wife and kids, millions of dollars, and he's arguing about aliens.
I love it.
Put yourself in a PTR, because you are saying nigga.
I just realized something. His wife is at home. Jeremy, where's your wife at?
I love it.
Jeremy, where's your wife at? Because you're not with her.
She went to EDC in Vegas. Did she go to Vegas for the festival?
She took your wife out to Washington. That's what she did.
He said, man, I can't wait till I make it big so I can get on clip. This nigga's real, dog. It's not released, dog. Loser.
I know.
What a fucking loser. Oh my God.
I know.
He's almost 70 years old. He's not that old.
He's almost 70 years old on the internet talking about aliens. Come on, True. Hey, Chris, why you ain't PTR what you look like that, pussy?
You ain't PCR what you look like.
I did, you idiot.
No, you don't. Not with your hot comb to that hair. Busted ass, broke ass.
That's anti-black. That's anti-black. That's the way his hair is. He can't help it.
And I can't get it out you. That's anti-broke is what the fuck that is.
No, it's anti-black.
This motherfucker can't afford a fade.
Nigga, I don't have my PCR what I look like. Nigga, that nigga in my PCR sitting there on the ski list.
Yeah,
motherfucker.
Look at me smoking a $300 cigar, just chilling in a suit. You don't know nothing about that, player.
Whoa, don't use any body smoking.
Yeah, you don't listen, you bad boy.
I'll
call you if I want to wash my car.
Jeremy, why you putting up pictures from 30 years ago?
This me last week for a benefit.
Oh, why that? Nigga, I saw a video of you. I know that's not what
Jeremy,
that's what I look like, motherfucker.
Fucking liar, bro.
Jeremy is H-O with a capital H-O.
It's years ago.
Chris, show us a picture of your apartment right now.
Why would I show you my apartment?
You know you're in an apartment right now.
I do have an apartment. So
I know you show your 1-bedroom fucking economy apartment.
Two-bedroom.
You're getting no bitches. No bitches. No, I don't know. I can't even understand you. You don't even count the conversation. Nobody knows. No one knows what you're talking about.
Jeremy, you went to a 50-50.
Yo, look at these.
Jeremy,
Look at
you went to a
these
50-50, bro. You went to a 50-50.
You motherfuckers. Yo, bro. Look at your dusty ass shoes, bro. Your dusty ass shoes. Check your dusty ass shoes out. Get your dusty.
You went to a 50-50.
Oh, what?
You went to a 50-50.
This isn't a fair fight.
I don't know what a 50-50 is.
You right. You ain't never been. You ain't never rode. You a lame, nigga. So go ahead and sit back and stay in your lane.
I don't know. I don't even know what you're saying, bro, because I don't hang out in 1-bedroom apartments. Fucking.
Right. But you know niggas.
Yeah, I know.
You don't know niggas. Still Jeremy? Are you still in Cali?
I'm sitting in the hot tub.
Are you still in Cali?
Absolutely. Laguna Beach.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna come find you. Okay. So retarded. You guys, it's so retarded. You guys still do this stupid shit on Clubhouse.
Hey, Jeremy, can I send you my mixtape?
I don't want to find you. I'll be busy. I'm going to the Andes next week to go snowboard in Argentina. I don't know what you're talking about, Jeremy.
Okay.
Bitch. You bad as fuck. You bad as fuck.
I weigh 180 pounds, dummy.
That's 180. I saw your face.
Start to take some ketone IQ, Jeremy. Take that ketone
I saw
IQ.
your face.
You'll be burning fat.
You had a cigar and now you look different again. You just lost weight 3 times in 5 minutes.
Exactly. And you can't fucking back up none of your shit.
You just lost weight 3 times in 5 minutes. And with 3 different people, nigga. You must be a ninja.
I am a ninja.
You're a total ninja.
You a big ninja.
Yeah. Why don't you show us what you actually look like, Chris? How about that?
All you gotta do is look at my PCR. That's me, motherfucker.
Yeah, ain't nobody paying to do that.
Who cares what he looks
That's
like?
me right there.
Like a Magnum or something?
That's me right there. The one with the snowboard strapped to his feet. That's me.
It's two of y'all.
Fuck the money. I do shit outside, bro.
What the fuck? I never watched Bobby Wood the fucking your whole life, bitch. I'm Richard Neal, bitch.
Oh, you do? Which? Hold on. Which one? Whoa, hold on. What's reference number? What's reference number?
I'm just telling you right now.
No. Just tell. Which RM reference number? Yeah, you're full of shit. You're full of shit.
Okay.
Full of shit. I got an RM. Yo, shut up, bro. You're so full of shit.
It's the reason you're not on Chatter. Because Wack be on Chatter. You're not on Chatter because you ain't off like that. You ain't doing nothing.
Jeremy, can I
Stop
give you my number?
lying, nigga.
Please, can I give you my number? You can call me.
Bro,
Thank you.
no, I'm not. Jeremy, why you ain't on Chatter?
Oh man.
Why would I be on Chatter?
Hey,
Users on there. Because Wack be on there with video and shit. If you know Wack and all that nonsense, why you ain't Wack was in here 5 minutes ago telling everybody. Yeah, then I started calling him a snitch and he did. Oh, yeah. He was afraid of you. Oh, that's exactly right. You don't got to be afraid of me. But he saw you. Afraid of the truth. No, I've got details. He the police. Uh-huh. He is the police. Yeah, okay, bro. And it's niggas that be on Clubhouse, that be around, that know he the police. Got you, bro. That nigga been telling. Women. Yeah, because you want to trip ass husband in this state.
I'm not married, bitch.
You drinking all that old champagne. 3 pictures ago, you was fat, Jeremy. That's
Chris,
right, bro.
hey, Chris. This is Richard. Hey, Richard. Hey, is he working for the Jews, bro?
Who? Jeremy? You guys, this whole page is going down.
Jeremy, bro, is he fucking working for the Jews?
I can't wait to watch this room.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Jeremy got in here.
What are you gonna do?
I can't wait to watch this. I'm confused. I left for like 2 hours. I'm confused how this room.
You little tyrant, Jeremy.
All of a sudden, you got Wack 100 snitches. Then you got Jeremy. I don't even know what the fuck he is. Hey, Chris, you're broke. Stop playing like you're a boss. Just stop talking.
Yeah,
you broke. Chris, I'm not broke. Chris, tell me what you do, Chris. No, I'm not rich, but I'm blue. Chris, tell me what you do for a living. Tell me what you do. I'm blue collar for. I'm a carpenter. I'm blue collar for. I'm not rich. Oh, okay.
We're all broke.
Jeremy has money. Jeremy, that's fine. I do fine. Jeremy, I know. You be on here lying.
Money, he sold his soul to the devil.
He said
he can't tell us because he don't think that's a soul. He white. He is Neanderthal.
Wait, hold on a second.
He is Neanderthal. He don't got a soul. That's a caveman.
What about me?
What about you? You might be a ally. I don't know yet. I don't know. I can tell you about him. He's a leak. Jeremy's a leak. Tell me what I'm leeching off you for. Tell me. I don't know. Tell me why you changed your PCR from 3 different fat men to a skinny man. I just unlocked my photos, stupid. You just unlocked your photos? I had to unlock the skinny? You unlocked me in 5 minutes? Bro,
Jeremy, don't do that because you're going to get roasted. Don't do that, honey. Because it's not good.
Now, all in 5 minutes? Yo, Chris, I'll tell you what.
You're going to get so roasted. The only thing that will be able to
turn to the side. That's all.
Why don't you show us what, Chris? Alright, cousin. Yeah, that's fine. I'm a peasant. Stop the peasant. I'm cool with that.
Exactly. We don't want to be no master.
Yeah, I'm cool with that too. Peasant. Again,
I'm with Chris.
Wait 3 times in 5 minutes. Yo, Chris, go get a girl. How about that? Go get a what? Your girl. We know what happened with your girl. You want to tell about why your girl left you, bro? My girl didn't leave me. I ain't never been left by a bitch. But good try, though, sir. Good try. You know what happened? Good try. What happened? You tell me. Tell me about why you're not allowed near Chuck E. Cheese's. Oh. What we're doing? You know why? Is that what we're doing? Now, why don't you tell me what we're doing? Are you that mad, Jeremy? Tell why you're not allowed in a public school. Jeremy? Why you're not allowed in a public school? Your name is Jeremy. Are you that mad? Your name is Chris. Are you that mad? Yeah. Are you that mad? This motherfucker just put macaroni and cheese in the
Next is the Viking sexual abuse of child. He's like,
gonna predict one of them got mistake.
Well, I can tell you that most people who do construction are drug addicts. So I do think he's an
I don't
alcoholic.
do construction. I'm a carpenter.
Yeah,
That's a little
different. What's different?
That's called.
It's
called
a lot
skill
different.
training.
They don't
It's
do
called
the
skill
same
training.
thing.
I do skill things.
Chris,
What I do is called.
Why are you slurring? Why are you slurring? You drinking?
He knows how to take care of a carpet.
I do know how to take care of a carpet. You got one?
You drinking, Chris?
I ain't talking to you. Shut up.
You drinking?
Hey,
Chris.
I
drinking. You take yourself to an A&E.
There you go. I can take care of it.
To the A&E.
I can take care of it. Shut up, nigga.
Take your break, Jeremy. Take your break, man. You take yourself to an A&E, brother.
Right. I'll take myself to a AA meeting right now. Gotcha. Don't worry about it.
What you know about AA, Jeremy?
Well, everything your mom taught me.
Are you guys
I
in
wish I
fucking
had
high
millions
school?
of dollars.
Are you guys in middle school or high school? What the fuck?
It's gotta go, man.
You know my mom doesn't drink.
Your mom doesn't like you either.
It's okay. I like you. Jeremy's just a bitch.
I'm not a drunk, though. I'll tell you that.
But you a bitch. I'd rather be a drunk than a bitch.
At least you know. At least you're not on the first step.
At least what?
Hitting is a problem.
Jeremy, why are you mad? Why are you trying to get all this dopamine hit?
It's funny. It's so funny. It's like
you dopamine addict. This is horrible.
It's like watching the Jersey Shore. It's like being involved in the Jersey Shore.
So reset. Jeremy wants to say to me, and then you
Oh,
scratch
so
that.
y'all packed him up.
It's like
Y'all packed up Jeremy. It's alright. It's alright.
We all lose the debate. It's like watching the Jersey Shore in real time. It's like I see like a loaded gun and I throw it in the middle of the room, and because these guys are so
You did that one already. You tried that one
start
already.
shooting each other.
But
start shooting each other.
New material.
Yes, you said that like 6 times, bro.
Yeah, but I meant that.
Right. So say it again. Say it again.
So
Tell me how much you meant it after.
All right, Joe packed them up. Joe packed them up.
Jojo Papino.
He's crying. Jeremy, it's alright.
On it back on.
You should
really
wear it with a badge of honor. You know what I'm saying? Did you learn anything?
No.
Jeremy, put your fat face back on the catfish though.
Our plaything left.
He left after just so everyone knows, we were debating the existence of Jesus Christ versus the existence of aliens. And I just spun his arguments back on him, and then he crashed out for about 2 hours.
But you know, Joe, I would like to know.
Again, I was in here earlier. I don't know if you remember, but good to talk to you. We had some good dialogue earlier, so I fuck with you.
I'm reasonable, but hey, I'm human. You know, I'm not perfect. Don't say I'm the smartest guy up on stage. I'm not the richest guy. I'm gloating about. Do you know who I am? I mean, these are people that are clearly godless and lacking some hole in their soul that they feel like they need to fill with their pride and ego.
Amen.
And that's what y'all just witnessed on stage right here. Yeah. And that's the argument for Christianity, is that if you're out there seeking validation through social media, through putting other people down, through filling up your pride, pick up a Bible, pray to God, man. Like, there's other ways to fulfill that hole in your soul.
He said that you got a God-sized soul.
Hey, Chris, by the way, I do stand corrected. I did talk about reparations. But I didn't say anything too bad about it. But yeah, I stand corrected.
We all were talking about it.
It was with Malik. Malik is who I was talking to earlier.
Jesus fucking Christ, man. Why the fuck does Joe make so much fucking sense? Y'all motherfuckers.
Who's that?
It's all. Yeah, it's Richard. Joe, thank you, son. Joe.
He's hanging on by a thread.
Thank you, Joe. God bless you, brother.
Are you home safe, Richard?
See there, Richard.
I hope you ain't driving. I hope you're home safe, buddy.
Oh, I'm at home. I'm at home and I'm sitting on my couch.
Good.
Richard's always home safe.
He almost said, I'm sitting in my car. He said, I'm sitting in my car.
Yeah, he almost slid. I didn't hear that. That's pretty funny.
Hey, don't get a DUI, bro. You know, be safe for yourself and for
Get the Uber.
I know.
$20, $30, $50. Get the Uber. You know how much DUI is going to cost me now?
fuck how much it's gonna cost you. It can cost your life.
$20,000.
$10,000, $50,000
It can cost your life.
And then you're going to lose your license for 3 months. And then your life will be destroyed, bro.
Why the fuck is Indian dude explain my fucking expensive truck life?
It could cost your life, and more importantly, it could cost the life of someone else. Like, I got a friend that killed somebody in a DUI, and it was a child. And that's not something that I don't think anybody ever want to do, because he tried to kill himself after that. Like, so, you know, that shit is serious. Don't drink and drive, bro. If you're gonna drink, get drunk. Who cares? But do it safely. Don't drive. Take a
I have a bad accident. I have a DUI in 1997. But after that, not even drinking beer again.
Good, thank you. I appreciate that. Amen.
Then in the classes are virtual. They show me some accidents happen and some stuff like families going home, but children and kids, and some idiots are coming from the nightclub, boom, smashing into their cars, all that. You know, what those people did wrong, you know what I mean? This is very, I've thought about it because anytime I have to say, this is very disrespectful to humanity and myself. It's just like, I have no respect for myself if I do that.
Hey, Money.
Look at the positive turn in this room. Don't drink and drive. Damn.
Man, that guy was driving me nuts, bro. I was like fucking really sick of this guy, man. Like, he's like dragging it from everything in the world, man. I was like, please, he has everything. Then what the fuck are you doing in the clubhouse? Fat fuck.
Oh, man. Did Truth leave, by the way? Truth left, right? He's on stage. I don't see him, right?
No, they both left. They went to go to their best friend, WAC 100 room.
Is Truth really over there right now?
I have no idea. That's just my
And man, on
assumption.
top of that, Truth says he's making $10,000 a week net. It's a $40,000 a fucking month.
I wish I made $10,000 a week. I take home like $1,500 a week.
Yeah, I'm saying normal average.
Jeremy was doing.
$2,000,
So,
$45,000.
Go ahead, Omid. No, finish your thought.
No, it's okay. I just saying the number he was said, and he's driving the fucking 89 Pontiac Firebird, and then you see how he's dressed up, and you see him standing there next to celebrity. Come on, guys, stop fucking bullshitting on each other. Like, why don't you guys have to be showing off? Like, I have a bunch of shit that I never mentioned in that fucking movie. It's like you make yourself look like a loser. Like,
Are you Egyptian?
No, I'm Persian. I'm from Iran.
Okay.
You're not Persian, you're Iranian.
Iranian.
Let me try it out for some.
What do you think? So you're saying that Iran is not the
Oh my God, everybody
From the Middle East is the original people from that land. Like, I just can't do this right now.
Yeah, hold on. Before we go down, we'll open that topic. But let me close this chapter. So, generally speaking, knowing meme culture and the internet, what occurred was Jeremy lost a debate to me, and then after that, he was rage baiting. Jasmine got that right earlier. And he was just seeking validation to get a W. The more that he could try and bait people into conversation or getting you to enrage, then he could try and turn the metaphorical tables on you to try and stack a W on you. That's pretty much what the game is on the internet.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Except it just didn't work.
It
is mine.
I sent him my phone number. I sent him my phone number in his back channel. Call me my fake number.
Well, maybe it did work. Maybe it did work for some people, but it didn't work for most of them.
I sent him a link to my mixtape. Can you play some of that mixtape for us? You clean up.
I'm done. I'm fucking done. I'm done. That's it. I'm gonna go get me another beer.
I sent some fucking dick pics, man. And I didn't get no fucking
No more drinking for you, my friend.
I want a response, man. My dick looks good.
Now that I think about it,
Joking.
What kind of answer do you like to hear, sir?
you know what? You just inspired me.
Oh, no.
No, I'm not gonna send it to him. I've been sending dick pics since I was a teenager. I'm gonna send one to someone right now.
I'm soliciting.
Congratulations.
No, I'm a girl. It's a girl I know. No one on Clubhouse or anything like that. No, wait, I just thought about it,
Do you already?
I'm very meticulous. I'm very meticulous. No big deal about how my house is. Me and this girl have already had sex. I used to date this girl, and she called me we broke up. She started dating someone, but she called me yesterday, and then I was just like, she called me and she was like, "Oh, how you doing?" And I was like, "I'm good." And she was like, "Well, what's going on?" So I hung up on her. But now I'm gonna send her this and you want to come over.
Where you go to the bathroom?
No, I don't do the bathroom.
Okay, well, tell me what room of the house we're going in.
Right on my bed. And I'm gonna put like something, for.
All right, so there better be sheets. There better be a nice comfort. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, that's good. All right. Log off.
Log off. This guy's digging his hands, guys. No. This guy's digging his hands.
This is a fucked up conversation on Clubhouse. Holy shit. We really need to wrap this one up.
That's what I was trying to figure out, guys. What's the drama?
I ain't gonna lie to you.
There's some drama going
if
on
you want to
here.
try to make your ex-boyfriend I will sell the picture for
Currently, we're talking some people want photographic drama. I thought this was going to be a Trump room, you guys.
All right, go ahead. It is, and we're opening up the stage. Can you give us the next topic?
Can you give us a MAGA? Can I get a MAGA?
We'll do discussion with MAGA. How about that?
Ashtavagra. I like that. Is that how you say it? Ashtavagra. Ashtavagra. No, there's no English. Ashtavagra.
I am a messenger.
I am the boot.
I got
I am the final messenger.
I think,
I knew you were going to fucking say that.
Ashtavagra is my last name, but my first name is Muhammad. My first name is Muhammad Ashtavagra.
5'3".
My first name is Muhammad.
My
middle name is Muhammad Ashtavagra.
My last name. I'm a fatty.
Yeah.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Muhammad Ashtavagra.
Wait, hold on. What? Rewind.
You know what I said?
Stop. Log off. Log off.
Right now. That was just bullshit.
I hear Chris heavy breathing over there.
I don't send dick pics, bro. I'm grown as fuck.
We hear you over there. What's going on? Mute up.
Ain't nobody worried about you. I'm over here drinking beer.
Man, you got your beer can measuring you out there.
What
you doing with that beer can?
No, that's like a 4.5. No, I can beat that.
That's what I'm saying.
Dude, I'm sorry I apologize for bringing up the whole dick conversation.
We can't. Your name is Richard.
I was talking
about that.
Leave it up to Dick to talk about dicks.
Right.
Thank
I
you
was
so
talking
much.
to Beema.
Yeah, stop comparing sizes now. Like, just stop doing that. This is disgusting.
I wasn't. I was like,
Jesus Christ. I'm 17. Oh, I'm 13. I'm 14. Oh, I'm 7. I'm 9. Fucking shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ, it's disgusting.
Hey, mommy.
Should we get should we have a discussion or what are we doing right now?
Yeah.
It's 2 a.m.
I don't care what time it is.
I'm willing to.
Oh, you're in California. Well, I don't want to talk. I'm sorry. You're in Calabasas. I don't know what I'm saying. Listen, you're not at the same time zone I'm in, so I don't think you're as sleepy as I am. So that's why you don't care what time it is, man.
It's probably true, actually.
I know.
Yeah, it's probably true. That's true. I don't know. I put the title up there. If anybody has a question for MAGA, that always gets pretty spicy. I don't know if somebody wants to throw something out there. I know Chris probably does. So he's doing what he's doing right now.
And can I ask everybody, I need everybody to do me a favor. If everybody could look at their screen right now, refresh, look at your screen, everybody look at your screen. And I need you to tap Matt's profile, and then you send a heart. You need to send a heart or fire to Matt's profile. Come on, let's go. If you don't do it, I'm wrong. Come on, let me see him,
I don't even know how to send a heart, bro. I don't
Yes, come on. It could be fire. Just tap his little PTR, send a heart or fire.
You to buy coins. I'm not doing that.
That's right, thank you. You don't have to buy coins, this is free. It takes just a second.
Shit, there we go. I'm gonna send him a chili. How about a chili pepper?
No spicy. I'm not sure that's kind of like a neutral. We want a positive. So it has to be like a heart, a thumbs up, 100. Oh no, you don't do that. Maybe lose 10 karma points. Beaver's so mean.
There we go. I sent him a heart. Matt, I don't heart you.
Harry, you're a mean boy.
I'm only
Buy me a begonia, Harry.
I'm only 20 karma points from the next tier up, so I appreciate it. Thanks.
Let's go.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah, this is another 60+ hour room. I mean, I can't even keep track now. The rooms, they all blend in together, you know. So I think we hit on a lot of topics today.
And you look like WWA in your motherfucking PCR.
Yeah. What was your favorite topic today, Dila? Usually that spurs it again, actually.
I think it was probably what we were talking about this morning with eminent domain, or, I mean, obviously I could talk about reparations too. I love reparations. I think that the room might be a little separated out.
Yeah, we did it. You're broke.
Wait, who? Wait, I'm broke?
Who said that?
Black people are broke, so you want
You don't support
Her lips is black.
You don't support what?
I don't support reparations. I was just trying to argue. I apologize. I wasn't.
Black by injection. The eminent domain?
Yeah, was that related to data centers, that one?
Yeah, so
We're not doing eminent domain for data centers. I'm building one of the biggest data centers right now where I work.
Well, aren't they, wasn't Gavin Newsom trying to, his whole reparations thing was
Huge data center, and they didn't eminent domain the people right there. Matter of fact, one of the guys, they leased his land for like $85,000 a month. I wish the motherfucker would force me to lease my land for $85,000 a month. You don't even live there.
okay. It's eminent domain.
So, eminent domain is making you sell your land.
No,
and not getting sold. Because when they leave, like, here's a 5-year lease.
It's just
Yeah,
you get it
Chris is right. Chris is
He
right.
gets $80,000 a month for 5 years.
That's all.
And when they
The government could take your riparian rights. They could take the rights to your water. They could say, hey, that water on your property, we're going to take the other half because it's that eminent domain.
And that's why I was saying eminent domain. The people are leasing this land from a man for a lot of money.
Do you know what eminent domain is?
Yeah, that's where they'll take your shit for pennies on the dollar. But
Who is they?
They probably the government. But
So
again, like I said, the government is not the ones building data centers right now. They're not building data centers.
It is
If
not
building
the government.
data centers, or the companies like the company that I'm working for, building the biggest data center in North America.
It is not the government. Why are we talking about domain?
Well, fuck your data center, nigga. I'm making bread. I'm making bread doing my work.
Yeah, but
what they build.
Yeah, I understand.
I have a right to live, and I have a responsibility to provide for my children.
Can I please land my plane? Okay.
If you
so, whenever, bro, you talk a lot.
If you just asked me if you could speak, now you won't let him speak.
Alright, it's cool.
Well, let Snake go. Just let him get out. Chris, let's go on mute. Come on, Snake, go ahead.
I'm on mute, bro.
I know you are, but you're gonna come off it. Alright, Snake, go.
Again, so, the entire universe, or God, or whatever you want to call it, is consciousness, okay? And it takes life to observe the consciousness, right? This physical body that we're in, it's housing our consciousness. Our consciousness exists outside of space and time. Sometimes you'll have like intuition. Sometimes you know that bad feeling you get, like a really bad feeling, and then something bad happens. That's intuition that comes from your consciousness. Because it exists outside space and time, you can see things in the future using your intuition, because your consciousness doesn't exist in space and time, so it can see things in the future and in the past. You can draw from your consciousness to get these informations. Guys like Tesla, not Elon Musk, but the actual Tesla, Nikola Tesla, he did this all the time. He wrote it in his book. I used to read it. I didn't know what he was talking about at the time, but more recently with the AI and stuff, I kind of figured it out. And so, long story short is, when you build these giant data centers, right, and Elon Musk has said it, everybody has said it, in the future, everything's going to be AI, right? So the AI is going to be the one observing everything, right? Well, if right now, right, what's going on right now, we're still in control, right? We're still in control of the universe. We're shaping reality, right? Because we're the conscious observer, right? But if we ever shift that position to AI data centers observing us,
یه نفس عمیق بکش بعد بگیرم و بخور.
Keep it in English. Keep it last one in your mouth. Gotta keep it in English. Any other
It's speak in English or he will throw you down, Abbas.
Yeah.
It's speak in English.
Mother of the fucker.
Can you speak English? Abbas, are you a son of the beach? Are you son of the beach? Are you by the beach right now?
There's no point. Get lost. There's no point. This guy.
I mean, I was having fun with him, bro.
I know, but we don't understand shit, man. There's people in the audience that want to be able to enjoy it.
Nobody gives a bro. Shut the. I mean, everyone's fucking asleep. Let me have some fun with the guy. Bring him back up.
Well, they're all awake. Cindy's awake. At least something.
Just look at fun with them for like 5 minutes, man.
He's gonna kill the room, man. We don't understand.
He's not really been. The room's dead, bro. There's nobody here.
He left. Now we have Kurdistan. He's about to wake up. He's I don't know. He's dressing up for the party. Party. But was he a supporter of Rizapalli, Taco? Or Taco left? Anybody else wants to come up? You guys welcome to come on up. I wonder who Starman is. You want to come up, Starman? Let me turn off the hand raising. Come on up. Anyways, you want to say something, Kurdistan? Just thinking about over here. Let's see. So, looks like, in relate to this whole Zionist and the Israeli thing. And then you have the Iran. All of these cards, if you do a deep dive into it, it all started after, they do have a history prior to 7th of October, but, if you go back after 7th of October, right when the 7th of October thing happened, right, everybody was like, okay, it's gotta be, they did this because Saudi Arabia was going to normalize with Israel, which is not true. This was a fucking narrative that the mainstream media started spreading on all over the social media, whatever. And mainstream media is always fucking full of bullshit. And everybody believed it. They were selling bullshit, and people were buying bullshit, eating bullshit. So, and then if you were to go right after some October, if you were to go in the debate room with Zionists, whatever, they will use these fucking talking points. Oh, it was Iran behind the 7th of October. No, it was Iran, which is untrue. Iran regime wasn't aware that they're about to do an attack. So as the Hamas political wing wasn't aware that they're about to do the attack. Al-Qassam Brigades, which is a military wing of Hamas, they went in and, with a whole bunch of other factions, PIJ, Abu Shabaab, and a whole bunch of other clan members. And the Palestinian citizens, they all went in and did what they did. And there's a lot of conflicting reports on this. First they came out with the number 1915 and 14 and 11 and some change. And it turned out, the 11 and some change that they came out with, the issue with that number is it's supposed to be 1400. If you minus 11 and some change out of 14, you're left with about 300. 300, they're actually Palestinians. Because the bodies were burnt up so badly that they couldn't even tell who was who. Until you had you had entity called Zaka. Zaka was there. Zaka made up a whole bunch of bullshit stories. What happened, what not happened. That, Hamas chopped up a breast of a woman and did what it did. They just started saying a whole bunch of stupid shit. Now, the 7th of October passes, they started making all these claims. It's a rape, and rape happened, and that happened, which is not true. We don't have the rape, we don't have the evidence. They didn't allow the victims to be, asked questions or interrogated. They didn't allow there's no doctors, there's nothing, we don't know anything, And even the UN wasn't even allowed to talk to the victims. And the cases that I know, there was one woman that died while giving birth to a child that was like about 5 or 10 kilometers away from the location where the rape party was. And then the other woman that was released from Hamas, she did not get raped by Hamas, but guess what? Her Israeli Jewish brother that was a personal trader, he raped her. This is the type of demonic society Israel is. And I looked up the other day, Israel has the number one or it's in the world is the Middle East is number one on the rape cases. And alright, anybody else wants to come up? You guys want to go quick? Just do you want to say something?
Hello everyone. Yes. Yeah. شنیدم یه سری از بچه ها خواستم صحبت کنم اینجا یه سری فحش و اینا دادید من دوست ندارم راستی
I don't speak first.
Okay. I just wanted to be in the polite environment, I just hear some angry just talk here. If you like a polite conversation, I would like to just engage with you. It's okay? Yeah. So you're a pro-Palestinian?
No, I'm not Iranian.
You're not Iranian, but I heard that someone just here to speak in Persian.
Yeah, he left.
Okay. So what is your, because I wanted to talk with you about your title. What is your perspective about this war?
My perspective is that Israel always violates the ceasefire. America, violates the ceasefire as well. And I believe both parties are violation of ceasefire, and I believe Israel might do the attack on Iran. Even if America normalizes with Iran, Israel will always find a way to attack Iran.
So you do agree with this war or not? I wanted to hear it clearly from you.
You heard it, right?
You agree?
What do I agree?
I mean, I wanted to find which side you are in this war. Between the US, like the side, and I suppose that you are on the side of, like IRGC.
No, that's not true. I don't support IRGC.
So
I support the Iranian people.
Iranian people, but if I wanted to be, I know that you have the third option, you saying I'm not on the neither side, the US or the Iran, or IRGC, but if someone just force you to choose one of them, which one you will choose?
I support the Iranian people. I just told you I'm an American. I support the Iranian people that America fucking fucked up, violated, by attack. It did an international attack the attack on Iran was violated the international law.
Yeah, but the Iranian people is so polarized now. It is not the same group. We have some Iranian people supporting the government, maybe few minority. Majority of the people of Iran, maybe 80 million, or I don't know. Or
total is 93 million according to Iran International.
there's about 20% support for the Islamic Republic of Iran, which means 20% of 93 million people.
What is your reference?
Iran International.
Or it is like affiliation with the regime?
No.
Yeah, there's not a big under number, like the 20 or 10%, that is not important. But the majority of the people dislike the government, you know. And between those people that they don't like the government, we have different groups, as you said, like the Iranian nationalists. And also, I'm from Roshalat of Kurdistan, which inside Iran, the Kurdistan people, we have ethnic minorities inside Iran. We have a death parties inside Iran. We have a women movement.
Are you separatists?
So that is, yeah.
Do you support PIODC?
No, I don't like GC.
Do you want to reform? Are you a reformist, or what are you? Are you a Razapalavist?
No, I told you, I'm from Kurdistan. Mostly, I like to, it is my dream, to have an independent Kurdistan as a country in the Middle East, which the Kurdistan has a four part: Turkey, Syria, Iraq, and Iran. So we inside Iran, we seeking to some kind of federal government inside Iran. If it is not independent, it's possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you if Reza Pahlavi comes, takes charge, is it going to benefit your cause?
No.
Okay.
No. Not on that one. It's like at the same side. He's an Iranian nationalist. I'm a Kurdish nationalist. That position.
I agree. Now, the next question for you, my friend, is hold on. Okay, so the next question. We believe that 20% support the LGC, we're looking at about 18 to 19 million people.
Well, fitting. That's the first point. The second point you raised, what was the second point? I'll address the first point. What was the second point you raised? Because you had two objections.
I said, I just had one objection. That the message, you cannot have the validation or the verification.
No, you're talking about transmissions. Yeah, you're talking about transmissions.
Yeah, you need a separate transmission.
What's a separate transmission? What do you mean by separate transmission? First of all,
Now the question, again, let me repeat that question so that you know what I'm answering to. I have a question and I'm answering it.
Only God and prophet know the Christ. Public is everyone. That's the standard way.
Okay, I would mean by separate transmission.
Megatron, no scripture can be the answer for